Hi everyone. Novel Crack brings you a new chapter of this novel. If you like it, give it a like, and if not, comment to know if you continue uploading it. This novel, together with the others on the channel, do not belong to me, they belong to their respective authors. Well, let's get started. Shadow Assassin VII Part 1. Infinite Anim Opening Template. Shadow Assassin Kai the Shuehang, Lin Zhe, traveled to the world of Crimson Eyes. Lin Zhe, who had read the original book, knew very well what kind of world the Crimson Eye was. It was a world where ghosts were rampant, and people were more terrifying than evil ghosts. Simply, Lin Zhe obtained the character template system after passing through and unlocked the template of Shadow Assassin Kai at the beginning. The Shadow Assassin Kai, a sword with 1,000 blades, can only attack but not defend, and is unparalleled in the world. Since then, a terrible existence was born. World process, slashing the red eyes in Ayasha life, in a different world from zero. Character template, Shadow Assassin Kai God of Heaven. Chapter 1. Imperial Capital, Slums. As the ancient central country with a 1,000-year-old civilization, it is the capital of the undisputed and strongest country in the world. The imperial capital is naturally incomparably prosperous. However, just like the existence of light, there must be a corresponding darkness. As the most prosperous capital, in addition to the prosperity on the bright side, there is also a lot of darkness in the dark. For example, the largest slum in the empire is also among the most prosperous capitals. The sky was only bright, and the air was still filled with a humid and cold air that was unique to the dawn of the morning, and some hawkers who were seeking a living began to prepare their stalls one after another. Fragments of hawking sounds are a start to a new day. A new day. Looking out of the window, which gradually became brighter, Lin Zhe silently got up and began to wash briefly. Lin Zhe is a transmigrator, but this is not the first day that Lin Zhe has transmigrated, so Lin Zhe's movements are very natural, without any rigidity. Similar to this kind of life, Lin Zhe himself did not know how many times he had repeated it. Call. I have to work even harder today. After finishing the arrangement, Lin Zhe pushed open the old wooden door in front of him. Taking a deep breath of the moist air that was unique in the early morning, the expression on Lin Zhe's face suddenly became more energetic. Lin Zhe quickly walked towards the door. How long has it been through? It should be almost 10 years later. Walking on the road, watching the surrounding streets gradually become lively with the dawn, Lin Zhe subconsciously sighed in his heart. It has been almost 10 years since Lin Zhe traveled through. For unknown reasons, Lin Zhe passed through almost 10 years ago. The most important thing is that Lin Zhe has become a child only 3 or 4 years old. Later, Lin Zhe knows what kind of world he has come to, and he is very fortunate. Cut the red eyes, a world where ghosts are rampant, and people's hearts are more terrifying than evil ghosts. And he also traveled to the most chaotic imperial capital. Lin Zhe, who has read the original book, is very clear about how dark the imperial capital of the empire is. As a 1,000-year-old ancient capital, the prosperity is entirely based on the flesh and blood of the people at the bottom. Not to mention that he crossed over as a child. Even if he crossed over as an adult, I am afraid it would not end well. In the final analysis, Lin Zhe knew very well that he was just an ordinary person. But now I should have some self-protection power. Came to a grove with no one. Lin Zhe held a small wooden knife he made simply. His expression suddenly became serious, and then he cut it straight out. If someone stood in front of Lin Zhe at this time, he would clearly feel an instinctive sense of threat, obviously just a seemingly ordinary wooden knife. But at this moment, it appears to be sharp. The blade of the wooden knife, which could not be called a blade, cut through the air, and before the blade wind dissipated, Lin Zhe slashed out again. It's not the kind of random swing. Every swing of Lin Zhe's knife is a powerful and effective slash. This kind of all-out swing is a great test of a person's control over his limbs and muscles. A normal person may swipe several times in a row, and the muscles may be strained due to unskilled control of the limbs and muscles. But here, in Lin Zhe, it is like a galloping river, a steady stream. Although it can't be called ferocious in an absolute sense, the movements are very coherent, like flowing water in the same way, without the slightest pause. Not a short time passed. It was not until the sun passed 3 poles and the sun was gradually approaching the top of Lin Zhe's head that Lin Zhe slowly stopped. By this time, no matter how fluent Lin Zhe behaved, he would already be sweating profusely, as if he had just jumped into the lake and had just come up, his body exuding heat. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the daily task, 1000 slashes, reward, 0.01% proficiency. Your character template Shadow Assassin Kai has been unlocked to %. Call. After hearing the system prompt in his mind, Lin Zhe let out a small breath. He didn't say anything, just sat cross-legged on the spot and slowly closed his eyes. Along with Lin Zhe's series of actions, images that seemed to have been deeply engraved in Lin Zhe's mind began to reappear in Lin Zhe's mind continuously. At this moment, in Lin Zhe's mind, a man in dark purple clothing and a hood appeared. The hood caused most of the man's face to fall into the shadows. What he could clearly see was the pair of scarlet eyes. There is also a knife full of cracks in his hand. Then, the figure moved, or the image in Lin Zhe's mind moved. Chapter 2. Night falls, and the bright moon is in the sky. The bright moonlight is like a layer of silver yarn, softly covering the ground. The howling wind in the summer night can't blow away the heat accumulated during the day, but it makes people feel comfortable. An agile figure moved to and fro in the shadows that the moonlight could not reach, nimbly walking between the shadows, and what could be seen was probably the smear of scarlet. This smear of scarlet, like a paintbrush, forkedly drew a long red line under the dark night. And this line disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye, making those who saw it couldn't help thinking it was their own illusion. That's it, I don't know how long it took. Lin Zhe opened his eyes slowly again. At this time, if anyone has seen the image in Lin Zhe's mind just now, they will find that at this time, Lin Zhe's eyes are vaguely similar to those pair of scarlet eyes. It looks simple and unpretentious, but it makes people instinctively feel chills in their hearts. Although it is said to be a spiritual world, Lin Zhe has gone through everything together with a Shadow Assassin Kai, practicing for 10 years and becoming an assassin. That is to say, there is a golden finger. If it wasn't for the golden finger, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to persevere at all. Even if you can persevere, you can't have that talent. Lin Zhe recalled everything he had experienced in the spiritual space before, and sighed slightly. However, even with a golden finger, it took 10 years of hard work for Lin Zhe to reach the current level. As I said just now, 1000 slashes are not random slashes, but effective slashes that require all-out effort for each slash. Especially at the beginning, Lin Zhe, who had not received any blessings, wanted to complete 1000 times of effective slashing part-time jobs, which was a hell-level difficulty. This is why, in 10 years, every time he can make a progress of 1/10,000, Lin Zhe's current template proficiency is only 10%. In the first year, it took Lin Zhe half a month to unlock the progress bar of 1/10,000. Sometimes, if he doesn't pay attention, he strains his muscles, and it takes Lin Zhe nearly a month to complete a daily task Shadow Assassin VII Part 2. That is to say, the progress of Lin Zhe's unlocking is getting higher and higher, his strength is getting stronger and stronger, and his control over himself is getting better and better, and it is only now that he can complete a daily task every day. As for the level of Lin Zhe's strength now, Lin Zhe himself is not very clear. The only thing Lin Zhe can know is that the soldiers in the Empire who seem to be physically strong should be able to kill him in an instant. Even if they don't have a magic knife and 1000 blades, they can kill him in an instant. If it is stronger, Lin Zhe will not know. Lin Zhe has been hanging out in the slums of the Imperial capital all the time, and he can't come into contact with any powerful characters. Lin Zhe doesn't know how he compares with a top combat power emperor in the world of Crimson Eyes. Lin Zhe wasn't ready to figure it out. Before crossing, Lin Zhe was just an ordinary otaku. If it weren't for the fact that this world was too dangerous, Lin Zhe wouldn't even be able to persevere in the daily tasks of Goldfinger. After all, it was really hard work. Not to mention fighting and killing. To be honest, Lin Zhe is not mentally prepared at the moment. It didn't mean that he was not mentally prepared, but Lin Zhe felt that the current preparations were not enough. No matter what, he had to wait for his proficiency to reach 100% and at least 90% of his strength. As the head of the 7 Shadow Assassins, Shadow Assassin Kai is indeed very powerful. But now the progress bar is only 10%. Shaking his head, Lin Zhe didn't think anymore. If he had a choice, Lin Zhe would actually prefer to sit in front of a computer and watch games while drinking Fat How's happy water. Going through such a dangerous thing, Lin Zhe was completely forced to drive the ducks onto the shelves. Boss, how much do you think these firewoods can sell for? The entrance of an unknown small restaurant in the slum. Lin Zhe smiled and put the chopped firewood at the door of the hotel. After completing the daily tasks, Lin Zhe also needs to solve his own livelihood. Using the Kai in his body to efficiently chop and sell firewood is the current livelihood of Lin Zhe. Others need a whole day to cut enough firewood. Lin Zhe imitated the original Wulayuki's cutting with Kai, and at most 3 minutes is enough, which can be said to be a pretty good business. It is similar to Wulayuki selling beef offal with Kyu shears. A sting. The recent situation is not very good. The price may have to come down a bit. The restaurant owner looked at Lin Zhe and said helplessly, I can only get 7 copper coins out of this firewood. Why did it drop so much? Isn't it still 10 copper coins yesterday? Hearing the restaurant owner's words, Lin Zhe was a little surprised. Lin Zhe didn't feel that the restaurant owner was pitying him, and he was an old acquaintance with the restaurant owner. In recent years, he has been selling firewood here, so he would not pit himself for a few copper coins. Moreover, since the old emperor of the empire fell ill, it was indeed a bit of a mess. Chapter 3. The first thing to be affected is the impact of the economic system and the severe inflation. Then there are some other influences. If the old emperor was in good health and the empire could barely guarantee balance, then the countdown was completely entered. Coupled with the fact that Lin Zhe had read the original book, in general, Lin Zhe was already mentally prepared. No way. You know, Ozzy, prices have risen so much recently, and I can't do anything about it. Seeing Lin Zhe's surprise, the restaurant owner sighed softly and said, actually, it was 7 copper coins a month ago, but we have been working together for so long. I think it doesn't matter if you lose these copper coins, but... It's okay, no problem. Lin Zhe smiled when he looked at the hotel owner, who looked a little embarrassed, and said, 7 copper coins are 7 copper coins. I'll work a little harder in the future. Well, in the future, I will spend 4 minutes using the Kyu scissors to chop wood. The impact on Lin Zhe was not too great, but after what happened to the restaurant owner, Lin Zhe noticed that the mood of everyone around him recently was a little bad and uneasy. After all, it is a slum, and the people here are not in a good mood. On the way home, Lin Zhe fumbled for the 10 copper coins in his pocket. The restaurant owner finally gave Lin Zhe 10 copper coins. It's just that the same amount of firewood can only be exchanged for 7 copper coins. And most importantly, the purchasing power of coins has declined. This is a complete economic crisis. I am afraid that the purchasing power of coins will be further reduced in the future. 7 copper coins can probably only buy what the previous 5 copper coins were worth. In other words, Lin Zhe was able to exchange firewood for 10 copper coins before, but now he can only exchange for 5 copper coins. But for ordinary people, it can be said to be the top of Mount Kai. If the old emperor of the empire could still struggle to survive before he fell ill, then it is completely impossible now. However, Lin Zhe couldn't do anything about it. It would be nice to be able to protect himself. What else are we talking about? After knowing that the economic crisis had begun, Lin Zhe quickly took some cash on his body to simply buy some food and quickly converted the money into practical things. Then, Lin Zhe quickly returned to his home. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Zhe could clearly smell a strong smell of wine. What caught Lin Zhe's sight was the blonde figure who was sleeping soundly on the ground. The long golden hair fell from the shawl and was only tied with a light blue headband, and the skin as white as snow faintly revealed a touch of crystal. If it weren't for the smell of alcohol, the scene in front of me would definitely be a perfect picture of a beauty falling asleep. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Zhe frowned slightly and then turned into a helpless expression, shook his head, turned around and gently closed the dilapidated door. Originally, when Lin Zhe came back, he planned to take out some of his small savings and exchange them for supplies. Now, with his understanding of the sleeping beauty in front of him, Lin Zhe knew that his small savings might still be used for drinking, and he would never leave a few copper coins for himself. Really? Lin Zhe bent down slightly, picked up the blonde girl who was sleeping soundly on the ground, and said, "If you are sleeping, don't lie on the ground. Also, did you steal my money to drink again?" "It's no use pretending to be asleep, Leone." As he said that, Lin Zhe just threw the blonde girl in his arms, Leone, onto his bed. That's right, this blonde figure who was suddenly sleeping soundly at Lin Zhe's house is the bold and huge European girl from the original book, Leone. Hate. He really doesn't feel pity for fragrance and jade, it's not cute at all. Leone was thrown onto the bed by Lin Zhe, opened his pale golden eyes, and his clear eyes revealed a hint of naivety, and snorted softly. Obviously, he was still the one who held me tightly back then. The kid who doesn't let go. Be careful that no girls will like it in the future. As the voice fell, a wicked smile appeared on the corner of Leone's mouth. Intentionally or unintentionally, his long white legs swayed slightly on the bed. Ever since Lin Zhe was over 12 years old, Leone liked to tease Lin Zhe like this. It's just a pity that at the age of 12, Lin Zhe's shadow assassin Kai template already had a lot of proficiency, and his concentration was far beyond ordinary people. Leone's teasing was never successful. Lin Zhe looked at Leone, who was making small moves, and rolled his eyes suddenly and said, "You should still worry about yourself. The purchasing power of coins has dropped again recently. If you still drink like this, no one can afford you. No one can afford it, no one can afford it." Leone stood up from the bed with a smile and slammed the tiger directly hanging on Lin Zhe's back with the smell of alcohol all over his body, and said, "Ozzy, feed me, just give me a drink." Maybe it's because small tricks have never worked for Lin Zhe. Recently, Leone's movements have been getting bigger and bigger. For example, now, his whole body is directly attached to Lin Zhe's back. Chapter 4. Alright. Shadow. Assassin Chapter 3. Stop talking about you stealing my money to drink. What would you like to eat tonight? Seeing Leone, who was wrapped around his neck and didn't let go, the helpless expression on Lin Zhe's face never disappeared. I knew that Ozzy loved his sister Leone the most. As Lin Zhe's voice fell, Leone directly released the arm hanging from Lin Zhe's neck, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It can be seen that Leone's purpose is this from the beginning. Then, Leone directly took out the 2 large pieces of meat that had been prepared long ago. Lin Zhe looked at the fine texture similar to snowflakes on the meat, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Obviously, this kind of meat is not the meat that can be obtained here in the slums. This is the best meat that only the so-called upper-class people in the imperial capital can get their hands on. I want to eat braised pork at night. This is a trophy that I finally got. Ozzy wants to make it delicious for me. Leone didn't seem to see the change in Lin Zhe's eyes. He handed the 2 large pieces of snowflake meat to Lin Zhe's hands with a smile, and said with a smile, "I'm still a little dizzy, I'll sleep for a while. Call me when you have finished the meal, Ozzy, tilde." Good night, Tilda. After finishing speaking, Leone took a leap and lay back on Lin Zhe's little bed to fall asleep at the speed of light. Since Lin Zhe cooked several ordinary home-cooked meals for Leone a few years ago, Leone has become fascinated by Lin Zhe's craftsmanship, and he always steals some ingredients from time to time to let Lin Zhe cook something delicious for himself. Really? Seeing the snowflake meat in his hand and Leone lying on the bed instantly falling asleep, Lin Zhe shook his head, then turned around and went to the kitchen to prepare the braised pork. Lin Zhe knew that the meat Leone handed him must not come from normal channels. But Lin Zhe has no right to accuse Leone, saying that stealing is wrong. Because Lin Zhe himself relied on Leone's stealing to survive. Although Lin Zhe has the golden finger and now he has a pretty good strength with a golden finger, but in the first few years when Lin Zhe hadn't gained any power from the golden finger, how did he live in such a harsh environment as the imperial capital? Survived? For Lin Zhe at that time, living alone was nothing but a dream. Lin Zhe survived by relying on Leone. It was Leone, who was also relatively young at the time, who rescued Lin Zhe and gave Lin Zhe something to eat. To be honest, Lin Zhe didn't know what kind of mood Leone was holding to save him at the time, and thinking in his own shoes, if Lin Zhe was Leone at that time, he would never have done this. But Leone really tried his best to steal something, and then let himself survive. Lin Zhe seriously handled the snowflake meat in his hands. Cut the snowflake meat into neat chunks with a fine knife, and prepare the braised pork that Leone is clamoring for. It's not right to steal. However, if it's Leone, it's a different matter. Lin Zhe didn't care whether the things in Leone's hands were stolen or not. Whether it was before or after crossing, Lin Zhe was a somewhat selfish and eccentric person. The change in Lin Zhe's eyes just now was not aimed at Leone stealing something again, but Lin Zhe was thinking about whether Leone would get into any trouble for stealing this fine snowflake meat. In the past, Leone had never provoked those big men. The old emperor of the empire has just fallen ill. Leone has not even obtained the Tegu in the original book, and it should be a while before joining the night raid. Lin Zhe thought about the plot of the original book while cooking. As someone who had read the original book, Lin Zhe was not prepared to let Leone join the revolutionaries and become a member of the raid. Joining the night raid is not only at risk of death at any time, but the night raid itself is a joke. If Leone really dislikes this world, there is absolutely no need to change this world in the most drastic way, compared to the night attack in the original book. In Lin Zhe's own words, he had to agree more with Lan, the owner of the Tegu only flying Mine Hunter. Step-by-step improvement from the inside. In Lin Zhe's opinion, the Revolutionary Army's practice of collusion with foreign nations is really disgusting. The level of disgust is still higher than that of Chancellor Ernest. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe's movements, that were like flowing clouds and water, were just a little bit of a pause. In the original book, Leone was 23 years old at the beginning of the plot, and now Leone is only 17 or 18 at most. Lin Zhe asked Leone's age. However, Leone refused to answer, because the age of the woman was a secret, and Lin Zhe estimated that the plot time would be much more complicated. After Lin Zhe prepared dinner, it was already an hour later. Leone, who smelled the aroma of the meat, also woke up directly from the sleep state, and sat at the dining table with anticipation, waiting for the meal to start. Leone didn't explain where the excellent snowflake meat came from, and Lin Zhe didn't ask too much. In general, get up, do your day-to-day tasks, do your subsistence work, go home to eat, wash your dishes, go to bed, and then repeat the previous day's schedule the next day. This is Lin Zhe's daily life. The only thing that can change Lin Zhe's life is probably the existence of Leone. Every time a period of time passed, Leone would bring more or less small surprises to Lin Zhe, such as stealing money to drink and snowflake meat this time. Chapter 5. At the dining table, Leone ate a mouthful of oil, burping contentedly. Because of Lin Zhe's relationship, now Leone has a new hobby besides drinking, and likes to eat Lin Zhe's cooking. After eating, Leone stood up and was about to leave. Compared with a day, night is Leone's home court. Leone's main activity time is at night. During the day, Leone will go back to Lin Zhe's room or sleep in his own room. If there is something to gain at night, Leone will exchange the things obtained through small means for money and use the money to drink. If there is no gain, Leone also has a way, that is to sneak into Lin Zhe's room to get money to drink while Lin Zhe is out to practice. Just like what Lin Zhe had seen before. Of course, Leone would also bring some food supplies for Lin Zhe to make some delicious food to enjoy together. After so many years, the food that Leone shared with Lin Zhe was very valuable. Take the previous prime meat, snowflake meat with a snowflake-like texture. It is definitely not something that can be won with a few silver coins. At least 20 silver coins are needed. I'm full. Your craftsmanship is really getting better and better. Leone casually wiped the oil stains on his mouth with his hands and said with a smile, then I'll start working too. Next, we need to fight for the food of Azzy tomorrow. Come on, give your dear sister Leone a goodbye kiss, Tilda. As he spoke, Leone leaned in front of Lin Zhe and pursed his lips. At this time, there were still oil stains on Leone's lips, which were unexpectedly dazzling in the dim light. All right. If you want to work, go to work quickly. Lin Zhe looked at Leone, who wanted to tease him when he seized the opportunity, and shook his head a little funny. Don't look at Leone's appearance of being very old in front of him, shaking his chaff, hooking his neck, and now still begging for a kiss. But if Lin Zhe really wants to do something, Leone will definitely look like a frightened little rabbit, jump away quickly. Therefore, facing Leone, who was in front of him, the corners of Lin Zhe's mouth were slightly raised, and he slowly moved towards Leone. At the moment when Lin Zhe could almost feel Leone's breath. Boom! Lin Zhe directly used his index finger to jump Leone's head, neither light nor heavy. Leone's snow-white forehead quickly turned a little white and red. It hurts. Leone snorted lightly while covering his reddened forehead. If you don't give it a kiss, you won't give it a kiss. Bye. As the voice fell, Leone got up, jumped, and opened the door in one go, and quickly disappeared from Lin Zhe's line of sight. If nothing else, Lin Zhe couldn't see Leone tonight. Shadow Assassin Chapter 4. Looking at the direction in which Leone quickly disappeared, Lin Zhe smiled. Lin Zhe was clearly aware of Leone's heartbeat that was accelerating as he approached. Moreover, Leone himself can probably feel some changes in himself, such as a fever in his face. The moment Leone ran out just now, Lin Zhe saw Leone's cheeks that turned a little red. She is still a little girl who doesn't understand anything. I like to pretend to be skilled all day long. Close the door. After Lin Zhe cleaned up briefly, he was ready to rest. Lin Zhe's life was that simple. Sometimes Lin Zhe himself is surprised. If this kind of monotonous life is put before Lin Zhe travels through, Lin Zhe is definitely not used to it. Without a computer, no mobile phone and no internet, Lin Zhe feels that he will go crazy. However, after unlocking the template of Shadow Assassin Kai, Lin Zhe found that he adapted to the current living environment very easily, and he became more self-disciplined. It has to be said that the phrase, Goldfinger leather, is not without reason. 5 or 6 years at the most. My template proficiency should be unlocked to more than 30% by then. The leader of the 7 Shadow Assassins, what is the level of Shadow Assassin Kai's 30% strength? Lying on the bed, Lin Zhe looked at the dilapidated roof and began to think. Until now, Lin Zhe has never really shot. After all, Lin Zhe has always been relatively low-key and doesn't cause trouble. Those who want to provoke and bully Lin Zhe are naturally just some garbage, which can be solved with a single finger, not worth mentioning at all. Leone is similar here. Because he has not yet obtained the Emperor's position as the Emperor's envoy, Leone has always restrained himself very much and did not cause any trouble for himself and Lin Zhe. However, as it gets closer and closer to the main plot timeline of the original novel, Lin Zhe also had to start thinking about these questions. Now that the old Emperor of the Empire is not dead, the most basic rules of the Empire can barely be maintained. For example, the minister Ascension in the original book has not yet gained power and he is still an old dog who has been lying on his stomach. Lin Zhe's survival pressure is not great and it can grow steadily. But when the old emperor of the empire died, it would be different. At that time, it will not be the stage where you can live a stable life by keeping a low profile. Chapter 6. And most importantly, the plot can change at any time. Although in the original Leone lived normally until the age of 23. But Lin Zhe couldn't guarantee that after he came to this world and interacted with the plot of this world, it would have no effect. The current Leone is at best a girl with a relatively healthy body. It is completely incomparable to the physical fitness after obtaining the Emperor's Beast Chain transformation and the Lion Chain in the original work. Thinking about it this way, the future is really dark. I don't know how many people will be able to hold on by then. After sighing lightly, feeling that he didn't understand, Lin Zhe closed his eyes and rested. Lin Zhe didn't feel anything when watching the anime before time travel, but when Lin Zhe really became one of the experiencers, Lin Zhe really felt the despair in it. Sometimes Lin Zhe himself would laugh at himself and think that he was why not eating minced meat before he crossed over. Three months passed in a flash. During these 3 months, Lin Zhe's life did not change much. Lin Zhe is still the same as before, getting up in the morning to practice and cutting firewood in the afternoon for money. The continuous collapse of the empire's economy only makes Lin Zhe spend more time cutting firewood every day, and the impact is not big. At least, compared to the rest of the ghetto. Shadow Assassin VII, the proficiency of the template has been increased by 1/10,000 every day, and it has increased by 9/1000 in 3 months, making the original proficiency of more than 17% become 18%. Mini. The strength is not to say that it has improved by leaps and bounds, but it can also be called gradual progress. However, in this 3-month period, compared to Lin Zhe, who can protect himself, other people in the slum are different. 3 months is enough for most of the savings to be completely consumed. Every day, a large number of people are separated from their wives and families because they have no money to eat, or because the money they earn is not enough to eat. Similarly, because the difficulty of survival has increased exponentially, the darkness of human nature has gradually appeared in the slums. The ruthless soldier is risky, stepping on other people's corpses to let himself live. If you are soft-hearted, you may disappear in a few days, either committing suicide or being robbed and starved to death without money to eat. Or sell yourself as a slave, just to live. Lin Zhe believes that his strength is far from reaching the peak, and he is also a self-preservation faction, and it has nothing to do with himself. Therefore, Lin Zhe didn't have any thoughts about the empire that was gradually approaching. He might have a little pity in his heart. Occasionally, Lin Zhe would donate some food to the truly poor people. It's just that Lin Zhe wasn't going to really fight for these poor people who were precarious. All Lin Zhe could do was to do what he could to help those poor people without disturbing him. But even so, Lin Zhe still caused a lot of trouble for himself because of his behavior. After all, in this kind of slum, most of the people who can't even protect themselves, Lin Zhe's behavior of occasionally helping others is really too dazzling. Of course, there are no powerful characters in the slums, and the trouble was settled by Lin Zhe lightly. Lightly wrote that from the beginning to the end, no one found it troublesome to find Lin Zhe, so Lin Zhe discovered it in advance, and then he was settled in advance by Lin Zhe. After all, Lin Zhe's current template is the Shadow Assassin Kai, the leader of the 7 Shadow Assassins. It is not difficult to solve the trouble before it comes to the door. On the other hand, Lin Zhe's relatively outstanding performance during this period also surprised Leone. In fact, until now, Leone didn't know how powerful the younger brother Lin Zhe he picked up 10 years ago was. Leone's activity time is at night, and he basically sleeps during the day, while Lin Zhe's affairs can all end during the day and rest at night, and the timeline is perfectly staggered. Leone herself is a carefree girl and doesn't pay much attention to details. The only thing Leone knew was that Lin Zhe made a living by chopping and selling firewood every day. Then there is Lin Zhe, who spends a lot of time every day to practice very dull and boring sword skills, that kind of sword skills that seem useless at first glance, purely brute force. However, no matter how artless Leone was, he completely noticed the specialness of Lin Zhe during this time. That is, the standard of living has not dropped at all. Leone, who couldn't understand, only thought that Lin Zhe's physical quality was much stronger than that of ordinary people. All in all, Lin Zhe and Leone, who had sufficient survival skills, were not affected as much as other people in this environment where the empire was gradually collapsing. And just like that, amid the chaos of the empire, an even more desperate winter came. Pure white, without a trace of variegated snowflakes, will further take away those who are struggling to survive. After all, in winter, most of life needs to eat more food than usual to generate heat. Obviously, this winter this year, I am afraid, not many people have this condition. P.S. Newcomers and new books, I beg you to watch the collections, Flowers, Tickets, tilde. Chapter 7. Soft snowflakes slowly fell from the sky. The advent of snowflakes has officially opened up a more cruel living environment. However, for Lin Zhe, this may not be bad news in an absolute sense. In winter, the rarity of heating materials will be no less than that of food. For example, the firewood on Lin Zhe that can only be sold for 7 copper coins can be sold for 10 copper coins or even 11 or 12 copper coins. Boss, I was taken care of by you before. Lin Zhe looked at the hotel owner, who looked haggard compared to before, and said with a smile, so these firewood should be settled at the price of 7 copper coins. I have already taken advantage of you for 10 copper coins. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, the restaurant owner looked at Lin Zhe's thin body, shook his head slightly, and said, Zhe, you must be working harder than usual to chop wood in the winter. Also, I can't open the restaurant anymore. Although you are young, you are not the same as other children. You should understand how dangerous the days ahead will be. Pay attention to safety, don't let Leone have no support. As he said that, the restaurant owner patted Lin Zhe's shoulder hard. He quickly put 10 copper coins into Lin Zhe's hands, and then hurriedly left with the firewood. He left without even closing the door of the Hotel Shadow Assassin Chapter 5. It doesn't matter whether it's closed or not. The restaurant owner sees things very thoroughly. I know, in such an environment, staying in a hotel is simply courting death. In the eyes of those who are starving and dizzy, the eye-catching degree of the restaurant is naturally unnecessary to say. If it is closed, it is better to open it like this, and people will naturally leave when they see nothing. On the contrary, if it is closed, there is a high probability that it will be violently smashed open. Really decisive. Looking at the restaurant with the door open in front of him, Lin Zhe was also really stunned and admired the decisiveness of the restaurant owner. Shaking his head, Lin Zhe didn't think any further, picked up the unsold firewood, and continued to move towards the next goal. Now that the economic system of the empire is further collapsed, Lin Zhe wants to ensure a certain level of living standard, not just selling a few copper coins for firewood. Lin Zhe prepared firewood worth 1 silver coin on his back. The firewood, like a hill, was daunting on Lin Zhe's back. During this period of time, Lin Zhe has also been deliberately creating a character with divine power, which will save Lin Zhe a lot of work, and the results are also very significant. No one came to trouble Lin Zhe anymore. Those who wanted to trouble Lin Zhe did not dare. Those who dared to trouble Lin Zhe felt it was not worth it. It was as simple as that. It took about half an afternoon for Lin Zhe to finish all the firewood on his body. Although the arrival of winter had no effect on Lin Zhe's income, it greatly increased the time for Lin Zhe to obtain such income. After all, there were not many people in the slum who could afford Lin Zhe firewood. It only took 20 minutes for Lin Zhe to cut firewood worth a silver coin. However, it took Lin Zhe almost 4 hours to sell the firewood worth 1 silver coin. By the time Lin Zhe ended all this, the sky had already become a little dark, and the winter night would always come earlier. It should be difficult to sell firewood here in the slum. I'm afraid I need to go further and sell it in a slightly more prosperous area. On the way home, Lin Zhe began to think about the next arrangement. The advent of winter is the last straw that completely overwhelms the slums, making things like firewood that they cannot afford to consume. In fact, let alone 10 copper coins. In the slum, even 7 copper coins, or even 6 or 5 copper coins, may not be sold. It is not that people in the slum do not want to buy it, but the people in the slum are really out of money. Today, Lin Zhe was able to sell firewood worth a silver coin. It could be said that he was lucky. It doesn't matter to Lin Zhe to go to a more prosperous area to sell firewood. The only thing that makes Lin Zhe a little headache is the journey. It may take 4 or 5 hours a day to sell firewood in the future. The imperial capital, as the capital of the most powerful country in the world, has a very broad scope. There are more than 6 million people living in the imperial capital alone. In this kind of society inclined towards ancient times, it is conceivable how vast a city with a population of 6 million can live. The carriage must not be able to sit. Lin Zhe also didn't want to show off in a terrifying map like the imperial capital, so he could only choose the stupidest way to sell firewood. However, it's really possible on the empire's side. Or has the power struggle in the palace reached the most critical level? So there is no time to worry about the lives of ordinary people. Lin Zhe looked into the distance, in the direction of the center of the imperial capital, the splendid palace built on the highest point. His eyes narrowed slightly. According to Lin Zhe's speculation, the best time for the old emperor of the empire to have an accident is probably this winter. The old emperor is old, and he has not survived this unusually cold winter all of a sudden, which is very reasonable. Chapter 8. If it weren't for this, it would be impossible for the imperial capital to watch a large number of people die in the slums. Population itself is a symbol of wealth to a certain extent for a country. But now that the empire did not watch the lives and deaths of those people in the slums unexpectedly, things became very simple. It must be the most intense political confrontation going on in the palace. Therefore, no one has the experience to manage the life and death of some meaningless people. After all, the population is wealth only when there is real power, and if there is no power, the population is nothing. Snow is getting bigger and bigger. Glancing at the darkening sky and the intensifying goose feather snow, Lin Zhe stopped sighing too much and continued to walk towards his home. It was also winter when we first crossed over. Walking on the empty street, Lin Zhe remembered the scene he had just crossed over. When I first came to this unfamiliar world, it was also winter, and the sky was also as dark as today, and it was snowing heavily. Lin Zhe's 3 or 4-year-old body was almost frozen in a short period of time. It can be said that if Lin Zhe hadn't happened to run into Leone, crying to Leone for help, and begging Leone to save himself, Lin Zhe's journey through the journey might have ended as soon as it started. In this cold weather, except for those who have to go out, there must be no one to be seen on the street. Not long after Lin Zhe crossed over, he met Leone before his body was completely frozen. It must be said that he was lucky. With the passage of time is not short. A lot of snow has accumulated on the ground. In fact, during this period of time, a lot of people who died due to various reasons have accumulated on the roadside, and now they are gradually covered in pure white under the snow. The cold has no effect on the current Lin Zhe. As early as when Lin Zhe's Shadow Assassin 7 proficiency reached 5%, he had already reached the level of invulnerability to cold and heat, and would not be affected by ordinary cold or heat. Before Lin Zhe could continue to think, he felt the vibration from under his feet, and Lin Zhe's brows were slightly wrinkled. This vibration is obviously different from the normal vibration. When a person walks normally, the rhythm of force is very different from that when fighting. Lin Zhe, who has more than 18% proficiency in the Shadow Assassin 7 template, can already tell the difference. Through the strength of this vibration and the rhythm, the number and location of the other party can be more accurately determined. This kind of strength is not ordinary people. After a little sense of the rhythm and strength of the vibration, Lin Zhe came to a conclusion. This is a far more than ordinary battle. Based on the principle that it doesn't matter if he hangs up high, Lin Zhe was going to go home as if nothing had happened, but it was accompanied by another violent vibration. The trace of Kai that Lin Zhe had put into Leone's body disappeared. With the disappearance of this trace of Kai, Lin Zhe's expression was stunned for a moment, and then his face instantly became abnormally gloomy. Lin Zhe only left a trace of his own internal Kai in one person's body, that is Leone. The function of this trace of internal Kai is also very simple. It can burst out the effect similar to the adrenal hormone at the most critical time, but it does not have the side effect of the adrenal hormone. And because it was Lin Zhe's inner energy, Leone couldn't use it subjectively. Only when the body is really dangerous and at its limit will Lin Zhe's internal Kai function run on its own under the condition of self-protection, maintaining the health of the body as much as possible. Once used, it means that Leone's body really needs this trace of inner Kai. This was a talisman that Lin Zhe tried to keep in Leone's body. In other words, the situation of Leone is not optimistic now. In an instant, Lin Zhe's body sounded like the sound of thunder, and the air machine in his body started to run at a very high speed like an engine, and a pair of eyes as deep as the night became scarlet. Just like, in Lin Zhe's mind, the head of the 7 shadow assassins, the eyes of the shadow assassin Kai. Then, Lin Zhe simply stepped forward. Boom! Stone chips sputtering. Lin Zhe turned into an afterimage and disappeared in place, leaving only a ground that was abruptly stepped on. The dense cracks spread out like spider webs. At this moment, Lin Zhe's eyes seemed to shoot out 2 rays of essence that seemed to materialize, and he was firmly positioned at the place where the battle occurred that Lin Zhe sensed before. Even Lin Zhe, who strictly abides by the rule of hanging high above the ground, still has things he wants to protect. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 6. Ha 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 ha. What if I got the approval of Tigu? In an unknown alley, an unusually strong-looking man roared at the blonde girl who fell on the ground. I came from the Imperial Fist Temple. It doesn't matter how many people like you come here. Of course, saying that, judging from the bloody wound on the man's body, the man's state is not optimistic either. Just like what the man said, it was recognized by Tigu no matter what. Chapter 9. In any case, it is still an emperor or an enhanced emperor. Somehow it still has some fighting power. Moreover, the blonde girl who fell on the ground was none other than Leone. As an existence who has been in the slums since childhood, Leone also has a certain fighting ability, so after some battles, the man from the Imperial Fist Temple is almost at his limit. The wounds Leone had left on his body were deep into the bones. On the contrary, Leone's Emperor's armor is the King of Beasts and the King of Lions. This improvement is comprehensive and includes restorative capabilities. In addition, the trace of Kai in Leone's body was consumed by itself because of the sense of crisis. The man from the Imperial Fist Temple just said a few words, and Leone has regained some fighting power again. Missed the best chance to kill Leone. The next thing will naturally become simpler. The man from the Imperial Fist Temple missed the best chance to kill Leone because of his lack of understanding of Leone's body, and he would naturally be killed by the recovered Leone. Hey. That's not necessarily true. Leone looked at the man from the Imperial Fist Temple lying in a pool of blood. He laughed twice and touched the belt around his waist. This is the belt that Leone bought at a bargain price after he gained something today. In the end, I didn't expect this belt to be the King of Beasts and the Lion King, which had been lost in the Empire for a long time, and Leone just happened to be recognized by Tigu and was able to use the King of Beasts and the Lion King. Thinking of this, Leone couldn't help showing a slight smile on the corner of his mouth, and then canceled his beastly state, but just after unlocking it, Leone regretted it. Oops. After unlocking it, Leone's body shook violently. Leone felt an unprecedented sense of exhaustion surging up. This time, Leone was able to kill the man from the Imperial Fist Temple this time, and he really relied on the recovery ability of the Emperor to win. The consumption of the Emperor's human body is not as exaggerated as that of the court equipment, but it is still somewhat, so after canceling the beast transformation state, Leone feels that he is about to fall asleep. Damn! Can't fall asleep here. Leone staggered and moved towards the outside of the alley with her staggering efforts. She knew very well what the consequences would be if she fell asleep like this at this time, but Leone had never been so tired before. Just when Leone couldn't hold it anymore, Leone saw a familiar figure that could no longer be familiar appearing from a distance, and it was just a few moments of effort before he came to him. The moment Leone saw this figure, he entered a state of drowsiness. It is not necessary to say who this figure that Leone is familiar with is Lin Zhe, who sensed something was wrong and rushed towards Leone. Really? As soon as you get Tigu, you have to do something. Looking at Leone sleeping in his arms, Lin Zhe shook his head helplessly. Then he turned his attention to the man lying in a pool of blood behind Leone. Judging from the environment at the scene, it is not difficult to see that it was this man who forced Leone to this situation and was finally successfully counter-killed by Leone. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Zhe thought for a moment. Although it is snowing heavily now and many traces will be covered up after a while, but be careful sailing for thousands of years. After Lin Zhe took Leone to his home and covered it with a quilt, he quickly returned to the place and cleaned up the traces left by Leone's battle with a man from the Imperial Fist Temple along the way. As the owner of the Shadow Assassin 7 template, Lin Zhe is naturally familiar with doing these things. Even through the traces left by Leone and the men from the Imperial Fist Temple, Lin Zhe found the starting point of the conflict, an aristocrat whose family was exterminated by Leone. At this time, the noble mansion had long been surrounded by Imperial guards. Lin Zhe made a general observation, carefully cleaned up all the traces left by Leone, and left. As a result, the difficulty for the Empire to track down Leone was exponentially increased. Moreover, Lin Zhe felt that the Empire might not care about this matter. After all, this is not an ordinary person committing the crime, but an unidentified Tegu envoy who committed the crime. The only man from the Imperial Fist Temple who has seen Leone use the Capitulo is dead. In this critical period of power struggle, smart people will not provoke an emperor. It can also be seen from the original work that if the Empire really wants to pursue it, it is not enough to rely on the current Leone. After disposing of all traces, Lin Zhe returned to his room. There was a pile of firewood that Lin Zhe had prepared a long time ago. Although Lin Zhe himself had reached the stage of invulnerability to cold and heat, Leone had not yet. These firewoods were prepared by Lin Zhe for Leone. As the flames rose, Lin Zhe stirred the flames on the firewood and the originally cold room gradually became warmer. Chapter 10. The snowstorm outside did not stop because of the increase in the temperature inside. On the contrary, with the passage of time, the wind and snow became more turbulent, and the frantically howling hurricane and the freezing cold air, like the death god of death, enveloped the entire imperial capital. Needless to say, tonight, especially in the slums, many lives will surely wither. I'm so hungry, Tilda. People want to eat braised pork, Tilda. I don't know how long it took until the sky turned completely dark and Leone woke up leisurely. When he first opened his eyes, there was obviously a vigilant look in his eyes, but after seeing Lin Zhe sitting not far away, fiddling with firewood in the brazier, the vigilance in Leone's eyes quickly turned into a naive look. Using Tegu consumes a lot of physical and mental energy. Some of the more demanding Tegu, those who do not meet the standard forcibly use it, may even die directly. For example, one of the members of the original Night Raid, Brand's Tegu haunted by evil spirits is like this. Those who do not meet the standard and are not recognized forcibly use it, and they will die very ugly. Therefore, Leone, who has used Tegu excessively, is already hungry and growling. Aren't you going to explain, Leone, before eating the braised pork? Lin Zhe looked at Leone, who had just woken up, and shouted that he wanted to eat braised pork. He rolled his eyes suddenly, then looked at Leone seriously, and said, "Explain what happened before." "Hey, Ozzy, why are you so serious all of a sudden?" It's no big deal. If you want to know, I'll tell you it's not enough. Seeing Lin Zhe, whose expression suddenly became serious, Leone shrank his head. Lin Zhe rarely showed such a serious expression to Leone, so facing Lin Zhe, who was showing a serious expression now, Leone was still a little hypocritical. Then, Leone honestly explained what happened today. Generally speaking, it is similar to the plot that Lin Zhe had seen from the enemy before he crossed over. After making a little money, Leone took a fancy to the belt, the King of Beasts and the Lion King, and bought the Emperor. Afterwards, he was recognized by the Emperor and became the Emperor. As for the nobleman who was destroyed by Leone and the man from the Imperial Fist Temple who chased and killed Leone, there is no need to say much. The nobles in this world are almost all virtuous. Leone went to the nobles' homes to steal. The recent economic downturn, Leone wanted to steal some good things from the nobles' homes. Then he was discovered, and then he fell in love with Leone. Leone was emotionally excited and inspired Tegu to become Tegu's envoy. A guard captain in the noble family, graduated from the Imperial Fist Temple. He has a little strength and can deal with Leone, who is not very proficient in getting his first Tegu. In fact, this kind of noble Leone with an escort is generally not provoked, but it is too smooth, and it is inevitably a little bloated. This time, it is a lesson for Leone. Everything went so smoothly. The overall framework is similar to that in the original book. Leone obtains Tegu, and Leone resists after gaining power. However, in the original book, Leone killed the nobles to save children, but here it is for self-protection. That's pretty much how it happened. I killed the nobles, and I should have caused a lot of trouble. Leone looked at the expressionless Lin Zhe and said cautiously, "Do you want me to avoid the limelight first?" Shadow, Assassin VII Chapter 7. Now that I have this belt, it shouldn't be a problem. As a child who grew up in a slum, Leone still has a considerable degree of awe towards nobles. After all, it was only today that Leone himself was recognized by Tegu and became an ambassador of Tegu. Until yesterday, Leone was just an ordinary girl, and at most she was a little more agile. Looking at Leone, whose expression was a little uneasy, Lin Zhe didn't say anything immediately, but stood up and stretched a little. After that, he started to prepare dinner, the braised pork that Leone wanted to eat. Leone. Lin Zhe cut the pieces of meat in his hand, until after all the pieces of meat in his hand were cut, he said in a hurry, "How does it feel to gain strength?" "Not bad." Leone sat on the bed in a proper manner and honestly talked about how he felt after becoming a Tegu envoy. Leone dared to swear that he had never been so well behaved before. Originally, Leone wanted to launch his own cockroach offensive, but after seeing Lin Zhe's serious expression, Leone instinctively became more honest. As the restaurant owner said before, maybe Leone himself didn't realize it, and he had unknowingly regarded Lin Zhe as his support. With a sharp weapon in your body, you will kill yourself. It doesn't matter in itself, let alone Leone, you are in self-protection. Lin Zhe was stirring the braised pork in the pot. As Lin Zhe continued to stir-fry, the aroma of the meat gradually wafted out, causing tears to flow from the corners of Leone's mouth. Soon, the braised pork was cooked. Lin Zhe added a bowl of rice for Leone, put the rice and the cooked braised pork in front of Leone, smiled and said, "We won't have anything to do." Provoke to the head of the Emperor, because they don't have eyes, they deserve it. Chapter 11. Compared to Leone, who has not undergone a systematic education, Lin Zhe's view of things is naturally a little more thorough. The Emperor, as the top combat power on the Empire's side, naturally needless to say what kind of influence he has in the Empire, plus the current special period. Politicians who are busy fighting for power, of course, will not offend a living Emperor for a dead nobleman. Even if Lin Zhe and Leone are willing to surrender, they will be able to clean up in an instant. In this imperial capital, the dark part is so explicit. Emperor? After hearing Lin Zhe's words, he stared at the braised pork in front of him. Leone was dissatisfied with the movement of his hands. While eating the braised pork, he asked curiously, "Are you talking about me?" "Sounds like a great deal." Leone didn't understand what Lin Zhe wanted to express. After all, Leone has been working hard to survive every day since he was a child. He struggled to survive, and he didn't have the opportunity to learn even basic knowledge in the semester. Although I have the conditions to study when I grow up, it is a pity that Leone would prefer to exchange money for wine. Leone, you are a citizen of this country anyway. You should know something about the country's top combat power system. Looking at Leone, who was confused and didn't forget to eat rice, Lin Zhe shook his head helplessly and said, "In general, Leone, you don't have to worry about getting in trouble for killing people. In this particular matter, no one comes back to take care of you. Of course, it is limited to this special case. If you continue to behave like this, you will definitely be wanted." Lin Zhe gave Leone a little warning. There is really no problem in killing one or two nobles occasionally, and no one will pursue a living emperor for a dead noble. However, if Leone really thinks that he can act recklessly by relying on his status as a Tico envoy, then it would be quite whimsical. At that time, the nobles will be uneasy, and in order to win the hearts of the Empire, the high-ranking people of the Empire will definitely use Leone as a means to win the hearts of people and strangle them with all their strength. During this period, even if Eds was not a general, he had little reputation, but General Bud was still there. As a man who can be as famous as Eds in the original book, Lin Zhe will naturally not underestimate it. Okay, let's move on to the next question. After giving Leone a brief explanation, Lin Zhe started to ask the next question and said, "Leone, after becoming the Emperor's envoy, do you have any thoughts?" The final choice of Leone in the original book is to join the Night Raid and become the vanguard of the Revolutionary Army. Lin Zhe was a little curious as to whether the current Leone would make a choice similar to that in the original book. Idea? No idea. Looking at Lin Zhe with a serious face, Leone was stunned. Leone really has no idea, because with Lin Zhe's company, even if Lin Zhe rarely interferes with Leone, but after so many years, Lin Zhe's three values has already affected Leone invisibly. But seeing Lin Zhe's expression being so serious, Leone also started to fold his arms around his chest, thinking hard. I'll probably be a little older. With this baby, I can take a good look at the places I didn't dare to visit before. Leone thought of those nobles who he did not dare to provoke before. If you want to steal really good things, you still have to find those nobles. It turned out that he didn't dare to attack, except that he was in awe of the nobles. The main reason was that Leone couldn't keep up with his own abilities. Basically, there were guards in the noble families, which was very dangerous. For example, this time, Leone was in danger because of greed to steal from a noble house. Now, with a Beltegu, Leone felt that he should be able to steal some good things from the noble's mansion. The state of Leone after using the Tegu is very fresh in his memory. In that state, he is so strong that he explodes. If you get used to it, wouldn't it be easy to steal something? The best wine, the best meat, paired with Lin Zhe's perfect cooking skills. The next life is simply heaven. Thinking of this, Leone felt that the corners of his mouth were about to cry again. Is that so? Aren't you going to use your power to do what you can to change the society? After hearing Leone's words, Lin Zhe was stunned for a moment. Although I felt that Leone's thoughts might have changed due to his own intrusion, he didn't expect that this change would be more drastic than he imagined. Before Lin Zhe could finish speaking, Lin Zhe saw Leone come up to him and put her little greasy hands on his forehead. No fever. Age, how could I do such a thing? No sting, you want to do this kind of feat. Leone looked at Lin Zhe with a smirk and said, but it's not impossible. I heard that a Zhe in our family gave many people extra food. If a Zhe in our family wants to be a messenger of justice, I can help you. Chapter 12. Every day there is good wine to drink and good meat to eat. This is the ultimate dream of Leone. In the 10 years I spent with Lin Zhe, under the influence of Lin Zhe's unconscious self-preservation type, Leone's free viewpoints also gradually changed, becoming somewhat inclined towards self-preservation. This is why Leone would give Lin Zhe an answer like this. I'm just asking. After all, suddenly gaining power with your character, you will inevitably become overwhelmed. Lin Zhe gently patted Leone's little hand, leaned over and put away the clean tableware and chopsticks, and said with a chuckle, when the time comes, don't let me wipe your buttocks like I did today. You don't have to go out tonight. After a good rest for a few days, you can go back to your work. Kai, tilde, 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 tilde. Obviously, when you came, Ozzy, I had already dealt with the enemy. Shadow, Assassin VII Chapter 8. Leone stuck out his tongue and made a face to Lin Zhe. However, looking at Lin Zhe, who was washing dishes and chopsticks, with his back to him, Leone's expression suddenly softened like never before. If someone who is familiar with Leone is here at this time, seeing Leone's expression and eyes, he will be surprised that his eyes are blinded. When outside, Leone's personality has always been strong, independent, and assertive. No one would ever think about whether Leone would have the side of a little woman. But now, when Leone looked at Lin Zhe, who was busy with his back, he showed his little woman side. As long as there is a forest stem next to him, Leone will become very at ease. He slowly lay down. Leone buried his head on the pillow and took a deep breath. There was a smell of forest stems on it. Like to smell. Then Leone showed a reassuring expression on his face and quickly fell asleep. Excessive use of Tegu today really made Leone feel extremely tired. It's been almost a month and a half. After finishing the morning practice, Lin Zhe came to the town, not far from the slum area, a slightly more prosperous place, with easily chopped firewood on his back. Here, Lin Zhe firewood will sell better. However, today was a little different than usual. It was just the time for lunch, and one after another emaciated figure began to appear on the otherwise cold street. These figures have thin cheeks, their eye sockets are deeply sunken, and their eyes are numb. Just walking is exhausting. If it was in the era before Lin Zhe traveled through, I'm afraid anyone would think that these people were addicts. Of course, here they are not. They are just ordinary people struggling to survive in this cold winter. Just being alive has exhausted all their energy. Even to the point where they don't even know why they are alive. All line up for me. Anyone who jumps in line, cancel today's share. Before Lin Zhe wondered what special day it was today, a team of guards who came by carrying several large pots of gruel not far away told Lin Zhe the answer. The leader of the guard team glanced at the refugees with green eyes, and a look of disgust flashed in his eyes. Today, in the face of the death of a large number of citizens, the Empire finally did it. Of course, in Lin Zhe's view, this may also be a signal that in the long political struggle of the Empire, the future Minister Ascension is about to win. A large number of refugees began to line up in an orderly line under the supervision of the guards to receive their own portion of gruel. At this moment, among the huge number of refugees, not a single person spoke, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the large tanks in front of the guards. In this big winter, what a bowl of steaming porridge symbolizes to these people needs no explanation at all. It can be said that once these guards dare not make porridge today, they will be torn to shreds by a huge number of refugees. There are too many refugees who came to hear the news. Not only the refugees, but also other people who were slightly better, came over to order the porridge. There is no way the Empire's rescue plan is aimed at everyone in the imperial capital. Except for those nobles and businessmen with a little money in the Empire, no one can refuse the temptation of a bowl of porridge. After all, this is one bowl a day, which can save a lot of living expenses. Shaking his head, Lin Zhe didn't stop, and continued to walk towards his goal. The guards glanced at the little tall firewood on Lin Zhe's back, showing a look of surprise. But immediately put energy into maintaining order. Little sting. I'll help you. Ah. Just arrived at the target location, a gentle voice came through. Accompanied by the voice, a purple figure staggered to Lin Zhe's body. It's just that before the purple figure was about to do something, he tripped over a stone under his feet, and the whole person fell down in Lin Zhe's direction. Then he was supported by Lin Zhe with one hand. Hill. It's not the first time I've come to sell firewood, so I don't need help. Lin Zhe looked at the purple figure who did not know how many times he wanted to help but did a disservice, and shook his head helplessly. Chapter 13. For half a month, everything was as Lin Zhe had guessed. Leone's actions at the time were not investigated, and no one even mentioned it. The only thing that needs to be said about the change is that there is an extra shameless thief in the imperial capital who is obviously an imperial envoy but likes to steal from noble houses all day long. This thief as an imperial envoy gave many nobles a headache, but because every time he just stole things, it didn't touch the bottom line of the nobles, so he just let it go. Lin Zhe's site is what he just said. Start selling firewood in the castle town, which is slightly better than the slums. I'm sorry, little Sting. Looks like I'm causing you trouble again. After Hill was stabilized by Lin Zhe, looking at Lin Zhe was a little embarrassed. Every time I come here, I want to do something for Lin Zhe, but every time I am taken care of by Lin Zhe, nothing. Hill, it's still the same, this is firewood worth 50 copper coins. Lin Zhe looked at Hill, who was a little embarrassed, and said with a smile, you can ask your boss to come and give you money. Hill. This is what Lin Zhe met at the restaurant in the castle town during this period of time. Lin Zhe's side often needs to go to various restaurants to sell his firewood. Hill is a waiter who works in the hotel. He often comes to help out on his own initiative. Of course, it was mainly because every time Hill wanted to come over to help Lin Zhe in high spirits, it turned out to be a disservice, and it would eventually develop into Lin Zhe taking care of Hill. Lin Zhe also knew something about Hill. After all, in the original book, he was the first person to have an accident in the night attack. Confused personality, natural glasses girl, often ridiculed because she can't do anything well. In fact, she is a very gentle person and attaches great importance to her companions. Yes. I'll go get the boss right away. Hill nodded quickly after hearing Lin Zhe's words. Then quickly ran towards the hotel and then fell fiercely in front of Lin Zhe. Looking at Hill who fell to the ground, Lin Zhe didn't know what to say. I didn't feel anything when I watched the anime before time travel, but now I just feel a little unbearable to look directly at it. However, in general, the process was relatively smooth, because Lin Zhe had come here to sell firewood several times, so Hill's boss could settle the bill easily. After finding a reason, he deducted 2 copper coins from Lin Zhe and settled 48 copper coins for Lin Zhe. By the way, in addition to handing over the money to Lin Zhe, he also announced that Hill was fired. The reason why the owner of this restaurant was willing to recruit Hill as a waiter was entirely because of Hill's exquisite appearance and graceful figure, but after recruiting, he realized that Hill was really a pure vase. What can't be done, the first place to eat. I wanted to take advantage of Hill, but Hill was not a vegetarian. Before Hill joined the raid, before he became the Emperor's envoy, he was able to kill the gangsters by himself. A pampered and greasy boss, naturally, don't want to take advantage of Hill. Therefore, firing Hill is also a very normal choice. If you can't afford it, you can only choose to stop loss. In this regard, Hill did not know what to say when he said sorry. As for making Hill succumb to the restaurant owner, that's impossible. Hill is confused, but that doesn't mean Hill really doesn't understand anything. On the other side, Lin Zhe, who was watching this scene, didn't say much. Hill was clumsy. There was nothing wrong with the restaurant owner's dismissal of Hill, and the next thing naturally became simpler. When Hill was fired, he naturally needed to start thinking about the next job search. It's just because Hill is confused, so Hill can only go home and follow the arrangements of his family. Shadow Assassin Chapter 9. Hill will do whatever the family asks Hill to do. As long as it's not a very critical matter, Hill is actually quite an opinionless person. Lin Zhe carried the remaining firewood on his back and walked in the direction of another restaurant. After selling all the firewood, he bought some food and went back to cook for Leone. By the time Lin Zhe returned, the people who were queuing for the porridge had dispersed, the sky had turned dark again, and the streets had returned to their original, deserted state. Lin Zhe was walking alone on the empty street, and seemed a little lonely for a while. Kindness? Without waiting for Lin Zhe to think about something, Lin Zhe's steps forward were slightly retracted. He measured his head sideways, looked at him passing by, then turned back and parked beside him, and at a glance, he knew that it was a very luxurious carriage. The luxurious car door slowly opened, and within Lin Zhe's line of sight was a pair of aristocratic couples who looked very kind. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Zhe's eyes narrowed slightly. The scene in front of him made Lin Zhe feel a little familiar. Maybe because he was thinking about the plot of the original book, Lin Zhe subconsciously connected the scene in front of him with a scene in which Zazami was abducted at the opening of the original book. Chapter 14. It's so cold, why is my little brother outside alone? Are you homeless? The lady, who seemed to be somewhat elegant, looked at Lin Zhe with a smile and said, "Want to come to my house as a guest? It's not a problem if it's just entertaining for one night and solving a pressing need." Inside the slightly luxurious carriage, the warm candlelight reflected on Lin Zhe's face. From this lady's point of view, such a scene, such an encounter, is definitely something that people like Lin Zhe are thinking about in their dreams. During this period of time, she has used similar methods to deceive countless refugees who have nowhere to go. No need. I'm on my way home now. Lin Zhe lightly declined the invitation of the noble lady. Through these two short conversations, Lin Zhe had already recognized that the aristocratic couple who appeared in front of him were the parents of the aristocratic eldest lady Arya, who had taken in Jasmine in the original novel. However, Lin Zhe wasn't going to cause trouble if it wasn't necessary, and just softly declined the invitation of the noble lady. This brother. Come to Arya's house and play with Arya. Before Lin Zhe's voice could fall, a slightly immature voice came through. I saw that under the candlelight in the carriage, a little girl wearing a pale pink dress, with a bow on her pale blonde hair, stood up. Looking at Lin Zhe, he said with anticipation and loneliness, "Mom and Dad have a lot of things to do every day. When Arya is at home alone, she'll be a little lonely. I'll be visiting Arya's house today, and tomorrow Arya will let my parents take them home, okay?" With the appearance of the little girl, the scene suddenly became a little quieter. Lin Zhe looked at the little girl's unusually tender face quietly, and was speechless for a while. When Arya first appeared in the original book, she was only about the same age as Zakimi, and she was 14 years old when the plotline of the original Zakimi. There are still at least 5 years before the original storyline, that is to say, Arya is only 10 years old at most. Does not contain malicious intent to kill. Lin Zhe looked at Arya's eyes that were as crystal, clear as the clear springs in the mountains, and took a small breath in her heart. To be honest, when Arya, a girl who may not even be 10 years old, exudes such a natural killing intent towards herself, Lin Zhe really doesn't know what to say. Lin Zhe lived in a slum for 10 years. During this period, it was not that there were no children who wanted to attack Lin Zhe, but they were all trying to survive. But now, this little girl with very clear eyes is just for fun. Sorry, Arya. Next time. Looking at Arya, who looked at her expectantly, Lin Zhe crouched down and raised her arms slightly, placed it on Arya's small head, touched Arya's smooth hair, smiled slightly, said, "I will play with Arya." After finishing speaking, Lin Zhe just turned around and left before Arya could continue to say anything. Behind Lin Zhe, Arya's family watched Lin Zhe leave with a smile. When Lin Zhe's figure was about to disappear, one of the guards driving the carriage spoke hesitantly. "Master?" The guard knows some of his master's hobbies. And Lin Zhe was the first person who chose to reject his master during this time, so the guards didn't know what to do for a while, whether to let Lin Zhe leave or force Lin Zhe to stay. If he didn't know his master's character, the guards would definitely think that Lin Zhe was very ignorant. Let's go back. The twisted melon is not so sweet. The nobleman opened his eyes slightly, and he has been closing his eyes since just now, looking at Arya, who was standing outside the carriage, who was a little unconvinced, and said lightly, "Arya, come back, don't catch a cold." Today's performance is not bad, it's just that the young man is a little ignorant. The aristocratic gentleman, who seemed to be kind at first, suddenly changed his temperament after opening his eyes. From the very beginning, the noble master, noble lady and Arya just acted in front of Lin Zhe. Kindness. Father, let's go back quickly. After Arya heard her father's words, she nodded with a gloomy expression on her face and said, "I was just touched by that lowly trash. It's really disgusting. When Arya gets home, take a good shower and wash her hair." At this moment, if it wasn't for someone who knew the truth, he would definitely be shocked to see the scene in front of him. Including Arya, a little girl who may not be 10 years old, the contrast between the front and back of this noble family is too huge, which makes people feel a little creepy just by looking at it. Chapter 15. Arya did a great job. To be able to be touched by such a lowly thing without changing his face. Arya's mother, the noble lady who looked dignified and elegant, smiled and encouraged Arya next to her. "If this goes on, Arya will soon be able to become an independent child." Really? After Arya heard her mother's words, she said with a look of surprise, "That's really great. Then I won't take a shower after I go back at night. I'll go to the toy store and practice hard. Mom, there are quite a few silly boys in those toys who really think of me as a sister. It's so funny that I can't wait to dig my heart out for me." At this moment, the expression on Arya's face seemed so pure and pure, without the slightest malice. The pale pink dress on her body floated slightly along with Arya's smile. I'm afraid only Lin Zhe, who has watched the original anime before time travel, can refuse the invitation of the Arya family. Anyone who is a little normal will get lost in the gentle trap of the Arya family. Actually got caught on the way home. From now on, he turned his attention to Lin Zhe's side. At this time, Lin Zhe was throwing a few copper coins he earned today. The slightly rusted copper coins slowly flipped in the sky and then stopped on Lin Zhe's palm. Looking at the copper coins in his palm, Lin Zhe murmured to himself and chuckled, "It's really bad luck." Facing the invitation of Arya's family, Lin Zhe refused without hesitation. Lin Zhe didn't want to cause trouble. The imperial capital was the base camp of the empire. The owner of the original book was the same as the General Bud. If possible, Lin Zhe just wanted to hide away. Shadow Assassin Kai, as the head of the 7 Shadow Assassins, is also the existence of a world's combat power ceiling. Lin Zhe really doesn't know how strong it is. Lin Zhe didn't know how strong the Shadow Assassin Kai, who was currently approaching 20%, proficiency was, and he didn't want to know. Compared with a known ceiling like his, it is still unknown how strong Shadow Assassin Kai is. The strength revealed in the original book is only the tip of Shadow Assassin Kai's iceberg. However, as a native of Longguo who grew up in modern society, Lin Zhe just wanted to protect himself. Lin Zhe himself is not a militant. When he was in school, he didn't like to fight. After entering the society, he worked honestly and had no chance to fight Shadow Assassin VII. Chapter 10. When Lin Zhe's parents named Lin Zhe with the word sting, they hoped that Lin Zhe would be someone who could calm down and hibernate. At most, Lin Zhe's previous upbringing can allow Lin Zhe to do some things within his power while protecting himself. For example, if some extra food is distributed to some people who really need it, Lin Zhe doesn't mind even if some small troubles come to him because of this extra thing. But dormancy does not mean cowardice. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe paused for a while, and the originally pitch black eyes instantly became as scarlet as blood, and the scarlet-like pupils revealed unprecedented killing intent. Arya's family should be rejoicing. At a certain moment just now, Lin Zhe was ready to destroy his entire family. Weeds and roots are cut down, and there are no chickens and dogs left. Oh! Got home. Lin Zhe looked at the door that was already in front of him unconsciously and let out a small breath. Along with Lin Zhe's curved breath, the sharp aura on Lin Zhe's body, which was like a drawn sword, suddenly fell dormant, and the scarlet eyes that appeared with a flow of Kai in the body also followed the Kai movement, gradually stabilized and dissipated. Slowly opening the door, looking at Leone, who was full of alcohol and sleeping soundly on his bed, the corners of Lin Zhe's mouth were slightly upturned, revealing a smile, and said, "Leo, hey, get up. I'll make you your favorite braised pork today, Tilda." "Really?" Leone suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Lin Zhe expectantly. If at this time Leone uses the TU Beastmaster to enter the state of beastization, then you will definitely be able to see Leone's tail wagging from side to side like a puppy on his butt. "Certainly. And I'm in a good mood. In addition to the braised pork, I also bought 2 bottles of wine." Lin Zhe looked at Leone and said with a slight smile, "Let's have 2 drinks after a long absence." "Really amazing. I love you, Tilda." Hearing that Lin Zhe was going to have 2 drinks with him, the expression on Leone's face became even more happy. Because he has more or less the habit of some shadow assassins, Lin Zhe rarely drinks alcohol unless there are special circumstances. In the past 10 years, he has been drinking with Leone very few times. Lin Zhe actually took the initiative to ask for a drink with him, and Leone was naturally very happy. "Okay, don't stick to me. I'm going to make braised pork." Lin Zhe pushed away Leone, who was habitually hanging on him, and turned around to start preparing today's dinner. Out of the corner of his eyes, he scanned the environment in the room. Looking at the dilapidated room, even if it was cleaned frequently, there would still be a faint musty smell in the room. Lin Zhe was thoughtful. Almost. It's time to change to a slightly better environment. Chapter 16. Because of obtaining the Golden Finger, the Shadow Assassin 7 template was unlocked. As Lin Zhe's number increased and his willpower increased, he became more able to endure hardship than before. However, in Lin Zhe's view, such a thing is not necessary. At this level, Lin Zhe felt that he might be able to change himself into a slightly more comfortable environment. Another month passed. Lin Zhe finally saved enough money after beating up Leone, who wanted to take away his savings many times to buy alcohol. Compared with the artificially high house prices in modern society before Lin Zhe crossed over, the house prices in the world of Crimson Eyes were still within a normal range. For a house in the town area, only 20 silver coins would be enough. 20 silver coins can not only allow Lin Zhe to own a house that looks good, but also replace all the furniture in it, which can be said to be very convenient. It is worth mentioning that although the holiday in the world of Crimson Eyes is not outrageous, the difficulty for ordinary people to buy a house has not only not decreased, but it has become more difficult. The reason is of course needless to say. In modern society, you can still make some money, but it is difficult to even survive here. Don't talk about saving money to buy a house, just making enough to eat today is a headache for most people. Lin Zhe's site is completely an exception. It is because of the Golden Finger that Lin Zhe chooses a career to make money, which is several times faster than the average person's speed of making money. The exact location of the new home was a coincidence, not too far from the hill home. In the castle town area, it is closer to the middle, and the hillside is similar. It is relatively close to the middle. If you walk normally from Lin Zhe's side to the hill's house, probably less than 10 minutes away. Hill has not been idle during this period of time, and has found a new job, specializing in helping people do laundry. Although Hill is still a bit clumsy, he has gradually stabilized. Compared with being a waiter in a restaurant before, Hill has at least a little talent for laundry. Did Ziozi move to the castle town? Hill looked at Lin Zhe, who was moving with Leone, and said with a smile, "That's really great. You can see little stings more often in the future." Because of the close relationship, Hill could easily see Lin Zhe and Leone who were moving. During this period of time, although the Empire made successive attempts to restore the sluggish economy, the overall effect was not optimistic, so Lin Zhe and Leone, who were moving house, were also quite eye-catching. Yep. If you're working, I'm ready to change it. Lin Zhe looked at Hill, who was holding a pile of washed clothes in his hand, and said with a smile, "It takes too much time to start from here to the place where the firewood was cut, and then come back." Lin Zhe was really ready to change his career for a living. The reason for chopping wood was that Lin Zhe wanted to find a hidden corner to practice, so he practiced in the woods. As for chopping wood, Lin Zhe bought a house in the castle town with a small courtyard. Naturally, there is no need to go to the woods to practice. Most importantly, this time is different. Lin Zhe was no longer the young child who needed to be concealed. It's just that Lin Zhe felt a bit of a headache as to what kind of career to choose. Before Lin Zhe passed through, he was an abandoned house, and he didn't need to rely on Lin Zhe's own means of making a living. If it really existed in the first few years, when Lin Zhe had no strength, he would not have been able to rely on Leone to support him. Leone stopped squatting beside him and watched Lin Zhe talk to Hill. Leone didn't feel it by himself, and his mouth pouted quietly along with Lin Zhe's conversation with Hill. Who is that beauty? Hill still had his clothes unwashed, and after a few chats, Hill left. At this time, Leone leaned in front of Lin Zhe and said uncomfortably, "I really can't tell he is actually able to recognize this little beauty." Leone didn't notice the sourness that he almost had to express. After all, Hill is a beautiful woman whose personal style does not belong to Leone at all. Leone was a little nervous when he saw Lin Zhe chatting and laughing with a beautiful girl like Hill. Don't look at the usual Leone talking all day and wanting to introduce Lin Zhe, but when there are really a few beauties around Lin Zhe, especially when the beauty is no less than his own beauty. The first one to be nervous was Leone, for fear that Lin Zhe would be hooked by other beauties. Your sour taste is too obvious. My relationship with Hill is not what you fear. Lin Zhe looked at Leone, who had the word jealous written on his face, and said with some humor, "There are still a lot of things that have not been moved. I will tell you later at dinner." Kai. What's sour? I wouldn't worry about the problem of too many beauties around Ozzy. Leone looked at Lin Zhe and said, "Kai." Originally, Leone wanted to be tough. However, after seeing Lin Zhe continue to move things directly, he hurriedly followed Shadow Assassin Chapter 11, but... Ozzy, I can still listen to what you want to say. Chapter 17. The move had no effect on Lin Zhe and Leone. Although the neighbors around were curious about why people still moved in such a special event, they were not particularly concerned. Compared to this kind of thing, Lin Zhe began to look for a way to make a living. Before selling firewood, it was because Lin Zhe got up early and his strength was poor, so he chose to make a living. Later, after he became strong, Lin Zhe himself had no desire to consume, so he continued to maintain it. Now, there is no need to cut firewood and sell firewood on purpose. The castle town is different from the outermost slums, and it would take a lot of time to go out to the outer slums to cut firewood. Because Lin Zhe spends his morning time practicing to improve his template proficiency, there are not many things that Lin Zhe can choose. Lin Zhe also has some free time in the afternoon to make money. However, Lin Zhe really couldn't think of a good idea to make money easily. It happened that Hill was passing by with his clothes in his arms and was about to go to the laundry, so Lin Zhe asked Hill casually. As for why he didn't ask Leone, it was entirely because Lin Zhe and Leone could not meet each other most of the time. Leone was active at night and slept during the day, while Lin Zhe was the other way around. Hill. Do you know what business you can do in the afternoon? Lin Zhe looked at Hill, who was passing by with his clothes in his arms, and asked with a smile on his face, "It's better to be a business that doesn't take much time, but can make a lot of money." Any business you can do in the afternoon? Hill looked at Lin Zhe with a serious look on his face and said, "When I was working in a restaurant before, on the afternoon of the first day of every month, someone would come to the host to collect protection fees. Zhe, I don't know if this counts as a business, done in the afternoon. Protection fees." Lin Zhe was a little thoughtful after hearing Hill's answer and said, "That's right. It's really nice to be able to help Zhe." Seeing that his answer was helpful to Lin Zhe, Hill said happily, "I still have a lot of clothes to wash. I'll go do the laundry first. If I'm free in the future, I'll play with Zhe again." As he spoke, Hill hurried away with a pile of clothes in his hands. It's already afternoon, and Hill still has a lot of clothes that he hasn't finished washing. Hill has to wash them before dark as soon as possible, otherwise his wages will be deducted. Hill's family is just a little better than those in the slums. In the current tense and special period, the pressure of surviving is also quite large. Lin Zhe watched Hill's back leaving without saying anything, but started to think. Originally, Lin Zhe just asked Hill casually and didn't expect Hill to give him any good advice. After all, although Hill has a lot of experience in changing jobs, Hill himself can't do almost every job for a long time, but Hill's protection fee instantly made Lin Zhe froze. Before Lin Zhe, because of his habit of thinking, he never thought about the protection fee. Now, Lin Zhe really felt that collecting protection fees might be a good business. All you need to do is collect it on the afternoon of the first of every month. As for the recipient of the protection fee, Lin Zhe set his sights on the slum where he lived with Leone before. Where there are people, there will be oppression. The law of survival of the jungle of the weak applies everywhere. For example, in this turmoil in the empire, a lot of people died in the slums, but there are also a lot of people who live very well. These people are a group of gangsters who have gathered. Judging from the name before Lin Zhe crossed over, it was the underworld. In slums, where no one manages, these gangsters are, unsurprisingly, at the top of the food chain pyramid. Compared with those refugees who need to do their best just to live every day, their living conditions are many times better. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe shook his head and dismissed the idea of looking for the gang to collect protection fees. There are too many hateful scumbags in this world, and there are too many truly pitiful people. It is impossible for Lin Zhe to cover everything. Although he has a golden finger, this does not mean that Lin Zhe wants to become a savior who changes the world. Lin Zhe just wants to live an ordinary life with the people he cares about. Of course, the main problem is that Lin Zhe is not a stunned young man who doesn't understand anything. Lin Zhe has lived in the slums for 10 years. Lin Zhe also understands how complicated the various chains of interest relationships symbolized behind the gangsters in the slums are. Just like what is written in the novel, it is really possible to fight from the young to the old, and then repeat the cycle from the mortal martial arts to the immortal world, and then to the immortal world. The reality is more bizarre than the novel. If Lin Zhe is doing things in a place like the imperial capital, it is possible to provoke the upper class. Lin Zhe doesn't have any pressure to survive now, so there is absolutely no need to take that kind of risk. Even if this kind of risk is minimal, it is likely that no one cares about it, like the last time Leone killed the unknown nobles. Chapter 18. Time flies. At the end of this winter, Lin Zhe's template proficiency finally reached 20%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the proficiency of the character template, Shadow Assassin Kai, to 20%, unlocking new functions, template weapons. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the exclusive weapon, Magic Knife Thousand Blades, of the character template, Shadow Assassin Kai. Lin Zhe had just finished his morning practice, and before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the system prompt sounded in Lin Zhe's mind. Don't wait for Lin Zhe to think about what happened. With the sound of the system prompt, a long knife with a black handle appeared quietly in Lin Zhe's hand. On the scabbard is the symbol of Kai, the code name of the strongest shadow assassin in the Xuanwu Kingdom, with blue stripes on the blade. It is a divine blade, composed of thousands of pieces. The magic knife has 1,000 blades. It can only attack but not defend, and it is unparalleled in the world. Lin Zhe looked at the magic knife and blade, clenched tightly in his hand, and a sentence subconsciously appeared in his mind. However, do you still have weapons? Just 20% proficiency, can have 1,000 blades. Gently stroking the cracked blade on the 1,000 blades of the magic blade, a familiar sense of familiarity emerged in Lin Zhe's heart. The Kai in Lin Zhe's body began to flow continuously and then poured into the magic knife in his hand. With the influx of inner Kai, Lin Zhe began to feel that he was connected to every sharp on the 1,000 blades of the magic knife, not just like an armed commander. At this moment, every sharp on the 1,000 blades of the magic knife seemed to be Lin Zhe's arm and could act with Lin Zhe's will. Lin Zhe's right hand firmly grasped the hilt of the magic knife and blade. Climb! A low, crisp knife sound rang out. The blade of the 1,000 blades of the magic blade shattered in response, turning into thousands of fragments that slowly surrounded Lin Zhe, each fragment flashing an unprecedented edge. To be honest, if he hadn't watched the original anime, Lin Zhe himself would not have believed that the Shadow Assassin Kai was really a character from a martial arts system. At this moment, as long as Lin Zhe is the reason, every sharp on the 1,000 blades of the magic blade can burst out 70% of Lin Zhe's power, and every 10 shards can burst out 140% of the power through resonance. Every 10 times the number, the strength doubles on the original basis. The magic knife, with 1,000 blades, can instantly increase Lin Zhe's lethality to 56% of the original, that is, an increase of 5.6 times. You know, this is just the simplest increase, not counting the various secret techniques of Shadow Assassin Kai itself. It's no wonder that 20% proficiency can unlock the magic knife 1,000 blades. I'm afraid the Shadow Assassin Kai without a magic knife and 1,000 blades has only 20% of his combat power left. Lin Zhe's mind moved, and the thousands of fragments slowly surrounding Lin Zhe reconstituted a new magic sword, 1,000 blades, which were received by Lin Zhe in the scabbard. Although Lin Zhe also really wanted to try how powerful he could be with 1,000 blades. But now Lin Zhe is located in the castle town, there are still quite a lot of people around, and after the proficiency has been unlocked to 20%, Lin Zhe already has some memories of using the magic knife. There's no need to try the knife. In addition to the unlocking of the magic sword, there is another very important news, that is, the old Emperor of the Empire has passed away. With the death of the old Emperor of the Empire, everything came to an end. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 12. The new minister, Ascension, successfully eliminated his dissidents, supported the youngest prince, and became the final winner of this political struggle. The Conscience faction minister Leone was forced to step down to become a former minister and return to his hometown to retire. Ascension still showed the tolerance of a winner, and he did not do anything about Leone, who was facing him during this time. As long as Leone is aware of current affairs and stays in his hometown, for the elderly, he can still get a good death. It's just a pity that Leone, the former minister in the original book, was killed by the three beasts because of his ignorance. Her daughter was tortured and killed, which was tragic. With the end of the political struggle, the empire also began to focus on restoring the economy. Lin Zhe is not very clear about other places, but as the imperial capital at the foot of the emperor, the situation of economic recovery is still obvious. In fact, if the imperial capital under the emperor's feet cannot recover its economy, then the empire will really be over. There are a few things that can be seen from the original. The imperial capital of the empire was still extremely prosperous in the plotline of the original book, which was the symbol of the empire as the strongest empire in the world. It is impossible to think prosperous. Otherwise, the original male protagonist Zakimi and his relatives would not want to go to the imperial capital. In this special period, the most affected is the imperial capital, and the most impacted is also the imperial capital. The passers-by who just died within Lin Zhe's line of sight had at least 5 digits, and there must be 6 or even 7 digits in places that Lin Zhe couldn't see. The imperial capital had a population of 6 million, and the population of the slum accounted for at least 2 million, but when Lin Zhe moved out of the slum, after a cursory look, it was at least one-third empty. However, if the follow-up impact is concerned, it must be the most serious in other regions of the empire. The policies of the imperial capital can be implemented quickly, and other areas are easily violated by various yin and yang. All in all, under the forcible interference of the high-level empire, the imperial capital quickly regained its vitality and even vaguely surpassed the previous economy, which surprised Lin Zhe. The methods of the new Minister of this are even more terrifying than what Lin Zhe knew from the enemy. Chapter 19. After the economic recovery of the imperial capital, business in all aspects has also improved. After Lin Zhe finished his practice every morning, he would find a nice place to set up a stall in the castle town. Sell some gadgets at no cost. Lin Zhe still chose to chop firewood, but this time, Lin Zhe did not plan to sell firewood directly, but after some processing, he would sell it, such as wood carvings and wood jewelry. The firewood of 50 copper coins, which Lin Zhe spent half an hour processing, turned into wood carvings, wooden combs and other gadgets. The value of 50 copper coins could be turned into 500 copper coins. Because the economy of the imperial capital was forcibly restored by the empire, Lin Zhe's business was not bad. You can have 200 or 300 copper coins harvest every day. I have to say, it really takes a brain to make money. Like before, Lin Zhe never thought about processing firewood so that more people could not afford the firewood. Of course, when Lin Zhe didn't have the power before, he didn't dare to let himself show too much. The people in the slums dared to kill for a few copper coins. Some time ago, the imperial capital was just in chaos. When winter came, Lin Zhe was troubled by many people because he helped some poor people who could help. Even Lin Zhe personally killed a few things that didn't have long eyes. This is why, even when Lin Zhe has a certain strength, he has always been deliberately controlling his speed of making money. With the recovery of the economy, Leone became even more at ease. Relying on the all-round improvement of Tigu's Beast King transformation and Lion King, and Leone's never-provoking existences that seem to be very powerful, Leone can be said to be almost impossible to miss. Drink good wine and meat every day. Obviously, as an imperial envoy, as long as you are willing to serve the empire, you can get more, or even do not know how many times, but he is willing to do some tricky things. This made the empire a little helpless. As long as the emperor wants to escape, especially the enhanced emperor like Leone, he must invest at least several times more than the emperor to encircle it in advance, and then it is possible to capture it. Now the situation in the empire is not as stable as it seems. Because of the turmoil that lasted for nearly half a year in the empire, the appointment of a new minister, and the dissent of many officials, the control of the empire reached the lowest level in nearly a century. Several countries around the empire have long been eager to move. Most of the high-level combat power is contained by the surrounding countries. As long as Leone does not die, the high-level side of the empire will generally not fight against Leone. Compared to Leone, who is like a fish in water, Hillside seems to be a bit troubled. With the recovery of the economy, Hill once again lost his original job of washing clothes, and once again entered the state of looking for a job. For unknown reasons, Leone and Hill are now very familiar with each other. After knowing some of the predicaments Hill was facing, and under the strong recommendation of Leone, Hill is now starting at Lin Zhe's stall, usually helping Lin Zhe or something. Now Lin Zhe's daily routine is almost to practice in the morning and set up a stall in the afternoon. Every day, when the stall is set up in the afternoon, Hill sells the wood carvings, wood jewelry and other gadgets that Lin Zhe has prepared. Because the work is too simple, Hill has not made any mistakes so far. On Lin Zhe's side, the author just needs to find a comfortable place to carve. Because there were people watching, Lin Zhe slowly carved with his hands when he set up the stall. Although Lin Zhe can also find a place where no one is in advance to carve in batches, but if everything is done quickly, it will be too boring. Wood carving is Lin Zhe's recent hobby. After all, there is nothing interesting in this day and age. Business doesn't seem to be doing well today. Leone carried the bulging package on his back and walked up to Lin Zhe, who was sitting on the small bench carving wood carvings, with a smile on his back. Full, tilde. Today, Leone is rarely awake during the day, and after doing some work, he comes to see Lin Zhe and Hill with a full harvest. After all, we've been setting up stalls here all the time. After Lin Zhe heard Leone's words, he said without looking back, we will naturally not continue to buy after we have satisfied the needs of customers here. This is not an item that is quickly consumed. At the beginning, Lin Zhe could have more than 300 copper coins in his account every day. Now, his daily turnover is only 200 copper coins. It is believed that sales of 100 or less will soon fall. Just like what Lin Zhe said, what Lin Zhe sells is not fast-consuming items. If Lin Zhe keeps setting up a stall in the same place, business will naturally get worse and worse. Kai, tilde. Hill-chan, I got 2 bottles of good wine today. Leone gave a Kai and then suddenly hugged Hill, who was sitting on the small bench quietly reading, and said, let's have a drink together in the evening. Can I ask Ozzy to cook the braised pork for me? Ugh. I'm not very good at drinking. Hill looked at Leone, who was leaning on him, and said hesitantly, besides, my family doesn't like me drinking, and my mother will discipline me. Chapter 20. It's okay to pull. It's a big deal. I'm going to tell your family that you are sleeping in our house today. After hearing Hill's words, Leone said reluctantly, this way your family will not find out about your drinking. I have such a wish in my life, Hill. Do you really have the heart to refuse me? Ah, Leone's last wish in this life. Hill looked at Leone in surprise, and the expression on his face suddenly became a little shaken. I'm afraid only Hill's personality can easily take Leone's casual hilarity seriously. But if it wasn't for that, Hill wouldn't have become good friends with Leone in such a short period of time. Don't look at Leone's usual appearance of being careless and heartless, but Leone, who has been living in the slum since he was a child and even told Lin Zhe to grow up, is much more shrewd than he looks. Whether it is really good to her, Leone can see. As for the reason why the shrewd Leone lost his hand in the unknown noble family in the first place, it was entirely because Leone did not expect that the captain of the guard of the nobles was born in the Imperial Fist Temple. Otherwise, even if he is discovered, Leone can retreat calmly. Yes, yes. Hill, this is my last wish in my life. Okay, Hill, don't listen to her. Lin Zhe looked at Hill, who was about to nod his head in agreement, and said amusedly, Leone has many last wishes in this life, don't listen to her nonsense. As he said that, Lin Zhe suddenly gave Leone a head-scratcher. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 13, It Hurts. AZ doesn't want my sister when she has Hill. It's really sad. Leone covered his forehead, looked at Lin Zhe and said in a distraught, don't speak for me. That. Hill waved his hands indiscriminately beside him, blushing a little. Obviously, Hill took Leone's words seriously again, thinking that Leone had misunderstood the relationship between him and Lin Zhe. However, at this moment, Lin Zhe's attention was not on Hill and Leone. Just after watching Leone's head broke, Lin Zhe found Arya, who was shopping with a sully boy who looked sully at first glance. Arya's observation skills are also very good, and she also noticed Lin Zhe at a glance. Of course, there is also a high probability that it is the reason of Leone and Hill. The moment she saw Lin Zhe, an unusually bright smile appeared on Arya's face, and she came to Lin Zhe, Leone and Hill with a sully boy with a big bag behind him. Before. Brother, we meet again, tilde. Never mind, glanced at Leone and Hill, who looked amazing. Arya looked at Lin Zhe and said with a smile, is it still a matter of what brother promised Arya last time? My brother promised Arya that he would come to Arya's house to play with Arya. As the only existence so far who refused her invitation and stroked her hair with that dirty palm without authorization, Arya's memory of Lin Zhe was still fresh. Today, Arya originally planned to walk around with a sullied boy behind her, enjoy the sight of the sullied boy who adored her wholeheartedly, and then started to do business. Unexpectedly, coming to the castle town area that I disliked the most would bring additional benefits. Encountered Lin Zhe, who had previously rejected his father, mother, and his own invitation. Arya's voice is very sweet. Coupled with Arya's cute and very cute dress, it instantly attracted the attention of Leone, Hill and the surrounding crowd. At this time, Leone had completely put aside what he was doing just now, and looked at Lin Zhe with a grumbling expression on his face. Unconsciously pouting lips can hang at least 20 pounds of water. Obviously, seeing Arya, who has a sweet voice and looks so close to Lin Zhe, made Leone jealous again. Arya can be said to enjoy the amazing gaze of the people around her. The only thing that makes Arya very dissatisfied is probably Lin Zhe's eyes, that are like a century-old well from beginning to end, without any waves. For some reason, looking at Lin Zhe's eyes, that were like a 100-year-old well without the slightest wave, an inexplicable emotion, called fear appeared in Arya's heart. However, the fear that Arya had no basis for was soon put aside by Arya. Arya, next time. Lin Zhe looked at Arya with a smile on her face and said, "There is still business to be done today." Arya's family is not a small noble, and it is not at the same level as the noble that Leone killed last time. So, if possible, Lin Zhe really doesn't want to have anything to do with Arya. Wow! What a beautiful and delicate wood carving! Then I'll buy one too, and take care of my brother's business. By the way, Arya still doesn't know her brother's name. After hearing Lin Zhe's words, Arya turned her attention to Lin Zhe's booth. Looking at the dazzling array of small wood carvings and small accessories made of wood, Arya showed a surprised expression. Chapter 21. Lin Zhe. This is my name. Lin Zhe raised his head and glanced at Arya, who had run to the booth by herself. At this time, Arya's expression looked unusually innocent, revealing a hint of innocence. Today, Arya is wearing a light blue dress. The long, supple golden hair fell down with a sweet smile. To outsiders, he looked like an angel who descended from the sky to the world. It should have been far away from the sky, but it was right in front of him. However, Lin Zhe didn't say anything. He lowered his head again and began to carefully carve the firewood in his hand. To be honest, Lin Zhe was really helpless in his heart and really didn't know why Arya was so obsessed with herself. Compared to the average person, Lin Zhe could feel it. Arya's emotions hidden deep in her heart. Her impatience is not Lin Zhe's own opinion after reading the original book in advance, but one of the many changes brought to Lin Zhe by the template, Shadow Assassin 7. It was clear that at this moment, Arya wasn't as lovable and understanding as she appeared to be. Lin Zhe? After hearing Lin Zhe's answer, Arya showed a happy expression on her face and said, "Then, I'll call you Brother Zhe in the future, tilde. This will make you look a little closer, tilde." With that said, Arya squatted down and began to look carefully at the wooden jewelry on Lin Zhe's booth. Soon, Arya took a fancy to the central part of the booth, placed by Hill a necklace pendant strung with a simple rope. On the pendant, Lin Zhe is engraved with a biological pattern integrating a lion's head, antlers, tiger's eyes, elk body, dragon scales and ox's tail. The reason why Arya has not seen this pattern, because Arya has received a more comprehensive education and has some knowledge of dangerous species, so she picked up this necklace and pendant. Brother Zhe. What is this pattern? Is it a dangerous species? Looking at Lin Zhe, Arya pointed to the pattern on the pendant. Her big eyes as clear as amber blinked, and she asked curiously, "I have never seen such a dangerous species before." "This is called killen. It's an auspicious beast from my hometown. In my hometown, there is such a saying that there must be auspiciousness wherever unicorns appear." Lin Zhe raised his head slightly, looked at the unicorn pendant in Arya's hand, and explained with a chuckle, "So, this pattern symbolizes good luck and peace, and I hope it can bring good luck and happiness to the person who wears this necklace. Safety." Perhaps it was because of the element of middle-aged illness hidden in Lin Zhe's heart. Usually Lin Zhe carves the most patterns of unicorn, phoenix, basalt, and blue dragon. Is it a necklace that symbolizes peace and good luck? Then I'll buy this necklace. Arya looked at the pendant on the necklace in her hand, thought for a while, then smiled at Lin Zhe and said, Brother Zhe, how much is this necklace? Since it is the auspicious feast in the hometown of Zhe, it must have mysterious power, 10 copper coins. Okay, here, 10 copper coins. Arya took out 10 copper coins from her body and handed them to Hill, and then put the necklace around her neck in front of Lin Zhe, Leone and Hill. Have to say, Lin Zhe himself admired it a bit, admitting that Arya has such acting skills and means at this age is indeed very good. Before dim Lin Zhe crossed, those green tea, white lotus, and gold worshippers in modern society did not know how many ranks. Then, I'll go back first. If you go back too late, you will be disciplined by your parents. After putting on the necklace, Arya just waved at Lin Zhe and did not continue to entangle, just clicked. After all, the days to come are long. As the words fell, Arya took the sully boy behind her to say goodbye to Lin Zhe. After 2 days, Arya will come back to play with Brother Zhe. Lin Zhe quietly looked at Arya, who turned away without turning her head, and didn't say anything more. At most, when looking at the sully boy, with a smirk exclusive to licking dogs on his face, he appropriately showed a hint of pity. Perhaps, after a while, this sully boy will disappear silently like those in the slums in winter. On the other hand, Leone, who had been watching Lin Zhe interacting with Arya, pouted, approached with jealousy, and said to Lin Zhe sourly, Are you stupid? I really didn't expect Ozzy to be so good at this. No wonder there is no interest in our hill sauce at all. So, Leone, are you jealous? Lin Zhe looked at Leone, who had the word unhappy written on his face, and said a little sarcastically, After all, I am sought after by a cute little girl. Kai! I'm not jealous. Leone's face turned slightly red. He snorted softly and said, I'm just curious. The little girl's family is very good at first glance. It should be a noble lady. Shadow, Assassin VII Chapter 14. That suit of clothes might be more expensive than the money we earn in a month, and there are guards to protect them, obviously not from the same world as us. Chapter 22. In order to cover up his slightly flustered emotions, Leone came up with a good reason. In fact, this is the case. After all, in the eyes of ordinary people, it is impossible for a noble lady like Arya, who knows that she is rich or expensive, to have an intersection with a mud-legged like Lin Zhe. I'm not very clear about this either. Exactly, there is no business here. Tomorrow we will change the area to do business. Lin Zhe stood up and stretched slightly. In the face of Arya's reluctance, Lin Zhe still chose to avoid it. Leone and Hill looked at each other in confusion. As women, they instinctively felt that Lin Zhe didn't decide to do business in another place because of bad business. After all, if it was because the business was not good, the place to do business would have been changed long ago. However, if it was said that Lin Zhe was avoiding that very amiable noble lady, they didn't understand it very well. Through the short-term contact just now, Arya was very gentle and lovely. Leone and Hill, who had not read the original book, did not understand why Lin Zhe avoided Arya. If Leone used the Emperor's Beastmaster to transform into a beast just now, he might be able to vaguely sense the malice coming from Arya through his enhanced sixth senses. It's just a pity that Leone was not a beast. Regarding Lin Zhe's decision, Leone and Hill had no opinion, especially Leone. Oh my god. It seems that our Sting is still more interested in the type of Hill. Yes, Hill is the most correct choice. Leone looked at Lin Zhe, who stood up and said with a smile. Hill sat beside him in a little bewilderment and lowered his head slightly so that no one could see his flushed face. Obviously, Hill took Lin Zhe's words seriously again. The inner circle of the imperial capital. This is the most prosperous area of the imperial capital, with groups of nobles. When the sky darkened slightly, Arya took the sully boy beside her and rode home in the carriage. Let's go to dinner first. I'm a little tired from playing today, so just rest after dinner. Arya looked at the sullied boy, with a big bag in his hand, with a hint of inexplicable meaning, smiled and said, "It will be a little hard to start tomorrow." "No, it's fine." "Zin, you should work harder." The sullied boy didn't hear the inexplicable meaning in Arya's words, just kept giggling and nodding. Today the sullied boy also feels that he is more sleepy than usual. Especially after having dinner with Arya's family, the sleepiness just couldn't stop coming up. Uncle and Aunt, and Arya. "I seem to be really sleepy, so I'll go to bed first." The sullied boy looked at Arya, who was smiling and looked at him, and said it with difficulty. It seems that at this time, the sullied boy needs all the strength of his whole body to say these few words. After speaking, the sullied boy was about to stand up and go back to his room to go to sleep, but before the sullied boy could stand up, the sleepiness could no longer be suppressed, and he fell asleep directly on the dining table. As the sullied boy fell asleep, Arya's family, who had been amiable in the restaurant, suddenly became a little terrifying. If the sullied boy is still awake at this time, I am afraid he will be frightened by the expressions of the Arya family. At this moment, the eyes of Arya's family looking at the sullied boy are not looking at the same kind of eyes at all. That kind of gaze, even if it's just watching from the sidelines, will have an instinctive chill. The countryman's body looks strong. Longer than I thought. Arya's mother, the noble lady who looked very dignified and elegant, looked at the sullied boy who was sleeping soundly on the table, and said with some satisfaction, "This time Arya is great. Found a high-quality toy." It can be seen that this dignified and elegant noble lady is very satisfied with this sullied boy. It's kind of boring. The way this countryman looks at me makes me a little sick. As the sullied boy fell asleep, the disguise that Arya had kept on her face completely disappeared. Looking lightly at the sullied boy lying on the table sleeping, with a look of disgust on his face, he said, "This kid actually wants to marry me, wears me her grandma's broken jewelry, and says, what to leave it to my grandson-in-law. And what about joining the army and making a career? I really don't know what's good or bad." As she spoke, Arya just took off a worn jade bracelet from her wrist and threw it on the ground. The quaint jade bracelet that has been missed by generations crossed an arc in the air and fell to the ground. With a crisp sound, an obvious crack appeared directly on the quaint jade bracelet. In the end, it was completely crushed by Arya's indifferent kick. Such a scene, just standing by and watching it, makes people feel a sad emotion from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 23. Arya really worked hard. I've been spending the past few days with something that only rubbish wears. Arya's father glanced at the necklace on Arya's neck, chuckled softly, and said, "Have you got a new goal?" As Arya's father, he has a lot of experience in himself. This nobleman who can be called a high-ranking aristocrat knows his daughter's preferences very well. It can be seen at a glance that at this time, the necklace Arya is wearing on her snow-like neck is definitely not one that Arya wears, because she likes it. Yep. The guy who rejected our invitation some time ago, do you remember my father? Hearing her father's question, Arya touched the necklace on her neck, her delicate fingers stroked the necklace pendant on her neck, and said with a smile, "Arya went to the castle town to meet that guy today. My father said that a twisted melon is not sweet. So Arya wants to try it out and let that guy come to the house of his own accord. Be a sweet melon." Because of the particularity of Lin Zhe, Arya is now more and more interested in Lin Zhe. This does not mean that Arya may fall in love with Lin Zhe. Arya's three views have been completely distorted by the family environment. Arya has only one idea for Lin Zhe, and that is to attack Lin Zhe. After a good feeling of Lin Zhe's eyes like 100-year-old well, after a look of admiration for him, he tortured and killed Lin Zhe well, to vent his suppressed dissatisfaction during this period of time. Just imagining it, Lin Zhe's calm gaze turned into his own, and Arya felt a little excited before. Excited to the point that when Arya spoke, there was a faint sigh of relief. Good. Then, Arya will work hard. After Arya's father heard Arya's words, he nodded and said, I look forward to the day when Arya brings that little ignorant boy to the house as a guest. The next thing, this countryman will leave it to you. I'll just wait for the next one. Then thank you, dear. When Arya's mother, the noble lady, heard her husband's words, her face instantly turned into a smile. I started to think about what to do with a Sully boy next. In the next few days, Lin Zhe's life became calm again. Every afternoon, Lin Zhe would take Ilda a long way to do business in a further area. Because of the new area, Lin Zhe's business will return to its peak state. Every day, more than 300 copper coins can be received, and even occasionally it will exceed a lot, and there can be nearly 400 copper coins. Account. You know, Lin Zhe's business is completely useless. Shadow Assassin Chapter 15. Except for the need to pay Hill a little salary, other income is pure profit. Nearly 4 silver coins are recorded every day, which can be said to be a very top income among ordinary people. Many small-scale merchants, let alone profit, may not have 4 silver coins in their daily turnover. However, this simple routine didn't last long. About half a month later, Arya, who was replaced by a new Sully boy, appeared in front of Lin Zhe again. Little step brother, Tilda. It turns out that you moved here to do business. Arya jumped up again and came to Lin Zhe and said a little complaining, Arya didn't find Brother Zhe's booth at the original location before. Lin Zhe looked at Arya, who was standing in front of him, a little too close to him, with a helpless expression on his face. The unicorn pendant I bought from Lin Zhe last time was very conspicuous on Arya's snow-white neck. Anyone with a normal IQ can know that this time, when Arya faced Lin Zhe, she was obviously prepared. Business in the previous area was not very good. So I switched here. Glancing at the back of Arya, the other one was holding a big bag and a small bag in his hand, which was exactly the same as the Sully boy last time. Lin Zhe shook his head in his heart and said lightly, I'm sorry, Arya. So this is Brother Zhe, if you make such beautiful trinkets, will your business be bad? After Arya heard Lin Zhe's words, she nodded ignorantly, then lightly picked up the unicorn pendant she bought from Lin Zhe last time, and said seriously, Arya really likes small children. The necklace, made by Brother Sting. Point-to-point compliments are Arya's usual tactic. Basically, the kind of country people who come from the countryside to the imperial capital, such as the slag rice in the original book, will be dizzy by Arya in a few words. This kind of praise is not direct, like the spring rain moistening things silently, stealing people's hearts invisibly. Lin Zhe nodded, looking a little cold. Lin Zhe decided to be a little colder towards Arya, hoping that he would ignore Arya and stop when Arya felt uninteresting. After Lin Zhe just lowered his head and pondered the goal in his hand. Put on a look, I'm busy, don't bother me. Chapter 24. The atmosphere suddenly became a little quieter. Arya smiled and looked at Lin Zhe, who was concentrating on sculpting. Maybe she felt a little quiet all of a sudden. Hill raised his head a little strangely, glanced at Lin Zhe and Arya, and then refocused on himself. On the book in his hand. 99 Ways to Treat Natural Depression. When Lin Zhe paid Hill a few days ago, Hill went to the bookstore to buy it. Because Lin Zhe made meals here, in addition to handing over a portion of the money to the family every month, Hill still has a lot of pocket money left to do something he likes. Compared to Hill, who was very calm, or did not know what was going on at all, the new Sully boy behind Arya just couldn't stand it any longer. I want to walk in front of Lin Zhe and talk to Lin Zhe theory. After all, if you don't consider the fact that you have read the original book from the perspective of a fair third party, Lin Zhe's behavior of throwing a beautiful and lovely girl aside is indeed a bit unflattering. It's just that the new Sully boy was stopped by a guard not far away before he took 2 steps. As conjoined guards, they know some of the personalities of their eldest lady, and they know that at this time, their eldest lady is completely immersed in the character that they have created for themselves. If you rush to disturb him at this time, it doesn't matter that the new stupid kid will die anyway, but these guards will definitely be reprimanded. The next thing will naturally become simpler. Arya smiled and found a comfortable place to sit down, ignoring whether the dust might get on her expensive dress. The guards, not far away, swallowed their saliva subconsciously and glanced at Lin Zhe with some admiration. They were also the first time they saw the eldest lady fighting so hard. Normally, the eldest lady doesn't need to fight like this at all, and she can easily capture the admiration of those country people. And these are the means of communication that Arya usually uses when conducting negotiation walls between nobles. It can be seen that Arya has regarded Lin Zhe as a very important target of strategy. In this way, Lin Zhe kept dawdling, and the ink was slightly darkened to the sky, and he did not finish thinking about the wood carving in his hand, and Arya was really watching this time beside him. Of course, Arya was not without other actions during this period. As one of Lin Zhe's closest people, Hill was also the target of Arya. When Lin Zhe pretended to be busy and didn't have much time to chat, Arya would chat with Hill, who was reading a book, and would help sell things when Hill was in a hurry. The perfection of the character setting is a bit too much. No one else knew it, but the guards who were protecting Arya had their eyes popping out. He looked at Lin Zhe with pity. They know that the more difficult it is for their own Miss Arya to attack, the more energy they will spend to torture and abuse in a relative proportion after success. Therefore, seeing such a serious Arya, even they themselves felt a little creepy. It is completely unimaginable when Lin Zhe is attacked by Arya what kind of abusive methods Arya will use on Lin Zhe, who spent a lot of time attacking him. It seems a little late. Brother Zhe seems to be very busy, so I won't disturb La. Arya looked at the sky that had gradually become a little darker, and the smile on her face did not diminish in the slightest, and said with a smile, "Then Arya will go home first, and when there is time in the future I will come to play with Brother Zhe. Goodbye, Sister Hill, Tilda." As the voice fell, Arya took another look at Lin Zhe, who lowered her head to think, and then returned to the carriage. This is being completely targeted. It was not until this time that Lin Zhe put down the wood carving he had been thinking about all afternoon. Obviously, I don't want to cause trouble when my strength is immature, and I don't want to cause trouble even after my strength is mature. However, I didn't expect that trouble always came to me. Arya, you are forcing me to kill you. Looking at the carriage that was walking away, Lin Zhe's brows furrowed deeply, and the killing intent in the depths of his eyes began to stir. Lin Zhe's indifferent response did not make Arya retreat, but instead became more attentive. For a long time, Arya put most of her energy on Lin Zhe, and Arya's father and mother also clearly felt the progress of their daughter. He was happy to see Lin Zhe, an ignorant guy, as a whetstone, and did not interfere with Lin Zhe. Every few days, Arya would come to Lin Zhe. Now that he was approached by the initiative, Lin Zhe didn't change the booth again, and it was useless to change. During this period, if Lin Zhe ignored Arya, Arya would not do that kind of offensive behavior, but instead focused on Hill, chatting with Hill next to him, and selling things. It was easy to get a lot of information about Lin Zhe from Hill. After all, it is almost impossible to expect Hill to lie and conceal the existence of Arya, who has perfect acting skills. Lin Zhe has never explained that Hill should not tell Arya about herself. Chapter 25. It can be said that in order to be able to attack Lin Zhe, Arya really tried her best. In this way, with Arya's intervention, another 3 months passed. In the past 3 months, Arya not only attacked Lin Zhe, but in order to increase the possibility of attacking Lin Zhe, even Lin Zhe's people around him, Leone and Hill, and Arya were there. Try the walkthrough. And it's beginning to show results. Whether it's Hill or Leone, there is no disgust towards Arya, a girl who looks innocent and cute. At most, Leone is a little wary of Arya. After all, what Arya is showing now, Leone cannot be vigilant. If you are not careful, Lin Zhe may be snatched by Arya. At least from Leone's point of view, that's how Arya, a somewhat inexplicable noble lady, is viewed this way. However, this kind of vigilance is limited to this. For Arya herself, Leone is more recognized with a good personality, cute looks, and knowledgeable. Simply a perfect object. When Leone was perfect, he felt a little ashamed of himself. After all, compared with a noble lady like Arya who has been good education since childhood, Leone is really not as good as Arya except for her delicate face and good figure. Moreover, Arya is still young, and her figure, in the future, may not change very predictably. In this way, Arya came to Lin Zhe's booth again. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 16. Arya ignored Leone's coveted eyes, smiled and took out 4 exquisite tickets from behind. This is a ticket for a very high-level theater in the inner circle of the imperial capital. The value of just 1 ticket is probably worth nearly a gold coin, which can be said to be extremely luxurious. Little Stin brother, Tilda. I have 4 theater tickets here. Looking at Lin Zhe, who was quietly carving the wood carving in his hand without raising his head, Arya smiled and said, "Let's go to the theater together at night." "This is the ticket I managed to get." Arya had a pitiful look on her face. As Arya's voice fell, Lin Zhe's body paused for a while and remained silent. Without waiting for Lin Zhe's reply, Leone on the side began to yell. "Arya, it really belongs to you. It's amazing that you can actually get tickets for a theater of this level." Leone looked at the delicate ticket in Arya's hand, and the shape of yen appeared in his eyes instantly. For a ticket worth 1 gold coin, Leone had already started to think about how much wine this kind of ticket could be exchanged for. Subconsciously, Leone stretched out his hand. "Sister Leone, no." Arya looked at Leone, who was already full of, smiled sweetly, and said, "If you give it to Sister Leone now, Sister Leone will secretly exchange the ticket for a drink. So, this time I won't be fooled again." This isn't the first time Arya has tried to sting Lin out. The first time, Arya wanted to go out on a date with Lin Zhe alone, but was disturbed by Leone. Although Leone feels that Arya is not a bad person, but Arya is not a bad person but a rival in love. Therefore, Leone will definitely not let Lin Zhe go out on a date with Arya alone, but he will save Lin Zhe or save the lives of Arya's family. The second time, Arya became smarter and bought 4 tickets. She wanted to invite Lin Zhe, Leone and Hill to watch the Lantern Festival at night. It was also a Lantern Festival in the inner circle of the imperial capital. The tickets were very valuable. In the end, Leone cheated the tickets in advance by sweet words, and secretly exchanged them for wine, and finally soaked in soup. Now is the 3rd time Arya has been on guard against Leone for a long time, and it is absolutely impossible to let the 3rd invitation go to waste. After all, Arya has made no progress in attacking Lin Zhe wholeheartedly during this time. Arya's patience was running out. Nonsense, how could I secretly exchange tickets for wine and drink? After hearing Arya's words, Leone said without blushing or panting, "This is the first time I've seen something like this. Yes, according to Ozzy's words, it's a high-end and atmospheric thing. Okay, Sister Leone, I know you want to drink again. This time the tickets are not ordinary tickets, but the box tickets, which bring your own drinks." After this period of time together, Arya has long known Leone's character. Whether it's Leone or Hill, Arya can grasp the communication skills and acting skills she has cultivated since she was a child. The only thing that made Arya a little bit shattered was that she had read the original book before transmigration and knew what kind of virtuous Arya was. Oh, or a box ticket. After Leone heard Arya's words, he said with some surprise, "That's not cheap. The price of the box is at least 50 gold coins if there are only 4 of us." "Arya, please take care of me, Tilda." Leone hugged Arya with an exaggerated expression. The purchasing power of a single gold coin is not low at all. 50 gold coins were thrown out just by watching a play. Even Leone was shocked by Arya. Chapter 26. Sister Leone, you are exaggerating too much. Sister Hill, what about you? Let's go to the theater together at night, shall we? After successfully getting Leone with the drinks provided in the theater box, Arya set her eyes not far away and focused on the book. 9 Healing naturally stayed in her hand from beginning to end. Hill on 19 ways. As long as Leone and Hill's issues are resolved, in Arya's view, inviting Lin Zhe to watch the drama together at night is a sure thing. It's getting a little late now. It takes a lot of time to get from the outer circle of the Imperial capital to the inner circle of the Imperial capital. After rushing to the inner circle of the Imperial capital to go to the theater to watch the play, and then after the end, it would be unrealistic to want to return to the outer circle of the Imperial capital. At that time, I would invite Lin Zhe, Leone and Hill to my house as guests. Very logical, very nice. Hey? Me? After hearing Arya's words, Hill, who was concentrating on reading, raised his head and said hesitantly, "If you go home too late, your mother will discipline you." Don't look at Hill's cuteness all day long, but she is still very afraid of her mother. Usually, Hill would go home quickly after eating after get off work. If he came back a little later, he would be reprimanded by his mother for a long time. Therefore, in the face of Arya's invitation, Hill hesitated. "It's okay. Sister Hill, it's a rare opportunity. I took a lot of effort to get this box ticket." Seeing that Hill had a tendency to refuse, Arya immediately ran to Hill's side and began to act coquettishly at Hill. If you want to get Leone, you need to lure with wine and delicious food. Then if you want to get Hill, then it is much easier. Act like a spoiled child. Hill will reluctantly agree. For example, Leone had used the last wish in this life to trick Hill into drinking a lot of wine with her. Every time he went back, Hill would be reprimanded by his mother for a long time. This. Looking at Arya, who was holding on to her wrist and kept acting like a spoiled child, Hill turned his attention to Lin Zhe, who was unwilling to live quietly carving wood carvings. In the past, when Leone made some embarrassing requests, Lin Zhe would come to stop them. Therefore, Hill felt that Lin Zhe might come to stop Arya at this time. Although Hill's reaction to many things was half a beat, but during this period of time, no matter how slow Hill's reaction was, he was able to respond to one thing. Lin Zhe didn't have much of a cold for Arya. Facing Hill's look for help, Lin Zhe was still quietly sculpting the wood carving on his palm. This time, Lin Zhe didn't rub the ink as much as before. With Lin Zhe's continuous carving, the wood material in Lin Zhe's hands gradually took shape. Antlers, camel head, rabbit eyes, snake neck, belly mirage, fish scales, eagle claws, tiger paws, ox ears. In just a few minutes, a wooden carving of a dragon with his eyes opened appeared on Lin Zhe's palm. As the wood carving took shape, Lin Zhe's temperament seemed to have changed faintly. "Okay, Hill, since Arya said so, let's go. After all, the opportunity is rare." Gently placing the newly carved wood carving on the booth, Lin Zhe just stood up and stretched his waist. His face was long gone. When Arya was present, he smiled and said, "Hill's mother there, I'll go back and explain when the time comes." "Yep. If it's too late, Arya's family is very welcome to visit." Arya looked at Lin Zhe, who rarely smiled at her, and was a little excited. Thinking that his efforts during this period of time were not in vain, he finally made Lin Zhe, an ignorant guy, tempted. On the other hand, Lin Zhe did not speak. If possible, Lin Zhe really didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. He cultivated with peace of mind and improved his strength step by step. Lin Zhe didn't have any great wishes. If he wanted to cross the line, he should embrace the world and fight for the world. It didn't exist at all. Or swearing, with a sense of justice, to return this dark world to a bright future, which is even more impossible. Lin Zhe was very satisfied with being able to live with Leone in this world. However, Arya's side has been entangled over and over again, and now she is still paying attention to Leone and Hill. This is not something Lin Zhe can endure. Even Lin Zhe knew that the little tricks of the Arya family would have no effect on an enhanced emperor like Leone, but this did not mean that Lin Zhe would continue to act as if nothing happened. Under normal circumstances, Lin Zhe is indeed, and it has nothing to do with him. There is only one exception, and that is Leone. In this dark and cruel world, Leone is the only person Lin Zhe cares about. Leone is Lin Zhe's inverse scale. Now, Arya has touched this inverse scale. That's all. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 17. Chapter 27. At night, it is different from the outer circle of the imperial capital, which gradually rests quietly. Even at night, the inner circle of the imperial capital is still lively, like a city that never sleeps. The inner circle and the outer circle seem to be two worlds, which makes people completely aware of the absolute awareness between class and class, the gap that is almost impossible to easily bridge. Lin Zhe, Leone and Hill rode in Arya's carriage and followed Arya to the door of the theater. While on the road, Arya wanted to see Lin Zhe, Leone and Hill's surprised expressions when they saw the bustling scene in the inner circle of the imperial capital. It's just that Arya is a little disappointed. Whether it's Lin Zhe, Leone or Hill, they're all very people. Needless to say, Lin Zhe, who has the Shadow Assassin 7 template, now has nearly 20% proficiency and has long been able to control his emotions. Leone is running around and stealing things all day, and the scene in the inner circle of the Imperial City has been seen many times. On Hill's side, he was naturally a few beats slower to react to most things, not to mention that most of Hill's attention was on 99 ways to treat natural stupidity. Naturally, it is impossible to say out how prosperous the inner circle of the Imperial capital is. Arrived, Tilda. Brothers Ioz and Sister Leone and Sister Hill, let's go in quickly. Arya jumped off the carriage, glanced at the time, and urged, the drama is about to start. Although Arya's main purpose was to invite Lin Zhe, Leone and Hill to her house as guests, Arya was also very interested in the drama being performed in the theater today. No matter how twisted the art becomes. Lin Zhe smiled and looked at Arya, letting Arya hold her palm and walk towards the theater. Leone and Hill followed behind. Looking at Arya, who seemed to be declaring her sovereignty, the corners of Leona's mouth pouted again, and the words, unhappy, were clearly written on her face. But who made today's Goldmaster's father Arya? After hesitating for a while, thinking of the next wine, Leone forcibly suppressed the jealousy that was about to erupt in his heart. This scene looked so warm and harmonious. By the time the theater performance was over, it was past midnight. After watching the play, Arya took Lin Zhe's palm and walked out of the theater, excitedly discussing the plots in the play with Lin Zhe. As a relatively high-level drama theater in the imperial capital, Lin Zhe had to admit that the drama just now was really good. Both in terms of plot and logic, they are very smooth, and the acting skills of the actors are also online. Even if they are not as good as Arya, they are not too far behind. Otherwise, Arya would not be attracted. It seems to be a little late. I've already said hello to the family. Holding Lin Zhe's palm, Arya said expectantly, Brothers Ioz, Sister Leone and Sister Hill come to my house to sleep tonight, and I'll ask Mom and Dad to take you back tomorrow. How about it? The Hill family's tutoring is relatively strict. If you don't go home at night, it doesn't seem very good. Lin Zhe quietly looked at Arya with a smile on her face for a while, and then she also smiled and said, or Leone and I will visit Arya's house first today. If your sister Hill, how about going another day? Lin Zhe didn't know what he was expecting. In fact, today, whether Arya puts Hill back or doesn't, the result is the same. It's just that Lin Zhe found that he was actually a little curious while watching Arya perform attentively. To what extent Arya's heart has been distorted now? Hill looked at Lin Zhe with some confusion from the side. Because it has already reached this time, it really doesn't matter to Hill whether he can go back now, but Hill is not a person who likes to talk a lot. Since Lin Zhe didn't take the initiative to explain, then Hill could just wait quietly for Lin Zhe's arrangement. But, Brothers Ioz, I've already told my parents about it. After hearing Lin Zhe's words, Arya said with a bit of grievance, even for supper, I have asked my parents to prepare them, and I have been begging for a long time to ask my father to bring out the good wine that he has treasured for a long time. Woolen cloth. Really? Arya, you also asked your father to bring out a bottle of good wine that has been treasured for a long time. After hearing Arya's words, Leone, who had been drinking and drinking in the box, suddenly became a little more energetic, hugged Arya excitedly, and said, "Arya, I can meet you. It's really lucky, for 3 lifetimes, tilde. Sister Leone, I can't take it anymore. You smell so bad." Arya smelled the smell of wine emanating from Leone and showed a helpless expression, then set her eyes on Hill and said, "Sister Hill, I also have the healing naturally stayed at home. 99 Ways is a new work that has not been officially published, 100 Ways to Treat Natural Depression. You can lend it to Sister Hill to watch it." At this moment, Arya, who had done her homework in advance and was trying her best to lure Hill, didn't notice that Lin Zhe's eyes gradually became darker. Chapter 28. There is no way. In that case, listen to Arya. Lin Zhe looked at Arya, smiled, and said, "I've been nagging tonight." Lin Zhe, Leone and Hill got into Arya's carriage again and drove towards Arya's house. Arya's family can be ranked among the nobles in the imperial capital. Even in the inner circle of the imperial capital, they can own a large manor. There was something unexpectedly profound tonight. The sky was full of halo. There were no stars or moon, just some street lamps on the street lit up the road to Arya's house alone. With a constant approach, the surrounding gradually became a little quieter, and the quietness was a bit too much, which made people feel flustered. At this moment, the guard driving the carriage was expressionless. For a scene similar to the present, he has really seen too much, and has been completely numb. In this dark age, what this guard can pursue is only self-protection, nothing more. Leone's ear shook slightly. He glanced at Lin Zhe hesitantly and opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. After becoming a Tegu envoy, Leone's physical fitness is constantly breaking through in the direction of inhumanity. Therefore, at this time, even if Leone did not use the Tegu to enter the state of slipping, he vaguely felt something wrong and depressed. If Leone was the only one alone, Leone would instantly use Tegu to enter the state of beast transformation. Now, Leone is still a little bit tolerant of the idea of transformation. With Lin Zhe by his side, Leone still felt very secure. On the other side, Lin Zhe was quietly looking at the scenery outside the carriage window, quietly watching one streetlight after another, being quickly left behind by the carriage. The night breeze was blowing slowly, bringing a burst of coolness to Lin Zhe. Although summer is approaching, the night in the imperial capital is still surprisingly cool. At this moment, a slightly delicate hand quietly held Lin Zhe's palm, and with Lin Zhe's head slightly sideways, Arya had already leaned over with a smile. The night breeze slightly blew Arya's hair, and a faint fragrance wafted from Arya's body along with the breeze. Looking at Arya's beautiful eyes, Lin Zhe's eyes were unusually calm. Just like looking at a dead person, calm. Arya. Arya did not forget to guarantee her character, even at this time. Hearing Lin Zhe's voice, he raised his head slightly and got closer to Lin Zhe. His whole body almost stuck to Lin Zhe's body. His flexible eyes were a little innocent, and he smiled. "What's the matter, Zio's elder brother?" Equally calm was Leone. If it was the usual way, Leone would definitely start to make a fuss, because of jealousy, but at this time, Leone was a little strange, and even looked at Lin Zhe in astonishment. At a certain moment just now, Leone vaguely sensed the killing intent that flashed past Lin Zhe. However, this killing intent disappeared so quickly that Leone was a little suspicious if he felt wrong. After all, in Leone's view, Lin Zhe's sudden burst of killing intent at this time is too much of a block. Who is Lin Zhe going to kill? It can't be Arya Shadow Assassin Chapter 18. However, no matter what, Leone had already sensed that something was wrong this evening, and sat beside him like a kitten without speaking. The originally slightly drunk face completely disappeared along with Lin Zhe's fleeting killing intent. Lin Zhe looked at Arya's eyes that seemed to be able to speak for a long time without saying anything. Following Lin Zhe's silence, Arya also fell silent, and the atmosphere of the carriage suddenly became a little dignified and dull. "Okay, come to my house." Brothers IOZ, Sister Leone, and Sister Hill, welcome to my house. The slightly dull atmosphere did not last long. As the carriage slowly stopped at a luxurious gate under the driving of the guards, Arya's originally dull expression suddenly disappeared, and a sweet smile bloomed on her face again. However, in the next instant, a piercing sword light flashed, and the entire carriage was divided into two. The smile on Arya's face was accompanied by the cold winter, and the coldness revealed Senhen's knife light, which became stiff and looked at the scene in front of her at a loss. I saw that the guard who was driving the carriage just now stopped the carriage and fell directly into a pool of blood. The whole person was divided into two, and Lin Zhe was slowly controlling the magic knife in the air. The blade returned to the scabbard. Reached. Lin Zhe looked at the luxurious manor in front of him, no longer suppressed the crazy killing intent in his heart, and said lightly, "Then let's start." Chapter 29. Little Brother Z. Are you an Imperial envoy? But, Brother IOZ, why do you suddenly? Arya looked at Lin Zhe, but stuttered a little. In the face of Lin Zhe's brazen actions, Arya's face could no longer maintain the previous smile. As a noble lady who has been well educated since she was a child, Arya is very clear about what kind of existence Tegusha is in this country. Especially in times like these when empires are in turmoil and buildings are falling. Thinking of this, an emotion called fear began to spread wildly in Arya's heart. Arya really doesn't know that Lin Zhe is such a terrifying existence. If she had known earlier, Arya would definitely not have targeted Lin Zhe. No, maybe he no longer attacked Lin Zhe for the purpose of killing him, but he was attacking Lin Zhe with sincerity. Do not. I haven't done it yet. Brothers IOZ, you shouldn't know. At this moment, Arya's mind was running fast, and she said it may be that the guard who didn't have long eyes just now provoked Brothers IOZ, so he was killed by Brothers IOZ, and he deserved it. Ah, so be it. Lin Zhe glanced at Arya, then put his gaze behind him, Leone, and said lightly, "Today, I can go in by myself as a guest. Leone will take Hill back first." "Okay, that's it. Don't worry, I'll be fine." As the voice fell, Lin Zhe put his palm lightly on Arya's neck and groped for the unicorn necklace Arya had been wearing around her neck since that day. At this time, everything Lin Zhe showed made Arya unable to hide the fear in her heart. "Brothers IOZ, I have been wearing this all the time." "Because you said, Brothers IOZ, Kai. Lin is a lucky beast and can bring peace and good luck." Arya's delicate face was filled with pear blossoms. At this time, Arya only hoped that she would be able to survive in front of Lin Zhe. Although her family was considered a good nobleman in the imperial capital, it did not reach the level of being able to have a guardian of the level of the emperor. The person in front of him can really destroy his existence. However, Arya hadn't figured out until now that there was a flaw in her. That's right. Lin Zhe looked at Arya, who was crying with pear blossoms and rain, and said lightly, "The unicorn is indeed an auspicious beast that can bring good luck and peace to people, but it's a pity." I lied. Lin Zhe's palm twisted lightly. In an instant, there was a series of bone-shattering sounds from Arya's jade-white neck. The breath of death completely enveloped and swallowed Arya in an instant. Leone, who was not far away, quietly watched the scene in front of him. It took less than a minute from Lin Zhe's violent murder to the end of Arya's life. The guards, not far away, were fairly well trained. They had already discovered the situation here and rushed towards Lin Zhe's position. I'm afraid they won't be able to do anything better next time. Don't you need help? Leone looked at Lin Zhe with some worry and said, "This is not a small noble." "Forget it. Hill and I are waiting for you at home. You must come back." Originally, Leone wanted to stay. However, when he saw the familiar gentleness in Lin Zhe's eyes, he bit his lip a little and used the Emperor's beast chain to transform into a beast. He directly picked up Hill, who was a little dazed, and left in the distance. It was not until Leone and Hill completely disappeared from his line of sight that Lin Zhe refocused his attention on the guards who had already arrived at the closest point. At this time, the guards had already seen Arya lying on the ground and another guard who was split in two. "It's Miss. What's the matter? Why did the eldest Miss fall to the ground?" "Hey, boy, what happened? Why?" The first guard to arrive, looking at Arya who fell on the ground, his face was a little flustered. After all, Miss Arya had an accident on her own property, so... Thump. The guard who arrived first had not finished speaking, his body suddenly stiffened, and then he fell heavily on the ground, and the red blood donation started frantically pouring out from his neck. The half-open door of the manor at this moment is like the entrance to hell, slowly drifting with murderous aura and a deep chill that almost turns into reality. There's a lot going on tonight. So, I'm sorry, I can only send you on your way. Lin Zhe looked at the guards within his line of sight with an unusually indifferent expression on his face. As Lin Zhe's voice fell, the 1,000 blades of the magic knife in Lin Zhe's hands instantly turned into thousands of fragments, like a god of death, thousands of fragments, flashing with icy cold light, frantically harvesting life. Each fragment is equivalent to 70% of Lin Zhe's strength. And now Lin Zhe's strength, naturally, needless to say, even if it is 70% of the strength, it is definitely not something that these ordinary guards can resist. "EU, it's an emperor. The guy targeted by the eldest lady is the emperor of the emperor." The guards, who were not dead yet, looked at the scene like a meat grinder in front of them, and the fear in their eyes spread wildly. Chapter 30. Emperor's Ambassador. Empire's top power system. Unexpectedly, the guy that Miss Arya was eyeing was actually a Tegu envoy who was recognized by Tegu and possessed extraordinary power. The guards wanted to open their mouths and shout out the fear that was surging wildly within them. However, there was no time for them to react at all. The only thing they could feel was a cold light suddenly passing by, and then their body lost strength and fell to the ground. In the end, the whole person's consciousness fell into darkness. In just an instant, the gate of Arya's house seemed to have turned into a hell made of blood, returning to silence. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Zhe took a slight breath and said nothing. The guards here may be complicit with Arya's family, or there may be very innocent people who don't know anything at all, but these have nothing to do with Lin Zhe. Because of some educational concepts since childhood, if not necessary, Lin Zhe likes to be dormant, which is true. However, this does not mean that Lin Zhe is not angry and will not break out. Arya's entanglement is not clear, she has to pull herself no matter what, and even the idea of pulling Leone and Hill to her house together as a guest has touched Lin Zhe's bottom line again and again. Now, since Lin Zhe started, there is absolutely no reason to stop halfway. At this time, the loud shouting of the guards just now attracted the attention of the guards in the entire mansion. As a big noble in the inner circle of the imperial capital, it was quite acceptable. Shadow Assassin Chapter 19. Although there is no such top-level power as Tegu envoy among the guards of Arya's family, there are still some strong men who graduated from the Imperial Fist Temple. Lin Zhe could clearly feel that under the leadership of several figures far exceeding ordinary people, the guards of the entire mansion were quickly rushing towards his position. In this regard, Lin Zhe was still very pleased. If everyone takes the initiative on their own, it will save a little time. Damn things. Dare to come here to make trouble at night. A guard captain who was somewhat disheveled, with a somewhat ugly face. It can be seen that when there was no movement just now, the guard leader who was born in the Imperial Fist Temple and has some small strength, should be doing something that men like to do. Be careful. It took up to 2 minutes from the call to our arrival, but all the guards here died. Another bald-headed guard, with a strong body and a serious face, reminded the captain of the guard, this guy is not simple. This bald guard is also a graduate of Yuanquan Temple and is the deputy leader of the guards here. He asked himself how difficult it was to kill all the guards now lying in a pool of blood in such a short period of time. Unless you use some secret spell that damages the foundation. However, without waiting for the hall guard to continue thinking, a scene that the hall guard will never forget in his life happened. In just an instant, the captain of the guard, who was stronger than himself, was divided into two and fell in front of him. The blood mist from the sky spewed out from the body of the guard captain. Then, the scene just now seemed to be copied and pasted, and it was staged again. Whether it was an ordinary guard or a guard from the Imperial Fist Temple, there was not even the slightest difference in front of Lin Zhe. Even Lin Zhe's 70% attack could not be followed, and he was instantly killed. 2 breaths. In just 2 breaths, at least 2 guards from the Imperial Fist Temple, along with 40 or 50 guards, were killed by Lin Zhe like this. After possessing 1,000 blades, the number will no longer be a problem for Lin Zhe. In an instant, the guards who were rushing towards Lin Zhe, but had not yet arrived, were shocked by the scene in front of them. However, at this level, it was naturally impossible for Lin Zhe to let these guards escape. Under Lin Zhe's control, thousands of shards crossed arc after arc in midair accurately and prepared to harvest one life after another. In this way, after about 5 minutes, Lin Zhe's figure appeared in front of the last guard in the manor. At this moment, the entire manor became a little quieter. Devil! You are the devil! You are. This guard's face is still a little immature, and he doesn't seem to be too old. However, at this moment, facing Lin Zhe, the guard had completely lost his mind. Before the words were finished, with a flash of cold light, the entire manor was completely quiet. The cleaning has reached the final stage. Lin Zhe looked at the luxurious mansion not far away, his eyes narrowed slightly. In the mansion, in a very secret room, Arya's parents, the noble masters and noble ladies here, are hiding here with a look of fear. The scene that happened on the manor just now has been seen by them for a long time. Master, what should I do? Arya's mother, the noble lady, said with a look of fear, the guy Arya is eyeing is actually the Emperor. At this time, Arya's father also had a heavy expression on his face at this time, and he had long lost the indifferent and steady state he had before. The Emperor, an existence he absolutely cannot afford to offend. He never thought that Lin Zhe would actually be the Emperor's envoy. However, before Arya's father could say anything, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside the secret room. Chapter 31. At this time, both Arya's father and Arya's mother couldn't help showing an expression called fear. Pray, Master of the Footsteps, not to find yourself. However, it is a pity that since Lin Zhe has already come here, naturally he has discovered the 2 noble couples hiding in the secret room. Boom! The whole hall seemed to be shaken violently. Then the noble couple watched with horror on their faces, and the carefully crafted walls of the secret room were chopped to pieces in an instant. And many more. This little brother, you. Arya's father was about to say something. He knew that if he didn't say anything at this time, he would really die. However, before Arya's father could finish speaking, Arya's father felt a sudden chill in his neck, and then his whole body seemed to be pulled away in an instant and collapsed on the ground. Arya's father turned his head with some difficulty and saw that his wife had fallen in a pool of blood. Looking at the aristocratic couple in the secret room, looking at him with fear, Lin Zhe didn't plan to say anything. They had already reached this point. Saying anything seems a bit redundant. Next. That's the minister, Odysner. Lin Zhe walked out of the Arya family's mansion unhurriedly. Looking at the really central part of the inner circle of the imperial capital, Lin Zhe's eyes narrowed slightly. After beheading the nobles of the empire, ordinary people may really only have the result of death without a burial place, but if it is an emperor like Lin Zhe, it is still extremely powerful and has quite independent rights. Then it's really not that big of a problem. Otherwise, the night attack in the original book would not have been so arrogant in the imperial capital. It is impossible for Leone, who destroyed the entire family of the minor nobles before, to have nothing to do until now. As long as it is not aimed specifically at the entire group of nobles, then there will be no big deal at all. No one will embarrass a powerful, living emperor for a dead noble. Of course, this time, Lin Zhe asked others. Therefore, the posture should not be too high, and it is more appropriate to be polite. Lin Zhe hates trouble, so before the trouble comes to you, Lin Zhe will solve the trouble in advance. As an existence comparable to the Emperor's envoy in the eyes of others, Lin Zhe can fully use the identity of this Emperor's envoy. If possible, Lin Zhe was unwilling to face the pursuit of the Empire. Arya's family is not the kind of small aristocracy that Leone killed before. Maybe it is not a top aristocrat in the imperial capital, but it can properly be called a big aristocrat. This time, Lin Zhe wiped out Arya's family. If they left without saying anything, then the nobles of the entire imperial capital would instantly become dangerous. At that time, Lin Zhe's killing of Arya's family is not a trivial matter, but a provocation to the entire circle of nobles. It is absolutely impossible for the Empire to remain silent. The central area of the inner circle of the imperial capital. Unlike the area outside the inner circle of the imperial capital as the center of the center, except for the most central area outside the palace, there is no hustle and bustle here. Maybe it will be a bit lively during the day, but there will never be that kind of crowded situation. As for the distribution of the entire imperial capital, Lin Zhe actually had a sneaky understanding of it a few years ago. After all, Lin Zhe's template, Shadow Assassin Kai, was an assassin. Knowing the regional distribution in which you are located is a basic skill among basic skills. As for the residence of the Minister of Otis, Lin Zhe has long been aware of it. As the final winner of this political struggle, the residence of the Minister of Otis will naturally not be too shabby. Lin Zhe did not hide his figure. Just like a normal visitor, he walked step by step towards the residence of Minister Otis. If it weren't for the early morning, otherwise, this scene must be very normal. When Lin Zhe came to the gate of the Atisni minister's residence, Lin Zhe was naturally noticed by Lin Zhe, and the guards in charge of guarding the door stopped him. Who is it? It's so late, what's the matter here? Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 20. The guard looked at the knife in Lin Zhe's hand with some vigilance. I don't know, is Lord Otis here? Lin Zhe looked at the guards who stopped him with a smile on his face and said, although it may be a bit presumptuous at this time, but the magic knife and 1,000 blades, Lin Zhe, come to visit. You shouldn't have the guts to disturb Lord Otisner. Turning slightly, Lin Zhe looked up at a place not far away and said, I don't know, can someone come here who can wake up Minister Otis? Chapter 32. P.S. The Minister of Otis was corrected to the Minister of Ornist, which was a mistake before. Lin Zhe didn't get a response. However, Lin Zhe was not disappointed. After Lin Zhe glanced at a few specific locations again, Lin Zhe continued to walk towards the gate of the mansion, as if to get past the two guards guarding the gates. The two guards at the gate were already sweating profusely after hearing Lin Zhe's self-introduction. I don't know if I should stop Lin Zhe next or not. Whether it's Lin Zhe, the Emperor's envoy, or the Minister of Earnest in the mansion, it's not something they can provoke. Okay, you two leave first. Since I dare to come to the door at this time, I think it should be the Emperor's envoy. Before the two guards who were guarding the gate of the mansion could do something, a slightly gloomy voice appeared in a corner not far away, and it was the corner that Lin Zhe glanced at earlier. In between, a person with a slender body and a slightly different appearance from ordinary people walked out slowly. This is one of the 4 Rakshasa ghosts in the original book, Thorn. The private executioner of Minister Ornist, who can manipulate his body at will and can distinguish those who kill the world. Thorn, on the other hand, is the strongest existence among the 4 Rakshasa ghosts. In the original book, he was defeated by Kai Tong after fighting with Kai Tong, so he was beheaded. He is one of the very few in the world of Kai Red Eyes, even if there is no emperor. It can be compared to the existence of the emperor. Is it the Emperor's envoy of the 1,000 blades? Zhe looked at Lin Zhe, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and said, I haven't heard of the name of the Emperor. It seems to be the Emperor's Emperor that has been lost to all parts of the world 400 years ago. Make? Zhe did not doubt Lin Zhe's identity. From the moment Lin Zhe discovered the low point where Thorn was hiding, Thorn knew that Lin Zhe was not a simple guy. In other words, it is not a simple emperor. The Tegu ambassadors sound like they are very powerful, but except for a very small group, such as Ez, Chiton and Bran in the original book, most of the emperors themselves are not strong. Just like the devil fruit in the world of pirates, if you use it well, you can use it well. If you can't develop the functions of the emperor, then even the emperor's envoy is limited in its strength. Thorn had killed 2 emperor's envoys. Both of them belonged to the kind of emperor's envoys who didn't know how to use emperor's tools. After all, Tegu is all about seeing things, and most of the people who are favored by Tegu are not professionally trained, so it is difficult to quickly exert the strength of Tegu. The moment he saw Lin Zhe, Thorn, the head of the 4 Rakshasa ghosts, had already judged that Lin Zhe was definitely not on the same level as the 2 emperors he had killed before. It is definitely a top-level Tegu ambassador who has perfectly developed Tegu, similar to General Good. I think, maybe so. You should be the one who can make decisions, so can you inform me? Lin Zhe looked at the Thorn standing in front of him and said with a smile, a little aristocrat who didn't have long eyes provoked me on the head before. I was a little unhappy, so I gave them a little lesson. However, I don't really want to be wanted because of these trivial matters. So I came to visit Lord Ornest quickly, hoping that Lord Ornest can take care of him a little. Lin Zhe briefly summarized what he had done at Arya's house before. In this regard, Kai chuckled lightly. For Kai, what Lin Zhe did was no big deal. The next thing naturally became very simple. Lin Zhe successfully met Minister Ornest, who had been asleep for a long time. To this end, Lin Zhe spent a little bit of effort. One person overturned Thorn, the head of the 4 Rakshasa ghosts, and the other 4 Rakshasa ghosts, Suzuka, who had a tendency to abuse. After being slung by Lin Zhe could clearly feel that Suzuka's eyes were obviously different when he saw him, and I'm afraid he will be another character similar to Arya in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe felt that his head had burst. The next day, a news that shocked the entire imperial capital came out. The great aristocrat Arya's family was exterminated by Minister Ornest because of privately killing the civilians of the empire, and numerous crimes were announced to the public. For a time, the outer circle of the imperial capital was excited, and everyone in the inner circle of the imperial capital was in danger. Naturally, there is no need to say much about the outer circle of the imperial capital. They are all high-ranking people. The nobles in the inner circle of the imperial capital felt that Minister Ornest wanted to kill the chickens and set an example, and began to surrender to the team one after another. In fact, this kind of result, for Minister Ornest, is the last resort. Although the momentum is mighty for a while, there is a kind of power of 9,000 years of Ming dynasty. However, Minister Ornest knew that after this battle, he and the nobles already had an indelible estrangement, which would have a considerable impact on many things in the future. And why Minister Ornest suddenly gave Lin Zhe the top package, doing such an obviously thankless thing, was naturally because of the fighting power Lin Zhe showed last night. P.S. I don't think there are any comments, and there are no bells and whistles. Can any judges comment and praise me? Poorly. Chapter 33. P.S. Because the original author of Crimson Ice set the worldview with reference to our China, and the setting of the empire is also based on China, so some specific words will use our words. Relying on the skillful use of the magic sword, Lin Zhe was able to explode thousands of attacks with 70% power in an instant. Or through the analysis of the battle situation, the power of each attack can be gradually increased. At the most, thousands of fragments can be resonated and cooperated, and an attack with 5.6 times the power can be exploded in an instant. It's just that the comprehensive attributes of the Rakshasa 4 ghosts are relatively average, which is equivalent to the existence of ordinary emperors. He wasn't Lin Zhe's opponent at all. Even if Kai and Suzuka joined forces, they didn't stand in front of Lin Zhe, who was releasing water, for a long time. Lin Zhe's main job was an assassin, and fighting head-on would reduce Lin Zhe's combat effectiveness to a certain extent. As the price of the top package given to Lin Zhe by Minister Ornest, Lin Zhe will take up his post in the Imperial City Guard team next and become the captain of the Imperial City Guard team, responsible for some security in the Imperial City. For Lin Zhe, Minister Ornest did not have any requirements, and there was no problem with official business. There is only one requirement, that is, to be labeled as the faction of Minister Ornest's side, and to be the captain of the Imperial City Guard as the faction of Minister Ornest's side. It seemed that there was nothing to do. Lin Zhe could even be businesslike, and he didn't need to shake the faces of Minister Ornest's side, but Lin Zhe also knew that things were not as simple as he imagined. Chancellor Ornest will not make a sound of losing money. After being labeled as Minister Ornest, some things could not help Lin Zhe, but at least for now, Lin Zhe can rest assured for a while. Anyway, no matter what, it's better than being wanted by the Empire. Wanted by the Empire, that is the real big trouble. Just when the Imperial capital was shaking, in the mansion of Minister Ornest, Ornest was chewing a large piece of raw meat without rushing, and standing beside him was the thorn among the four ghosts of Rakshasa. Lord Ornest. Why did you do this to that guy? Looking at Minister Ornest, who was not in a hurry and chewing slowly, Jai's face was a little confused. After all, judging from the current power of Minister Ornest, there is no need to do this at all, which is too exaggerated. Do you think it's unnecessary? After Ornest heard Jai's words, he glanced at Jai behind him with a smile, and said with a smile, I also think it's a bit too much, but it's worth it. As he spoke, Ernest swallowed a large piece of raw meat that had been chewed up in his mouth. Ornest didn't explain to Thorn why it was worth it, and Thorn didn't talk too much, standing quietly behind Ornest, doing his own thing. Ornest stood up a little and looked at the scene outside the window with a sinister smile on the corner of his mouth. It's almost time. It's almost time to go to the early morning. Ornest said with a smile, His Royal Highness the young Emperor, without me it is absolutely impossible. A sting. You're fine, it's really nice. Lin Zhe had just returned home and had just opened the door. Leone, who had been waiting for a long time, flew towards Lin Zhe's body, hooked Lin Zhe's neck directly, and buried his head deeply in Lin Zhe's arms. Ever since he brought Hill home last night, Leone has been waiting anxiously until now. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 21. Although I already knew, through some gossip, in the morning, the matter about Arya's family should have been handled properly by Lin Zhe, otherwise Minister Ornest would not be able to come up to the top. However, Lin Zhe never came back, and Leone's heart was always anxious, waiting anxiously, until now that Lin Zhe really went home, Leone's heart completely fell. And Hill was not far away, holding 99 Ways to Treat Natural Stupidity tightly in his arms, looking at Leone, who was hanging on Lin Zhe with some envy. In fact, Hill was also a little worried about Lin Zhe. So after reporting a little peace to the family, he stayed at Lin Zhe's house with Leone and waited for Lin Zhe's return. It's just that compared to Leone, Hill is not very good at expressing. Especially the behavior of Leone, who directly threw himself on Lin Zhe's body, hugged Lin Zhe tightly, buried his head deeply in Lin Zhe's arms, and acted like a spoiled child to Lin Zhe. I am afraid that Hill would not be able to do it in a short time. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Mainly because there are still a lot of things to deal with. Lin Zhe looked at Leone, who had a choking tone in his tone. He gently touched Leone's head and said with a smile, Finally, I went to a morning court with Minister Ornest. Although Leone didn't ask what happened last night at all, Lin Zhe explained it a little. In fact, there is no need to explain. The crimes of Arya's family have long been exposed by Minister Ornest at the fastest speed. Leone actually already knew the reason why Lin Zhe suddenly acted last night. Chapter 34. Early morning. Leone looked at Lin Zhe with some confusion. In Leone's impression, those who can participate in the early court are the big figures among the big people. As the price of honest helping me out of trouble. Lin Zhe showed a helpless expression on his face and said, "Next, I will be the captain of the Imperial City Guard." The captain of the Imperial City Guard. This kind of position is also a position that symbolizes trouble, and it is even more troublesome than the previous Arya entanglement. After all, this is equivalent to the position of the Minister of Public Security in the capital of China before Lin Zhe crossed. Whether it's rights or anything else, it's not ordinary. It can be said that after Lin Zhe succeeded in taking the position of the Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial City Guard Corps, the entire Imperial City would dare to show Lin Zhe's face, and only a few would have completely become one of the top group of people in the inner circle of the Imperial City. Of course, Lin Zhe was definitely worse in terms of background. Lin Zhe is now almost no different from the Bear Commander. There is Leone and Hill by his side. Although Leone is the Emperor's envoy, Hill is also the default Emperor's envoy. The Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Guard? You mean the captain of the guard team in the Imperial capital? Leone put down the palm that grabbed Lin Zhe's clothes and rubbed his eyes. It can be seen that Leone was also stunned by the news revealed by Lin Zhe at this time. As a top pickpocket who has been in the Imperial capital for many years, Leone knows all too well what the captain of the Imperial Guard team is like. Exists. Leone really didn't expect it. Lin Zhe, who killed Arya's family, not only received no punishment, but also directly used this incident to become the most central group of people in the Imperial capital. Simply. Well, I think you should have understood correctly. Looking at Leone, who was suddenly excited, Lin Zhe rubbed his head with a headache and said, "It should be the captain of the Imperial City Guard that you understand, Leone." Wow! That's really great, Ozzy, you are really amazing. Leone was completely excited and started shouting in various ways. Before, because Lin Zhe didn't come back, his nervous heart was completely thrown away by Leone. All right. I know you're excited, Leone. Looking at Leone, who was yelling, Lin Zhe helplessly helped his forehead again and said, "So, we probably have a lot of things to do next. First of all, it's moving. The headquarters of the Imperial City Guard is located in the central area of the inner circle of the Imperial City. There is a mansion dedicated to the captain of the Imperial City Guard Corps, and Lin Zhe will move Leone there with him next. And then there's Hill. Hill, what are your thoughts on your side?" Lin Zhe set his eyes on Hill, who had been standing, unwilling to stay, holding the book tightly in his arms, with a smile on his face, and said, "I don't know, Hill, would you like to follow us to the Imperial City Guard team? What about work? It's been a long time since I've been with Hill." Perhaps, in Lin Zhe's heart, Hill is far inferior to Leone, but at least Hill has indeed become Lin Zhe's friend. When the chaos in the Imperial capital was rising, Lin Zhe was willing to help some truly poor strangers within his power, not to mention Hill, who was now regarded by Lin Zhe as a friend. In the original book, Hill's fate can be said to be quite tragic. Now, Lin Zhe decided to bring Hill with him and join the Imperial Guard team with him. Although Hill was the first in what he could do, he still had advantages. That is the natural fighting embryo. In the original book, there is also an emperor who has been recognized by the emperor, and he can definitely help Lin Zhe. What? Hill, who was originally a little confused and envious, looked at Lin Zhe and Leone, but after hearing Lin Zhe's words, he instantly came back to his senses, and looking at Lin Zhe and Leone, he said in a hurry, I can't. I can't even be a waiter or do laundry well. How can I follow Xiaozi to the Imperial City Guard? Hill's face turned a little red. At this moment, Hill hated himself for the first time, hated how clumsy he was. If he wasn't so clumsy, he wouldn't have to refuse Lin Zhe's invitation. If possible, Hill would also like to be with Lin Zhe, but he was too clumsy. Thinking of this, Hill lowered his head slightly, and the expression on his face became a little lost. After Lin Zhe and Leone moved to the central area of the imperial capital, I'm afraid they won't have much time to come back. However, before Lin Zhe could continue to lose, Leone suddenly felt a warm palm gently placed on his head. Why are you so depressed? I don't think Hill is a clumsy person who can't do anything well. On the contrary, in some respects, perhaps Seal is even better than Leone. So, Hill, you just need to tell me, do you want to follow me and Leone to the Imperial City Guard? Lin Zhe looked at Hill, whose eyes were vaguely glittering with a very serious expression on his face. Chapter 35. Facing Lin Zhe's solemn invitation this time, Hill was silent for a while. Seeing Lin Zhe's serious expression, Hill finally nodded very forcefully. I want to be with Zhe and Leone. Even if I'm clumsy, I can't do anything well, and I can't keep up with my reactions. Hill said with a serious look. However, I still want to be with Zhe and Leone. Usually, Hill has always been the kind of soft girl who is very soft, cute and cute-humming, but at this time, Hill also became unusually serious. You are going too far. Leone became unhappy next to him at this time, pouted and said, if you can praise the Hill, then you will be the one who praises the Hill. Why are you comparing me, really? Then it's such a happy decision. We're going to move from tomorrow, Hill. Please go back and tell your family. Lin Zhe ignored Leone, who was showing his teeth and claws at him, and said with a smile, in the next period of time, I will do some training for the two of you, Hill and Leone. Lin Zhe decided to teach Hill and Leone some skills to improve combat effectiveness. As the owner of the Shadow Assassin 7 template, Lin Zhe now has many very subtle skills in his mind. If Leone and Hill can learn it, the combat power will definitely be greatly enhanced. The next thing will naturally become simpler. Faced with the fact that Hill wanted to follow Lin Zhe and Leone to the center of the Imperial capital and take office at the headquarters of the Imperial capital, Hill's family naturally showed infinite enthusiasm. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 22. Not everyone can enter the Imperial City Guard. At this time, Hill has another opportunity to follow Lin Zhe to the Imperial City Guards. Hill's family naturally has 1,000 willing and 10,000 willing. Maybe in the future they will be able to rely on Hill to get rid of their status as a mud-legged person. Moreover, even if the future is uncertain, after Hill follows Lin Zhe to take office in the area of the castle town, Hill's family will not say that they will walk sideways, at least no one will dare to bully them. Lin Zhe and Hill have set up stalls in the castle town for a long time. Who doesn't know the relationship between Hill and Lin Zhe? Who is Lin Zhe now? The commander-in-chief of the Imperial Guard Corps, that is a figure in the sky, and few people in the entire Empire can offend him. All in all, Lin Zhe brought Leone and Hill along, and they settled down very smoothly in the mansion in the central area of the Imperial capital, which was specially for Lin Zhe. Although many people did not want Lin Zhe, a guy from the honest minister's camp, in the eyes of others, to take office, some insignificant information about Lin Zhe had already been revealed by Honest. For example, Lin Zhe was the Emperor's envoy of the Emperor's Demon Sword and Thousand Blades. In the face of an Imperial envoy, or an Imperial envoy who is covered by someone behind him, few people dare to ask for trouble. What's more, the fact that Leone is the Emperor of the Emperor's Beast Chain was also revealed by Lin Zhe as a bargaining chip when he negotiated with Honest before. With the existence of at least 2 Emperors who would dare to make small moves. Of course, the disadvantages are not without it. For example, many nobles think that Leone, the Emperor's envoy, who has transformed into a king of beasts, is likely to be a thief who stole from all over the world some time ago. It's just that because of the difference in identities and positions between Lin Zhe and Leone, no one dares to mention this matter in person, and at most it's just a discussion behind the scenes. After a little tidying up at the mansion, I felt that it might not be finished all at once, so Lin Zhe took Leone and Hill directly to the garrison headquarters to prepare for the handover procedures for taking office. The headquarters of the Imperial City Guard was established at the foot of the Emperor. As one of the most core departments in the Imperial capital, it is naturally not too shabby. In other words, within the entire inner circle of the Imperial capital, there is no shabby place. The gate of the Imperial Guard headquarters looks very imposing, and every part is showing its style, revealing a solemn atmosphere. The ground is paved with hard, marble-like stones, which look unusually bright as a whole. Lin Zhe, Leone and Hill were just at the gate, and a man who looked a little vicious just walked over with a pleasing smile. This is Oka, who is currently the vice captain of the Imperial City Guard. At this time, the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Guard Corps in the original book, Oni Oka, was not blind, and his face was covered with a flattering smile. Lord Lin Zhe, you are here. I'm the vice captain of the Imperial City Guard, Oka. Please give me more advice in the future. Oka looked at Lin Zhe's face and handed over the small gift that he had prepared in his hand, and said, "This is a little bit of care from my subordinates. It is not respectful. Please accept it, Lord Lin Zhe. There are also 2 bottles of fine wine that my subordinates have kept for a long time. I heard that Miss Leone likes fine wine, so I brought it here. By the way, my subordinate is very familiar with the author of 99 Ways to Treat Natural Depression, and here is a copy of 100 Ways to Treat Natural Depression that was given to me by my friend of the author. Miss Hill seems to like this author's works, so her subordinates borrowed flowers and offered them to Miss Hill." While talking, Oka just took the other 2 gifts that were prepared in advance. Chapter 36. It has to be said that the news of the ghost in the original book is still very well informed. From Lin Zhe's killing of Arya's family to taking office today, it only took 3 days before and after. This Oni Oka has already mastered Leone and Hill's hobbies as he likes. It can be said to be very caring. Moreover, it can also be seen from this that the reason why the Oka the Demon in the original book was able to finally ascend to the position and become the commander-in-chief of the Imperial City Guard Corps is also for a reason. Something will happen. The Imperial City Guard has a captain and 2 deputy captains. Lin Zhe and Leone were both Imperial envoys, and the only place that was really vacant was the position of the chief captain, and the positions of the other 2 vice captains were occupied. At this time, the reason why the Oni Oka in the original book was waiting here so diligently came out. Not bad. At least it's qualified for intelligence gathering. Lin Zhe ignored the 2 guys who had already been completely contributed by sugar-coated cannonballs, looked at Oka with a pleasing smile on his face, and said with a smile, "I remember that there are 2 positions for the vice captain, right? Besides Oka, who is the other vice captain. Now that we have come here, there is naturally no such thing as pretending to be arrogant." Lin Zhe took the small gift that Oka handed over very naturally and gave Leone, who was going to unpack the cow's drink directly on the spot, a head-scratcher. The other vice-captain position is currently held by Murray. After hearing Lin Zhe's words, Oka's face couldn't contain a touch of ecstasy, and his smile became more and more flattering, and said, in normal times, "Okay, Oka's position won't change. As for Mori's position, just move it down." Lin Zhe interrupted Oka's words and said with a smile, "Leone will replace the original vice-captain position of Mori and become the new vice-captain. You can issue the notice when Oka comes. By the way, where is my office?" "Over there. My subordinates will take you over there, Lord Lin Zhe." The office of the commander-in-chief of the Tico garrison. After the deputy captain Oka sent Lin Zhe, Leone and Hill over, he said goodbye in a naive manner. There are a lot of things to do next, and Lin Zhe explained it to this Oka to save Lin Zhe himself. You are really decisive." After seeing Oka close the door and walk away, Leone couldn't bear it any longer. He quickly unpacked the good wine that Oka had given him before, poured it down, and said, "It's so easy to get caught. These little gifts are sent. However, this wine is still very good, and the taste is very good. Leone completely ignored the fact that he had fallen in front of fine wine in an instant. Hill sat quietly beside him, completely indulging in the sea of books. Obviously, Oka has grasped Hill's hobbies very well, and 100 Ways to Treat Natural Stupidity completely fascinated Hill. There is no way. I'm not a good person either. Lin Zhe looked at Leone, who was drinking, and looked at him with disgust, and said with a bit of amusing, also, my decision is not necessarily a bad thing for the Vice Captain Mori. Oka will do intelligence gathering to please Lin Zhe, and Lin Zhe can also do intelligence gathering to analyze the situation on the Imperial Guard. According to the information collected by Lin Zhe, the two vice captains of the Imperial City Guard are the two factions that symbolize the previous political struggle, the upright former Minister Kaeoli and the unpredictable current Minister Ornest. Vice Captain Mori was supported by former Minister Kaeoli, and he should be a good person in character. Oka was supported by the current Minister Ernest. Lin Zhe also saw it with his own eyes. Now, the faction of the former Minister Kaeoli has completely failed in the previous political struggle, so what will happen to the Deputy Captain of the Imperial City Guard, Mori, who is supported by the former Minister Kaeoli? You don't need Lin Zhe's special explanation to know that it will definitely not end well. Lin Zhe is now directly slapping the Vice Captain of Mori, and even to the end, for this Vice Captain of Mori, it really isn't necessarily a bad thing. At least, the Vice Captain of Mori has a certain probability of surviving. Of course, the main thing is to see what Minister Ernest means. Lin Zhe just did it. If Minister Ernest had to do something to Vice Captain Mori, Lin Zhe would not interfere. The agreement between Lin Zhe and Ernest was just that Lin Zhe would take the position of the captain of the Imperial Guard Corps under the label of Minister Ernest's camp. Minister Ernest didn't care about anything else. There is a high probability that Lin Zhe would not do something like helping Zhu to abuse him. However, it is even more impossible for Lin Zhe to achieve justice. Kai, tilde. Age, can I make braised pork at night? Just drinking, it doesn't make any sense at all. Leone gave a kai and did not continue the topic just now. The darkness of the Imperial capital, Leone knew very well, and knew that perhaps for the Vice Captain Mori, abdicating his position to become a virtuous one was already the best outcome. Chapter 37. Lin Zhe's superior position is undoubtedly useful to Minister Ernest. In the eyes of other people in the Imperial capital, the two Imperial envoys, Lin Zhe and Leone, must be on the side of Minister Ernest. Lin Zhe's superior position naturally represents a symbolic meaning. It symbolizes that the Imperial City Guard has completely fallen into the hands of Minister Ernest's shadow assassin VII. Chapter 23. The general trend on Minister Ernest's side has been completely formed. If he continues to sway from side to side as before, there will definitely be no good results. For a time, Minister Ernest's control over the Imperial capital reached its peak in a short period of time. And this is the effect that Minister Ernest achieved with the appearance of Lin Zhe. Originally, it would take at least 2 or 3 years for Minister Ernest to reach this point. The people from the former Minister Kaeoli still have a lot of energy. Under normal circumstances, it was not until the beginning of the original story that Minister Ernest in the first few episodes of the original anime removed the last guy who dared to oppose him. But now, Lin Zhe helped Minister Ernest save a lot of time. Lin Zhe didn't really care about this kind of thing. After taking office as the Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial City Guard, Lin Zhe didn't do anything, but still maintained his simple daily routine. Relying on the explosive combat power of the two Rakshasa Four Ghosts that night, and the fact that there was a confident Leone, Lin Zhe actually had a feeling of being on an equal footing with Minister Ernest. The taste. Even Lin Zhe had just received invitations from all parties within 2 days of taking office. The appearance of Lin Zhe and Leone was too abrupt. In addition, Lin Zhe and Leone have always lived in the Imperial capital, so the information on Lin Zhe and Leone is actually very easy to check. Therefore, in just a few days, someone had already suspected the true relationship between Lin Zhe and Minister Ernest. It's just that Lin Zhe didn't want to get involved in this huge political turmoil. Naturally, he worked behind closed doors, doing his own business every day and not participating in those messy things. Seeing that Lin Zhe was more peaceful than he thought, Minister Ornest was slightly relieved. Minister Ornest also has no choice. Lin Zhe had a 2-for-2 match that night, and there was a taste of coercion in it, and even Minister Ornest had actually used his own imperial tool, Airstone, on Lin Zhe. Airstone, a gem-shaped Tegu. It is a counter-type Tegu that can temporarily destroy the opponent's Tegu. As long as the enemy enters the range, it can temporarily destroy the opponent's Tegu at the cost of breaking the gem. Damaged gems take a week to restore, and damaged Tegu cannot be used until the gems are restored. However, what shocked Minister Ernest was that his Emperor Airstone was invalid for the Emperor in Lin Zhe's hands. Otherwise, Minister Ernest would not have allowed himself a position that could compete with him. People sit on it. That's why Minister Ernest is relieved. Because Lin Zhe can really cause a lot of trouble to Minister Ernest at any time, if he wants to. The Rakshasa Four Ghosts are not Lin Zhe's opponents, so Minister Ernest naturally wants to pretend to be a snake with Lin Zhe and wait for Minister Ernest to solve all the things in his head. Minister Ernest must be very unhappy about Lin Zhe, who dared to come to coerce him. Otherwise, Minister Ernest would not have chosen to use his gem-shaped Emperor Airstone against Lin Zhe that night, and he was just ready to frustrate Lin Zhe's spirit. However, Minister Ernest did not expect that his Tegu would fail. Night falls. In the inner circle of the imperial capital, the arrival of night is not the end, but a beginning. Interesting. Minister Ernest stood alone in his room, looking at the bustling scene outside the window, and muttered to himself, Airstone can counter all the emperors except the Supreme Emperor. 1,000 blades of magic swords? Thinking of this, Minister Ernest showed a grim smile on his face. In this way, Lin Zhe's life returned to normal in a short period of time. Every morning, Lin Zhe would practice alone in his small yard, completing daily tasks to improve his proficiency. In the afternoon, he would go to the Imperial Guard headquarters to drink tea in his office. Some things that need to be handled by Lin Zhe in the usual garrison are naturally handed over to Oka. For these things, Oka naturally enjoys it, and it feels very good to be used. The saddest thing is those guys who are useless. On the other hand, Leone needs to do something serious. He needs to take his team members out for patrol every day. Hill is a team member with Leone, which is not bad. Boom! Lin Zhe's office door was suddenly pushed open. Seeing a completely unfamiliar figure appear within his line of sight, Lin Zhe, who was drinking coffee, was a little surprised. The entire security team was the first person other than Leone to dare to open Lin Zhe's office door like this. For a moment just now, Lin Zhe thought it was Leone. Chapter 38. What's matter? Lin Zhe looked at the figure in front of him, just took a sip of coffee and said with a smile, you need to knock on the door before you open the door, and you can open it only after you get permission. It's a little rude to open it directly like this. Lin Zhe looked at the figure in front of him. With a tender face, he should be around 15 or 16 years old, with a pair of clear and bright brown eyes, and a long orange hair that is relatively popular in the imperial capital. Overall, a very nice-looking girl next door. What? I'm sorry, I may be a little emotional. I apologize for my rude behavior just now. After hearing Lin Zhe's words, the figure hurriedly bowed and said in a panic, I'm a reserve member of the garrison, Seleucidas, because I just learned that my father Moriyuki's dismissal. That's why I want to come over and find out the situation with the captain. Selu looked at Lin Zhe seriously. Selu was full of incomprehension about the fact that his father, Moriyuki's, was dismissed by Lin Zhe. In the eyes of this girl who is only 15 or 16 years old, the world is naturally black and white, and her father is naturally on the white side, and she usually loves this job and is willing to help others. Because of this incomprehension, there is the current scene. Oh! Selu Ugakitas, are you the daughter of Vice Captain Mori? Lin Zhe glanced at Selu in surprise. Because everything was left to Oka to handle, Lin Zhe didn't know the full name of the Vice Captain Mori who was almost beaten by him. Lin Zhe really didn't think about it. Selu, a character who has a lot of scenes in the original book, is actually the daughter of the deputy captain of Mori. But in this way, some things in the original book can make sense. That's right. I am Mori Ugakita's daughter, Selu Ugakitas. Selu stood at attention, gave Lin Zhe a standard team salute, and said seriously, however, I didn't come in through my father's care, but through my own efforts and passed the assessment of the garrison. Selu's face was filled with a small expression called pride. In this regard, Lin Zhe didn't know what to say. Lin Zhe was not interested in letting this little girl, who is full of yearning for the future, recognize the reality, and it would be good to live in a days like this. Okay, I know. Lin Zhe gently put the coffee in his hand on the table and said with a smile, since you want to know why your father, Mr. Mori Ugakitas, was dismissed, then I will tell you. Because I need to send my confidant, Leone. As for why it's Miss Selu's father, then it's entirely because Miss Selu's father is unlucky. After all, there are only 2 vice captains in total, and the probability of picking Miss Selu's father is still very high. Without any explanation, Lin Zhe explained the reason why Selu's father was dismissed very directly. Very simple 2 words, that is, Selu's father did not give himself gifts like Oka to please him. With Lin Zhe's voice falling, Selu was stunned for a while, and then his delicate little face became a little red in an instant. It was obvious that this was due to Lin Zhe's anger. How could you do this? Your behavior is very unjust. Selu looked at Lin Zhe in disbelief. Originally, Selu never thought that Lin Zhe, the captain of the garrison, would be such a person. In Selu's mind, the captain of the guard must be a man with a sense of justice, even more righteous, just like his father. Therefore, when he was reprimanded by Lin Zhe just now, Selu hurriedly bowed and apologized. Because in Selu's eye-catching, Lin Zhe is a man full of justice just like his father Shadow Assassin Chapter 24, because only such a man full of justice can become the commander-in-chief of the justice-filled organization of the garrison. In Selu's small world, this has always been the case. Well, the reason has been told to you, and in general, that's it. If nothing else, you can go back. Lin Zhe looked at Selu, who was about to cry, but shrugged indifferently, took a sip of the coffee on the table, and continued to read his newspaper. Although Lin Zhe was not even an adult, Lin Zhe lived like an old man. However, looking at the contents of the newspaper, Lin Zhe's brows furrowed slightly. Although 90% of the things in the newspapers in the Empire are false, there are still some real things. For example, some reports on the neighboring countries of the Empire. This is going to be a war. Lin Zhe looked at some news in the newspaper in his hand and shook his head helplessly. Chapter 39. Some empires in the world of Scarlet Pupils are similar to the Ming Dynasty before Lin Zhe crossed. The natural disaster itself is not particularly difficult for this empire, but because it is difficult for the imperial capital to directly manage various small places, it will appear a little difficult, but it is generally okay. The beginning of the real collapse is the invasion of the enemy country. At the end of the Ming Dynasty, if it wasn't for the invasion of an enemy country, even if there was civil strife, it could still be suppressed. Now the Empire has also encountered a similar situation. The 4 alien races bordering the Empire on the Empire's territory felt that they had figured out the reality of the Empire's side, and they started it. At the same time, the war with 4 countries brought the newly restored Empire into a very extreme state in an instant. General Bud needed to sit in the Imperial capital. Another great general has yet to appear. Although the Empire is a 1,000-year-old country and it has always regarded itself as the world's most powerful country in the world, it is still a bit reluctant to face the attack of 4 countries at the same time. The consequence of fighting against 4 countries at the same time is that the economy, which has just recovered a little, has once again entered a state of depression, and the heavy tax policy will probably start soon. However, this will not have much impact on the imperial capital. Just like the Jiangnan region during the Ming Dynasty, compared to other regions at that time, the imperial capital was undoubtedly the most prosperous place, a place like a paradise. When there is no existence that can overwhelm the empire in one fell swoop, the setting of the paradise of the imperial capital will always be maintained. The sky turned a little darker. Because it is summer, summer nights usually come a little later, so when the day has become a little dim, it proves that the time is really late. Lin Zhe stood up, stretched slightly, and glanced at Selu, who was still standing at the door of the office. At this moment, Selu was just like a stubborn child, opening his big, clear eyes and staring at Lin Zhe stubbornly, as if he could vent his dissatisfaction in this way. In this regard, Lin Zhe just laughed dumbly in his heart. Even when Lin Zhe looked at Selu's expression now, he still felt a little nostalgic. When Lin Zhe was a child before time travel, he used this stubborn expression to look at the adults who were unfair to him because of certain things. It's just a pity, every time Lin Zhe used this stubborn expression when he was a child, he would not be cared about. Just like the current Selu, after standing here all afternoon, Lin Zhe didn't bother to answer. Hey! Seeing Lin Zhe, who was about to cross him and leave, Selu couldn't bear it any longer and asked, "Why did you sit here all afternoon, but didn't do anything?" In Selu's understanding, Lin Zhe, the captain of the garrison, should be very busy. Just like his father, as the deputy captain of the garrison, he was often busy until late at night. Therefore, Selu has been stubbornly standing here and has no idea of further confirmation. I want to see if Lin Zhe, the captain of the garrison, is the captain who meets the requirements in his heart. As for the result, it is naturally very disappointing. My job is to sit here. Lin Zhe looked at Selu and said with a smile, "Actually, if I try too hard, then there will be problems." The reason why he was able to become the captain of the garrison was entirely because of persecuting Ernest. If Lin Zhe was too diligent after becoming the captain of the garrison, I am afraid that Ernest would be a little restless. Lin Zhe almost left Oka to do all the big and small things. Maybe there is no such reason. Of course, the main reason was that Lin Zhe was afraid of trouble. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe sighed helplessly in his heart. It was all down to the hypocritical woman Arya. If it weren't for Arya, Lin Zhe felt that the days of selling wood carvings every day would be quite good. As the capital of the empire, the economic system of the imperial capital would never jump too far. It's quite comfortable to be an ordinary fighter. You don't deserve to be called the captain of the garrison at all. In the face of Lin Zhe's indifferent attitude, Selu was completely irritated. Looking at Lin Zhe, he took an offensive posture and said seriously, "I want to challenge you. If you are defeated by me, you will." Snapped. Selu sat on the ground, covering his forehead, a little dazed. "All right. You failed." Seeing Selu sitting on the ground somewhat absent-minded, Lin Zhe just chuckled and turned away at random. This time, Selu did not continue to entangle, but sat alone on the ground, hugged his knees with his hands, and buried his head deeply into his knees. Lin Zhe could faintly hear a sob. After all, Selu is now a 15 or 16-year-old girl. After being stunned by Lin Zhe for an afternoon, she has insisted on crying until now. It can be said that she is very strong. Ignoring Selu, who started to sob, Lin Zhe started to put his head in his hands and think about what to do at night. Leone was clamoring to eat braised pork all day, and Lin Zhe was already a little tired of it. Chapter 40. Selu looked at Lin Zhe's retreating back, and tried his best to suppress his sobbing. Selu didn't want Lin Zhe, the commander-in-chief, who was not a symbol of justice at all, to hear his helpless cry, so he waited until Lin Zhe completely disappeared from his sight before Selu cried a little louder. "Come out." I don't know why, but Selu just felt aggrieved. Obviously there should be nothing wrong with what he said, but Lin Zhe's performance made Selu very wronged. Growing up under the care of his father, Selu has a very righteous view, but in the same way, the current Selu is also very naive. Even the 20-year-old Selu in the original book is also very naive. Oh, why are you crying here alone? Before Selu could continue to cry, a somewhat gentle voice came from behind Selu, and she saw Hill holding the Book of Healing Nature in her arms standing behind Selu. Looking at Selu, who raised his head with tears in his eyes, Hill smiled softly. It's already a little late. You are with that guy. I don't need you to be hypocritical and pitiful. Selu recognized Hill. After all, Lin Zhe brought 2 people to the garrison to take office here. As the Emperor's envoy, Leone, needless to say, is currently one of the deputy captains of the garrison. Then there is Hill, the naturally dumb glasses girl. Companion? Hill looked at Selu, who was trying to suppress the sobbing, but couldn't suppress it. He tilted his head slightly and said somewhat incomprehensibly, aren't we all companions? I know you, your name is Selu, and everyone likes you very much. I didn't mean what this companion meant. I mean, you are our captain, Lin Zhe's companion. Selu didn't know if Hill really didn't understand, or if he didn't understand. However, after such an interruption from Hill, the grievance in Selu's heart was relieved a lot, and he didn't want to cry much. Selu, are you talking about this companion? Well, yes, I'm Zhe's companion. After hearing Selu's explanation, Hill covered his mouth with a chuckle and said, Selu, you seem to have recovered, so let's go to patrol on duty quickly. Shadow, Assassin Chapter 25. Today we are in a team. If we are not on duty to patrol, we will be late. It's going to be miserable. It's been a while since I came to the garrison. Hill also gradually got used to the life after becoming a member of the garrison. Although Hill is now a reserve member of the garrison like Selu, Hill is very satisfied with his current life. In other words, as long as he can be with Lin Zhe and Leone, Hill will be very satisfied. Oh. I almost forgot, I'm on duty tonight to patrol. Selu looked at Hill, who was very gentle from beginning to end, and felt that he was too angry with Hill for no reason, so he apologized in a low voice. I'm sorry, I was angry with you for no reason just now. It's okay. Because I'm always clumsy, it's normal to be trained. Hill slightly raised his fingers that were as white as jade, propped them on his chin, made a memory, and said with a smile, it must be that I didn't do well there, so I was trained. Hill's behavior of blaming himself for his mistakes made Selu even more embarrassed. After all, no matter from which point of view, it was all his fault just now, and he was angry with Hill for no reason. It's not like that. Anyway, I just didn't manage my emotions well, and I was angry with you at Hill. It has nothing to do with you, Hill. Selu muttered in front of Hill like a child. Hill kept looking at Selu with gentle eyes, then gently took Selu's little hand and smiled. Okay, it's getting late, let's go patrol. Hiyashi? Adult. This is the invitation letter from Lord Ornest. Oh no. Lin Zhe took an invitation letter that felt very luxurious at first glance from the hand of a respectful person and briefly glanced at the content. It probably means that there is a party tonight. If Lin Zhe is free, he can come over to contact him. It doesn't matter if he is not free. I got something. However, I won't go, your adults know. Lin Zhe took the invitation in his arms and said with a chuckle, I don't like those troublesome things. So, tell your lord I will abide by the appointment, but I don't want to agree more things at the moment. After speaking, Lin Zhe ignored the messenger and went back to his mansion, closing the door. P.S. Asked for flowers, tickets, rewards, evaluations, tilde, 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 tilde. Chapter 41. P.S. Mazumoxi, is anyone reading a book? Can you give me a little bit of flowers? Tilde, 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 tilde. Comments can also be said. Lin Zhe can also guess some of the approximate thoughts of Minister Ernest. Inviting myself to the meeting at this time is nothing more than wanting to further cooperate with myself. The reason why Minister Ernest suddenly became a little anxious, which was still relatively stable, was naturally because of the high pressure of the Empire going to war with the four countries at the same time. After all, now the Empire can almost be said to be his Ernest's word. He Ernest didn't want to see anything happen to the Empire, but now that the Empire has been tossing and turning several times, it has almost fallen into the lowest period in history, and it is really too much to go to war with the four countries at the same time. It is estimated that he wanted to use the two emperors, Shang Lin and Leone, to go to the border for a wave. Don't say anything else. Lin Zhe and Leone can indeed stabilize the order of at least one country, but fighting or something is really troublesome. Therefore, after Lin Zhe speculated on Minister Ernest's thoughts, he refused. Run to the border to fight. Too much trouble. The purpose of Lin Zhe's cooperation with Ernest is to make things less troublesome. There is absolutely no possibility to take the initiative to do that kind of troublesome thing. Now, it would take Lin Zhe a whole morning to complete the daily task every day. The full power of swinging the sword 1,000 times is very important. Lin Zhe still needs a lot of time to complete this daily task. The rest of the time was enough for Lin Zhe to wander around in the imperial capital. After the last time he fought against the Rakshasa Four Ghosts, a relatively top-level powerhouse in the world of Scarlet Crimson Eye, Lin Zhe already had a rough estimate of his own strength. My current template proficiency is %. Without using the magic knife and 1,000 blades, if Lin Zhe fought head-on, his current strength would probably be able to deal with 2 to 3 Rakshasa Four Ghosts at the same time, and at a certain price, he would be able to completely destroy the Rakshasa Four Ghosts. If it is an assassination, there is a high probability that the 4 Rakshasa Ghosts will be easily defeated by Lin Zhe one by one. And once Lin Zhe uses the magic knife and 1,000 blades, Lin Zhe's strength will change qualitatively. For a powerhouse like the Rakshasa Four Ghosts, Lin Zhe can probably achieve the effect of instant killing or kill all the Rakshasa Four Ghosts in an instant. After the actual battle, Lin Zhe clearly felt the perverted nature of the magic sword. It can be said that in the original book, if Wu Liuqi can use a magic knife and 1,000 blades, even if he has less than 50% of his internal strength, he can smash the red teeth, and there is no possibility of losing. Under the blessing of the magic knife and 1,000 blades, Lin Zhe's combat power has almost jumped to the top group in the entire world of Crimson Eye, and Lin Zhe is still getting stronger as he completes his daily tasks every day. Unlike General Wu, his strength has reached a relatively bottleneck period very early. A sting. Without waiting for Lin Zhe to continue thinking, Leone, who had been waiting for a long time, pounced on Lin Zhe, who had just returned to the room, and opened the door. Leone pointed to his flat belly and said with some grumbling, "I'm going to starve to death. Why did I come back so slowly?" All right. Do you want to eat braised pork again?" Lin Zhe looked like a child. Leone, who hugged his neck and would not let go, smiled helplessly. "Make your favorite braised pork at night, head office." Kindness. It's almost there. After hearing Lin Zhe's assurance, Leone nodded with satisfaction, loosened Lin Zhe's neck, and said, "By the way, Hill is on duty tonight, so you don't need to prepare Hill's meal. The treatment of the guards here is still good. If you are on duty at night, there will be various subsidies. Anyway, the person on duty will not be hungry. Is it Hill's turn to be on duty today?" I said that at this point in time, you are the only one at home. Lin Zhe nodded, then took the purchased meat and turned to the kitchen to prepare it. Normally, Leone would not go home at night. On the contrary, Hill often came back home to read after get off work, so he didn't see Hill when he came back today, and Lin Zhe was a little strange. After becoming the captain of the garrison, Lin Zhe had never been in charge of anything, not even Leone's dedication, so naturally he didn't know that it was Hill's turn to patrol today. Hill is 19 years old. Hill was 24 when the original story began. While washing vegetables, Lin Zhe was thinking about the time until the main line started. Now Lin Zhe can steadily complete the daily tasks of the day every day. After 1 year, Lin Zhe can unlock about 3.65% of the template proficiency, and in 5 years, he can unlock about 19% of the template proficiency, plus the now unlocked percent template proficiency. When the plot begins, Lin Zhe's template proficiency in Shadow Assassin 7 will probably be 44%, and then coupled with a magic knife, Kai and blade will greatly increase his own power. It is absolutely capable of possessing the world-sealing level combat power of the Crimson Eye. At the end of the second episode of the original Wulayuki, although the trumpet has been fully trained, but in fact, it is just like that, with at most 30% to 40% of the strength of Shadow Assassin Kai. That's still not factoring in weapon bonuses. Although the scissors, made of meteorite iron, are good, they are still too far from the magic knife. Chapter 42 Shadow Assassin Chapter 26. Soon it was the afternoon of the second day. After completing the daily tasks, Lin Zhe began to train Leone and Hill on the training ground of the garrison. Don't make extra moves. Especially Leone, don't just sway your power just because you're an Imperial envoy. Looking at Leone and Hill with insight, Lin Zhe said solemnly, the human body is very fragile. If you want to kill a person, you don't need to use too much power. If you can cut a watermelon with 1 point of strength, don't use 2 points of strength. Whether it is Leone or Hill, the fighting talents are very good. The combat effectiveness displayed is indeed very strong, but what Lin Zhe sees is wasteful, and his control of himself is not perfect. It is obvious that 1 point of effort can achieve the desired effect, but 2 points of strength and 3 points of strength are used, especially Leone, who has a strong recovery ability, because he is an Imperial envoy, and even used 6 points of strength and 7 points of strength. In Lin Zhe's view, this is a kind of show-off and catharsis of a nouveau riche. Once he meets an opponent that is very evenly matched, Leone will definitely suffer a big loss. This is the case in the original book. Leone was directly cut off from his hands, and finally recovered by means of Tigu's awakening technique. Otherwise, Leone will be a disabled person for the rest of his life. 1 point and 2 points, it's so difficult. I think I've been very careful. Seeing Lin Zhe reprimanding him, Leone felt a little aggrieved. This is also something that can't be helped. Compared with Lin Zhe, who has a golden finger, it is indeed very difficult for Leone to use his power anywhere, anytime, anywhere. The Rakshasa 4 ghosts can achieve the effect requested by Lin Zhe and just use their power everywhere. It can even be surpassed, reaching the next level of leverage, such as by virtue of inertia plus its own power in a specific environment, an instant burst of power that exceeds 100% of its own. It is similar to Taijikun, which combines rigidity and softness. 4 or 2 dials 1,000 jins, and while dialing 1,000 jins, you can also use the inertia brought by the 1,000 jins of force to instantly burst out a force that exceeds your own limit, which is the so-called leverage. Not enough. Hill is in relatively good control here. Looking at Leone, who was complaining to himself, Lin Zhe shook his head slightly and then looked at Hill. Compared to Leone, who showed off his power in a nouveau riche style, Hill's sight is very good, and he can do things with only 2 points of effort. For normal people, it will basically consume 10 times more, and use 10 or more strength to do things that can be done with 1 point of effort. Lin Zhe felt that in a few days at most, Hill would be able to complete the first stage and take control of his own training. If you can't fully control your own body. Just as he spoke, Lin Zhe turned his head slightly. A white figure wiped Lin Zhe's head and kicked it to the ground. Boom! With a huge roar, the ground beside Lin Zhe shook violently. The special ground on the training ground cracked like a spider web, and a large number of fine stone chips were sputtered around. What caught Lin Zhe's line of sight was a woman with long sky blue hair, wearing a pure white military uniform and a pure white military cap on her head. Officially, this woman launched an attack just now, while Lin Zhe was explaining to Leone and Hill. Looking at the woman in front of him who was attacking him, Lin Zhe's eyes narrowed slightly. As Then Lin Zhe set his gaze not far away, standing happily on the top of the big man, Minister Ernest, who was chewing on the meat. If he guessed correctly, Ez was probably brought over by Minister Ernest to dispose of Lin Zhe. Interesting. It seems that you can really control yourself perfectly, as you said. Before Lin Zhe could continue to think about it, Ez looked at Lin Zhe, who had been standing still from the beginning to the end, only slightly moved his neck in the face of his own attack, and praised. Just relying on this at one point, you can be called a strong man. Compared to Leone and Hill, who are relatively unprofessional, Ez, who has been fighting since he was a child, knows how valuable Lin Zhe's characteristics in the face of his attack just now are. All over the body, it was only the neck part that might be attacked, and the other parts, such as limbs or other things, did not move at all. And as long as Lin Zhe is willing, when facing Ez's attack just now, Lin Zhe can control his body meticulously and counterattack. In order to achieve what Lin Zhe just showed, not only must he possess a strong psychological quality, but he must also possess the corresponding computing ability and estimation ability, as well as years of practical experience. It's simply not something ordinary people can do. Chapter 43. Hey! Who is this guy? The kick just now. If you can't dodge it, you will definitely die. On the other side, Leone, who reacted, was like a kitten with blown fur and instantly activated the Emperor's Beast King transformation, standing in front of Lin Zhe, helping Lin Zhe firmly. The thrilling scene just now really scared Leone. ST's movement is too fast. It was approaching the point where Leone couldn't even react when he didn't activate TQ. You must know that after obtaining the TQ, Leone's physical fitness has been vaguely enhanced even if the Emperor has not been activated. By now, it has vaguely exceeded the limit of ordinary people. But even so, there was still no response. Hill also looked at Ez seriously and made an attack in his hand unconsciously. Of course he will die. Hearing Leone's words, Ez said as a matter of course, if he dies like this, it can only prove that he is too weak, and the weak must be ready to accept all the consequences. Speaking of this, Ez's face showed a hideous smile. However, what you show is different from what I know. Ignoring Leone, who was showing his teeth and claws at him, Ez just tilted his head to look at Lin Zhe and said with a smile, "Is it possible? Are you the kind of natural powerhouse? It's rare to have such a powerful habit in a nursing home like this every day. Born in the northern border area of the Empire, Ez was instilled by his father at a very young age with the idea that the strong can survive, so he was very interested in the strong. He also likes to conquer some of the strong ones he likes very much. However, because the conquered powerhouses are no longer powerhouses, they will basically be killed by Ez at will. For example, in the original book, the brave warrior with a gun from a foreign nationality in the north is like this. However, it is worth mentioning that Ez is good to his own people. Ez also thought that Lin Zhe was a strong man when he killed Lin Zhe just now, so he should be able to follow this idea. As for whether Lin Zhe will take it or not, that's a matter of the future. Probably so. Lin Zhe took his gaze away from Minister Ernest, who was not far away. Since Minister Ernest is here, Lin Zhe probably already knows the reason why Ez is here. Looking at Ez standing in front of him, slightly pushing away Leone and Hill who were protecting him, Lin Zhe just smiled and said, "I rarely fight people, because it's very troublesome. It's just that since the trouble has already come to the door, it can only solve the trouble." As the voice fell, Lin Zhe moved. The Kai in Lin Zhe's body circulated wildly, and he stepped out quietly. It was obvious that Lin Zhe stepped out like an ordinary person walking, but the ground that Lin Zhe stepped on was directly stomped by Lin Zhe and could enter. In just a moment, Lin Zhe stepped in front of Ez, causing Ez's pupils to shrink suddenly. Not bad. Ez quickly recovered from Lin Zhe's approach. Looking at Lin Zhe's actions, an excited smile appeared on his face, and he said with a smile, "That's what makes it interesting." As the voice fell, Ez also collapsed. The waist of Yen Jing's grip was slightly bent, and the whole body was incredibly sensitive. At an incredible angle, she instantly kicked towards Lin Zhe's position and rushed out in the direction of Lin Zhe. ST's response can be said to be very quick. Bang, bang, bang. The originally slightly harmonious atmosphere was instantly broken. Lin Zhe and Ez collided with afterimages one after another. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 27. Every collision seemed to be silent, but the hearts of everyone present were shaking with every collision between Lin Zhe and Ez. This means that both Lin Zhe and Ez have perfectly controlled their own power. Every time they fight, every collision, they use all their power perfectly without causing any waste, so there is such a battle as if there is no sound. However, although there is no sound, this does not mean that there is no movement. Along with Lin Zhe and the Professor of Ez, the invisible air was shaken by the aftermath of the collision. The hard ground was lifted up by Lin Zhe and Ez. This is also the first time that someone has been able to fight against Lin Zhe in close combat to such an extent, but Lin Zhe is not going to show people the deadlock battle between himself and Ez. What Lin Zhe wanted was not this effect. What Lin Zhe wanted was the effect of crushing. Since Ez can keep up with his actions, then Lin Zhe needs to use a little trick to make the otherwise fair battle not so fair. Shadow Assassin Kai has a lot of special secrets. There are auxiliary ones and explosive ones. The explosive ones have various levels of explosive effects. In order to be safe, Lin Zhe decided to use the explosive secret technique with a more violent effect. Side effects are relatively high. Of course, side effects are relative, and if time is fully utilized, side effects can be minimized. Bang! The air exploded. Ez was directly pressed to the ground by Lin Zhe, and the whole person fell deeply into the ground. Chapter 44. Minister Ornus looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes narrowed slightly. Since the temptation has come to this point, and since there is no need to continue the temptation, the result has already come out. Originally, Ornus thought that Ez should be able to play two moves with Lin Zhe without using the Emperor tool, but he didn't expect that he would be defeated faster than he thought. Such combat power, I am afraid that it will not be weaker than the strongest general, Wood. Sorry. Lin Zhe, Ez just likes to challenge the strong. Minister Ornus showed a gentle smile on his face and walked towards the location of Lin Zhe and Ez with a smile and said, "This time, I mainly bring Ez here to meet you, Lin Zhe. No. After all, whether it's Lin Zhe or Ez, they are my very important companions." Chancellor Ornus started and muddled. He opened his mouth not to mention the incident that Ez had attacked Lin Zhe just now. After all, it was Minister Ernest's own idea to let Ez come over to test Lin Zhe. Oh? Is that so? After hearing Minister Ernest's explanation, Lin Zhe nodded with a sudden realization and quickly released the palm that was holding Esder's neck, smiled at Esder and said, "Sorry, I'm really disrespectful. Already." Having said that, Lin Zhe was very friendly and helped Ez up from the ground. Because Lin Zhe used the secret burst method, Lin Zhe's control of power was not as perfect as it was at the beginning, and Ez was severely injured by Lin Zhe. But this is what Ez brought on himself. If it weren't for the fact that the timing was not very good now, Lin Zhe still had some places to rely on Ernest, and Ez was a general of the Empire, and his position was not low. Perhaps Lin Zhe would really kill Ez just now. In the moment just now, Lin Zhe was really thinking about whether to kill Ez directly. In the end, Lin Zhe dispelled this slightly unrealistic idea. In general, Lin Zhe's goal was initially achieved. When the magic knife and 1,000 blades were not used, he quickly suppressed Ez. It is estimated that Ornus will be a little more honest after seeing this part. Time. No, it's great. Ez looked at Lin Zhe, wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth slightly, and an unprecedented smile appeared on his face, and said, "I really liked the battle just now. As a strong person, you don't need to apologize to a weak person like me." Although Lin Zhe suffered serious injuries, Ez was very high-tech. Because in Ez's view, he has another target, a strong man, that he can try to conquer. Leone looked at the perverted Ez with a look of disgust. It was really hard for Leone to understand why Ez, who was beaten like this by Lin Zhe, still left so happily. Forget it, whatever you want. Lord Ernest, why are you suddenly interested in coming to me today? Lin Zhe ignored Ez and immediately turned his attention to Minister Ernest. Lin Zhe told Minister Ernest that if there is nothing necessary, don't come to him. Since Minister Ernest brought Ez here today, then the temptation from Ez must be secondary and there should be more important business. It seems that I really can't hide from you, Lin Zhe. Minister Ernest looked at Lin Zhe and said with a smile, there is indeed something going on today. I decided to open up the Tegu inventory. Let us go in and choose Tegu, and I'm going to bring you Lin Zhe, by the way. Anyway, it's still accumulating dust when it's been kept inside. Why don't you bring a partner you think is okay, Lin Zhe, to choose Tegu together? The smile on Minister Ernest's face was very sincere. The war on the Empire's side is indeed a little tight recently, so Minister Ernest decided to find some people who can meet the eye of the Emperor to become the Emperor's envoy to enhance the fighting power of the Empire. Did you choose Tegu? It's a good thing, then I will trouble Lord Ernest. After hearing Minister Ernest's words, Lin Zhe glanced at Hill beside him. In the original book, Hill's Tegu ecstasy was given by the Revolutionary Army. At present, the Empire should not have the sister-type Tegu. However, what if other Tegu fell in love with Hill? It's not a bad idea to take Hill to try it out. But when it comes to Tegu, Lin Zhe suddenly wanted to move the Emperor's space in the original book, Dimensional Array Shangri-La, to instantly move himself to the designated target location. For an assassin-type existence like Lin Zhe, it was simply a magical skill. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe didn't feel embarrassed. He just smiled and said to Minister Ernest, Lord Ernest, I remember that there is an emperor that is a space-type emperor that can move in space. I'm still very interested in this Tegu. If Lord Ernest can find this space-type Tegu, troublesome things, such as pacifying one order or even two orders, can be negotiated. Chapter 45. If Minister Ernest can really get the space-type Emperor Shangri-La for Lin Zhe really doesn't mind helping Minister Ernest take 2 steps to deal with an order issue that is a headache for Master Ernest. Lin Zhe is not good at fighting wars, but Lin Zhe is the best at assassinating things. What a tempting proposition. However, the space-type Emperor Shangri-La you mentioned, Lin Zhe, is not in the Empire's Emperor's inventory. Minister Ernest glanced at Lin Zhe and then said lightly, the space-type Emperor Shangri-La was lost in a turmoil 400 years ago in the Empire. As an old fox, Minister Ernest's expression made Lin Zhe unable to tell the truth from the fake. However, no matter whether what Minister Ernest said was true or false, Lin Zhe didn't particularly care, and Lin Zhe himself just mentioned something casually. Is that so? That's really a pity. It's rare to have a special thing you want. The smile on Lin Zhe's face did not diminish. In the original book, the son of Minister Ernest will become the Emperor's envoy of the space-type Emperor Shangri-La. The big deal is that Lin Zhe will wait until it is almost the same, and when the Empire is not enough, or Minister Ernest can't, he will bring Shangri-La. In fact, there are 2 ways to use Tegu. The most popular one is the eye, which is valued by the Emperor, and his own ability is enough, then he can become the Emperor. There is also a kind of demonescence similar to Ez's in the original book, forcibly drinking a whole pot of demonescence, relying on his own absolutely powerful will to forcibly suppress the will of Tegu. By showing his absolute strength, he can obtain the qualification to try Tegu and become a Tegu ambassador. Lin Zhe is preparing to use a method similar to Ez's to forcibly suppress the will of an emperor, and use this method to forcibly use the Emperor's Shadow Assassin. Chapter 28. The next thing will naturally become simpler. Lin Zhe took Hill and Leone to the Tegu with Minister Ernest and Ez. As in the original book, Ez still drank the entire essence of the devil in one bite. Although Ez's physical condition at this moment is not very good, his mental will is even more excited than in the original. It is very easy to suppress and tame the will of the Tegu demon god appearance, the essence of the devil. Hill's sight is not good. In terms of eyesight, Hill was not much taken by the Tegu people in the Tegu library. There is no other way but to hope that everything in the hands of the Revolutionary Army in the future will be broken. Compared to Leone, who was full of pity and even wanted to pack up the entire Tegu library, Hill was very calm. For Hill, whether he became a Tegu envoy was not particularly important thing. As long as I can stay with Lin Zhe and Leone. Time passed, and almost a year passed like this. The orders of the Empire have completely entered the flames of war. The war, with 4 countries at the same time, made the Empire a little exhausted, especially after entering the stalemate stage, which directly exposed the weakness of the Empire's overall economy, and fell back and forth in a short period of time. It can be said that the endless wars began to gradually drag down the economy of the entire Empire. Compared to the economic depression of the entire empire, the imperial capital still maintains the illusion of peace and prosperity, but the empire is not very happy, but the 4 alien races that are at war with the empire are not much better. In the original work, the ceiling of combat power has successfully joined the imperial army. Relying on his extremely powerful fighting talent and fighting instinct, he emerged in just 1 year and was appreciated by Minister Ornest. Of course, among them, Ornest will be more or less vigilant about Lin Zhe, so he wants to promote some people who can compete with Lin Zhe. During this year, it was naturally impossible for Lin Zhe to really ignore Minister Ornest. Within the scope of the imperial capital, Lin Zhe still doesn't mind, and he also needs to meet a little bit of Ornest's small requirements, and by the way, further show his strength, and hope that Minister Ornest will weigh himself well. For Lin Zhe, who is afraid of trouble, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, does not exist. Lin Zhe didn't mind showing off his power reasonably to save some trouble. Otherwise, Lin Zhe wouldn't have used the secret explosion technique with side effects for any reason at the beginning. He forced himself to be forced by Minister Ornest, and instantly suppressed heads without the use of Tegu's magic sword and 1,000 blades. As for why Lin Zhe didn't show his strength when facing Arya, it was entirely because Lin Zhe at that time did not unlock the magic knife and 1,000 blades. Lin Zhe did not have a precise comparison and positioning of his own strength, and Lin Zhe himself was not psychologically prepared. Due to various considerations, I decided to hibernate and be patient. Arya's family background is indeed relatively strong. If possible, Lin Zhe also hopes that Arya will be more conscious of herself. After she feels that it is not interesting, she will change her own goals. In the end, Lin Zhe didn't expect that Arya was so persistent that she wanted to attack herself. Chapter 46. In addition to Ez, there are 2 generals who have emerged in this war. That is Majestan and Leone. One is a leader of the original Night Raid, the other is a veteran with decades of military experience. Both possess terrible courage and strategy, and easily stabilize the 2 orders. That is, when facing the foreign nationalities in the north, because there is no outstanding general, it may be slightly stretched. However, when the orders between Ez, Majestan, and Leone are stabilized, the remaining northern aliens will be a younger brother. Of course, this is the smooth case. In 1 year, except for the imperial capital, most of the regions in the empire entered a very difficult state. Entering a state of war and leading the heavy tax policy gave the empire an advantage during the war with the 4 kingdoms. But the same almost overwhelmed the economy of the entire empire. In some more serious areas, the cannibalism of Yi has even begun. Before the empire was about to gain an overwhelming advantage, civil strife broke out, and some people who were unwilling to be oppressed endlessly by the empire began to resist the oppression of the empire. The revolutionary army gradually began to have a relatively basic prototype, and the oppressed people began to rebel against the empire. External turmoil and internal turmoil have caused the empire to enter a more tense state once again. At the same time, in 1 year, Lin Zhe's template proficiency increased by 3.65% again, reaching percent proficiency, and his overall strength has been enhanced not weakly. If this time goes back to a year ago, Lin Zhe is confident that he can directly suppress Ez in a short period of time without applying the secret method. If it's now, it won't work. Ed has already drank a whole can of Tigu demon god appearance. Demon essence not only has an extremely powerful ice control ability, but also his own physical fitness has also taken a qualitative leap under the strengthening of Tigu. If he were to fight now, Lin Zhe would probably have to hold 1,000 blades in his hand and use the secret explosion technique with the strongest side effects and strongest effects to kill Eds. This is also because Lin Zhe has read the original book and has a comprehensive understanding of Ed's abilities. Lin Zhe wanted to decipher Ed's awakening technique, Makahatmo, which can freeze time and space. There was only one way, and that was to instantly outsource more than 60% of his body when Ed used this move. Air energy forms a move similar to that of the Hyuga clan in Naruto. On the surface of Lin Zhe's body, there is an instant burst of powerful energy. As long as it does not exceed a certain upper limit, no matter what is close to Lin Zhe, it will be torn apart by the instant burst of energy. It can also be regarded as a move that hurts the enemy by 1,000 and loses 800. In addition, Makahatmo, who wants to deal with Eds, is very eye-opening to Lin Zhe's insight. If there is a wrong prediction, Lin Zhe will use up most of the energy in his body and play GG in advance. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that Lin Zhe had read the original book, he would have learned a lot of information that would be impossible to know under normal circumstances. I'm afraid that even if Lin Zhe's combat power is fully activated with a consciousness of mortal death, I'm afraid he may not be able to fight with Eds. After all, Lin Zhe's current template proficiency is only percent. Just relying on the template of percent proficiency can achieve this level, and Shadow Assassin Kai is already very strong. If Lin Zhe didn't know all the information about Eds, let alone the Shadow Assassin 7 with percent proficiency, even if he reached 100% proficiency, he might be folded in front of Ed's Makahatmo. There is no way this trick is too cheating. Cheating beyond the dimensional level is not a level of skill at all. P.S. Shadow Assassin Kai's upper limit of combat power has not yet been revealed. The combat power of the original Wulayuki at the end of the second volume is only 30% of Shadow Assassin Kai's at most, because at least half of his ability has been sucked away by Red Fang. He has not yet used the magic sword, the Thousand Blades, and his combat power has been severely reduced, which is not as good as the tip of the iceberg of Shadow Assassin Kai. On the other hand, Leone and Hill were also trained by Lin Zhe for a year. There is no need to say more about Leone. Leone, who is the Emperor himself, has naturally become stronger after a year of training. And under the guidance of Lin Zhe, he successfully developed the awakening technique of the King of Beasts and the King of Lions. Hill's strength has also been greatly improved under Lin Zhe's training. According to Lin Zhe's estimation, Hill's current single-person fighting ability is probably comparable to the Rakshasa Four Ghosts. It may be a little worse, but if it is really fighting to the death, it is really not sure who will die. In the original book, if it wasn't for Main's crotch, Selu might not even have survived. In general, Leone has initially reached the level of control, and the meticulous control makes Leone no longer casually vent and show off his power like a nouveau riche. Hill's side is stronger, reaching the second stage, the stage of leveraging. Not only can he perfectly control his own power, but he can also use external force to a certain extent and in a specific environment to allow himself to burst into power far beyond the limit that is impossible to burst under normal circumstances. Chapter 47. It is worth mentioning that during this year, Hill and Selu became very good friends. This made Lin Zhe feel a little surprised when he took it for granted. Hill's character is indeed quite good, and being able to become friends with Hill is a normal thing in itself. Lin Zhe would basically give Selu a brain break every time, just like this time. Lin Zhe just came out of the office with coffee and was about to get a newspaper when he was attacked by Selu, who had been squatting for a long time. "Bastard, look at the trick!" Selu looked at Lin Zhe with his back to him, and a confident smile appeared on his face. Snapped. "Asshole. Next time I will definitely beat you." Covering his forehead, Selu sat on the ground as usual, declaring that he would definitely defeat Lin Zhe. Although Selu also knew that the gap between himself and Lin Zhe was huge, and it might be a gap that he might not be able to catch up in his whole life, but to Lin Zhe, Selu was not convinced. Anyhow, come back after a few more days of practice. Lin Zhe looked at Selu, who was sitting on the ground, took a sip of coffee that didn't even have a ripple on his hand, and said, "Go back and ask Hill to make up more lessons. I can't even control my own power perfectly, and the progress is too slow." Lin Zhe glanced at Selu with some disgust. Because he was embarrassed to ask Lin Zhe to give him special training, Selu would wait for Hill to give him special training every day after he got off work, and then come to challenge himself the grandfather the next day. Shadow Assassin Chapter 29. Hey, don't worry about it. Wait, when Sister Hill gets off work at night, I will ask Sister Hill for advice. After hearing Lin Zhe's words, Selu's small white and tender face instantly rubbed and turned red. The whole person stammered when he spoke. Selu's face was still a little thinner. After all, she was still a little girl as old as Lin Zhe. After finishing speaking, Lin Zhe, who didn't say anything more, Selu stood up from the ground swiftly, patted the dust stuck to his butt, and left step by step, pretending not to know anything. In fact, now, a year later, Selu's opinion on Lin Zhe is actually not that big. After all, strictly speaking, Lin Zhe is also Selu's master and has been learning skills from Hill. Up to you. In the future, the shift time should be changed to evening. Lin Zhe looked at Selu, who was in a hurry and wanted to leave, but he laughed a little dumbly and said, "Starting tomorrow afternoon, join Hill and Leone to receive my special training." Maybe it's because his father didn't suffer an accident like the relationship in the original book, so Selu's current character is actually pretty good, just an ordinary girl next door with a sense of justice. It's not like there is an absolute paranoia about justice in the original book. Perhaps because of the fact that he had more contact with Lin Zhe, Hill, and Leone during this period of time. In fact, Selu's side was also affected to some extent. Just like Leone's free views were influenced by Lin Zhe and turned into a self-protection type, so is Selu's side. Even Selu's changes should be relatively large compared to the original. After all, Selu's father, Mori Ugakitas, was no longer the vice captain. Mori Ugakitas, who was not the vice captain of the Imperial City Guard, would have lost the root of the word he was targeted. Minister Ernest could not have deliberately targeted an ordinary Imperial Guard member and lost his share. Therefore, Selu's side has always maintained a good atmosphere, unlike the original, so Lin Zhe's side has been in contact with Selu's side for a year before slowly accepting the existence of Selu himself. Otherwise, Lin Zhe wouldn't let Selu come to special training with Leone and Hill tomorrow. Selu didn't respond to Lin Zhe's words, but Lin Zhe could clearly feel that Selu's steps became more chaotic. General Lewa. Because of embezzling military expenses, delaying the war, and being of a vile nature, he was imprisoned and asked to be executed on another day. Imperial Palace. Lin Zhe quietly looked at the old man kneeling on the ground without saying a word. As a general who shined brightly in this war, when the war was about to be pacified, he was captured by Minister Ernest on trumped-up charges. Lin Zhe looked at the scene in front of him and felt a little emotional. Before the war started, probably when Lin Zhe had just become the captain of the Imperial Guard Corps, Lin Zhe was fortunate enough to take a look at this General Lewa. At that time, Lewa looked very energetic. He was obviously not too young, but his whole person was like an unsheathed sword, showing his sharp edge. Now, it feels like the whole person is like a withered and decaying old tree, as if it has come to the end of life. Just because he didn't bribe Minister Ernest, it ended up like this. I have to say, it's a bit sad. Chapter 48. The young emperor had no way of distinguishing right from wrong. It is already a very powerful thing that only a 6 or 7-year-old emperor can understand what others are saying to him. Therefore, there is no need to say much about the final result. At least at this stage, the little emperor can only follow the advice of the person he most agrees with, Minister Ornest, and make the most chilling decision. In this regard, Lin Zhe didn't have anything to say. The reason why Lin Zhe is here is not because of what Lin Zhe is going to do, but just because Lin Zhe routinely comes to attend the great meeting that will be held once a month. As the commander-in-chief of the Imperial City Guard, Lin Zhe still needs to report something every month. It's obviously a male lion, but he was judged here by a group of ants. Just as Lin Zhe quietly watched the scene in front of him and was about to mix until off work, Ez smiled and walked to Lin Zhe's side, leaned gently on Lin Zhe's shoulder, and said with a light smile, "Does it feel sad?" Actually, as long as he wants, he can break free from the shackles on his wrist at any time. It can be easily killed and even behead most of the people present. Ez's lips, that were not smeared with any lip gloss, but were as delicate as rose petals in full bloom, slowly approached Lin Zhe's ears and said remarks that did not fit the scene. Lin Zhe glanced at Ez and said lightly, "This is what he chose. Also, I deliberately chose today's trial to prevent the situation you said. Leva as an existence that can kill Brand. Although a lot of methods were used, in general, the strength is definitely not garbage. At least it can be comparable to the General Emperor's envoy, otherwise it is impossible to shine in this war. Therefore, in order to prevent Leva from being excited when he heard the result of the trial, Minister Ornest directly asked Lin Zhe, Ez, and Wood to be present, just in case. With Lin Zhe, Ez, and Wood around, it can be said that almost no existence can cause trouble in front of such a lineup. Any abnormal movement will be suppressed instantly, and there is no accident at all. Yes. In front of us, he has become weak." After hearing Lin Zhe's answer, Ez chuckled lightly and said, "As a weak person, I can only obey all these arrangements. However, it's a pity to kill like this. Let Ernest give him to me later, and I will train him into a loyal dog." Similar to the original results, Estes also felt a little pity about the situation Lewa was currently facing. In addition, Esdras didn't have any subordinates he could handle, so Esdras decided to save Lewa and train him to be his loyal dog to solve some troublesome things. To save a lot of things still need Ez to do it himself. Lin Zhe glanced at Ez, who was talking to himself, and did not continue to answer. It may be because Lin Zhe relied on the secret method of explosive nature to forcibly suppress Ez in an instant, so even if he became the Emperor's envoy, Ez did not find trouble for Lin Zhe and challenged Lin Zhe. What? After all, Lin Zhe also did not use the Emperor's envoy at the time. Ez did not think that he could win against Lin Zhe at present. Ez likes to challenge the strong, but it does not mean that Ez likes to be abused. At least Ez currently believes that the gap between himself and Lin Zhe is too large, and challenging Lin Zhe without authorization is completely meaningless and unnecessary. In fact, it is indeed the case. Because Lin Zhe knew all the information about Ez, it was indeed impossible for Ez to win against Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe 7, Ez 3. If he didn't use Makaatmo, then even if Ez became the Emperor's envoy, he would not be able to defeat Lin Zhe. Even if Lin Zhe is willing, now Lin Zhe can instantly kill Ez. Lin Zhe's eyes narrowed a little as he looked at Ez, who was sticking to his body defenselessly, and accosted him. In a head-to-head battle, Estes couldn't beat himself, let alone assassinate him by sneak attack. It's just that Lin Zhe thought about it this way. Lin Zhe just thought Ez was troublesome, but Lin Zhe wouldn't kill people because of trouble, just like Arya back then. In fact, if it wasn't for Arya's sudden invitation to Leone, Lin Zhe would not have been tempted to kill at that time. Lin Zhe agreed to Arya's invitation, and then when he came to Arya's house as a guest, he revealed that he was the Emperor of the Tegu Demon Sword and Thousand Blades, and then Arya's family confessed, and everyone was very happy. It was completely Arya who killed him and invited Leone, causing Lin Zhe's killing intent to soar to a state that he couldn't hold back no matter how much he pressed it. P.S. Baby, thank you for the reward from the official Compromise Jovi. 13.308. 17,623 Phantom, tilde, tilde, tilde. Chapter 49. Perhaps, compared to normal girls, Ed's character can be said to be quite bad. However, Ed still knows what it means to be treated differently. To treat the enemy, Ed will be as piercing as the cold wind in winter, but to treat his own people, Ed is the other extreme, like the warm wind blowing slowly in spring, which warms the heart. This description may be a little exaggerated, but the meaning is almost the same. As his own person, Ed is still reliable. In addition, Lin Zhe took another look. The little boy, sitting on the throne of the empire, at the feet of the little boy, is the most powerful emperor who protects the country, the supreme throne. In the beginning, it was also the strongest emperor. That is the origin of the emperor, and it is also the apex of all the emperors. Here, even if it is Lin Zhe himself, don't think about any action. Lin Zhe does not think that the current self can compete with the protector of the country. Even if the little emperor's body might not be able to support the activation of the god of protecting the country. However, as long as he is still here, the god of protecting the country will instinctively protect the little emperor. This is a passive skill, and even accompanied by the little emperor's will, he will protect those within the range who the little emperor wants to protect. Leone's trial will soon end, because the little emperor is still relatively young, so for now, the monthly meeting of the court will basically not be delayed for a long time. Shadow Assassin Chapter 30. If it wasn't for the trial of Leone, it would be a process. After the great court meeting, Lin Zhe and Minister Ernest left together. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, Lin Zhe belongs to the same camp as Minister Ernest, and naturally he needs to leave together. As for whether he will be regarded by others as the same raccoon dog with Minister Ernest, it is equally unimportant. As for Ed, he said hello to Minister Ernest and Lin Zhe, said goodbye, and walked towards the prison where Leone will be imprisoned for a while. For Ed, Minister Ernest still valued it very much. After all, he drank a whole can of the demon god appearance and the essence of the devil. There is no limit to his strength. As long as it doesn't touch the bottom line of Minister Ernest, it doesn't matter to Minister Ernest. For example, Lin Zhe. It was obvious that Minister Ernest had never forgotten the thing that Lin Zhe coerced him at the beginning of the night, but Minister Ernest always greeted Lin Zhe with a smile as if he didn't care about what happened at the beginning. These are all because of strength and value. Lin Zhe's sudden suppression of Ed a year ago completely suppressed Minister Ernest, and at the same time further showed his value. Minister Ernest naturally made good friends with Lin Zhe. Anyway, the character of Lin Zhe, Minister Ernest, has come to understand after this period of contact. It is a character of a salted fish, easy to get along with, without any danger. Of course, if there is a chance to completely control Lin Zhe, Minister Ernest will not let it go. It had nothing to do with whether it was dangerous or not. It had nothing to do with whether Lin Zhe was at ease. Lin Zhe. Walking out of the palace, with Lin Zhe slowly, Minister Ernest chewed the raw meat in his mouth while facing Lin Zhe next to him, smiling and saying, "What do you think of the recent situation in the imperial capital? I really didn't expect that General Majestan would actually choose to betray. Obviously on the Empire's side, there will be a better future." Having said that, Minister Ernest just pretended to sigh. It was as if she really felt sorry for Majestan who defected. That's a pity. However, in this case, no wonder, Lord Ernest, that you would let Ed go to subdue General Leone. Minister Ernest's words caused Lin Zhe to be stunned for a while, and then he suddenly woke up, followed with a smile. "If Edgars is not interested in General Leone, I am afraid that you will be a little difficult to handle, Lord Ernest." Woolen cloth. Leone and Majestan had problems one after another, which made Minister Ernest feel a little regretful. Originally, Minister Ernest just wanted to sacrifice an old, ignorant thing like Leone as a sacrificial knife. After all, Leone is old, and even if he can play again, he will not be able to play for a few years, and his value will plummet with the passage of time and the growth of age. It's best to use this kind of guy whose use value is about to be exhausted to kill the chickens and show the monkeys. As a result, I didn't expect that not long after Leone was pressed into the imperial capital, another general, Lin Zhe, who was brilliant in this war, had another incident. Originally, the Empire had already suppressed the three foreign nationalities in the south, the west, and the east one after another, and officially dispatched the Empire's two rookie generals, Lin Zhe and Ez, to join forces to the north to strongly suppress the foreign nationalities in the north. The result was unexpected. Lin Zhe was actually bewitched by the recently created Revolutionary Army. He directly chose to betray the Empire and join the Revolutionary Army. At this time, although Ez became the Emperor's envoy, his control over the Emperor was not particularly high, and he did not master the awakening skills of the Emperor. Therefore, Ez is strong, but it is still within a range that can be tolerated. Lin Zhe is currently the Tegu envoy of Tegu's romantic fortress Pumpkin, which can increase the power proportionally according to the crisis the user encounters. In the face of the high pressure brought by Ez, the combat power is also proportionally large. Increase in magnitude. In the end, Ez just blinded Lin Zhe's right eye and didn't leave Lin Zhe behind. Chapter 50. One of the shining rookies, Lin Zhe, was kidnapped, and the talented and brave veteran Leone was caught by himself with his hat buckled. The order that had been restabilized on the premise of sacrificing a certain economy for the Empire once again became a little shaky. Once Minister Ernest did not let the situation stabilize, then the Empire is about to face the four alien races of the West, the North, the South, and the East, and a revolutionary army that already has considerable strength. One can imagine how irritable Minister Ernest was at this time. The current empire can no longer continue to weaken, and it is naturally impossible for Minister Ernest to understand everything, even on both wisdom and courage. It must be counted as Minister Ernest. Minister Ernest not only has enough wisdom, but also is not weak in combat power. I am afraid that ordinary imperial envoys may not be able to beat Minister Ernest. That's why Minister Ernest hoped that Ez would save General Leone. Otherwise, the Empire will really be hurt. That's right. It seems that Lin Zhe has already seen it. Minister Ernest swallowed the piece of meat that had been chewed into minced meat in his mouth, and then left and said, if there is no General Leone at this time, it would be really troublesome. Furthermore, that 100 people brand also defected. Speaking of this, the smile on Minister Ernest's face disappeared completely and became gloomy like never before. Lin Zhe, Brand, the defections of the two Emperor's envoys, even today's Empire, can't bear it. Although the Emperor said that there are 48 pieces, more than half of them were lost 400 years ago, all around the world. The remaining half can have a degree of it, and it is very good to have 7 or 8 people who are regarded by the Emperor as the Emperor's envoy. Go directly to the two, TSK. Putting himself in Lin Zhe's shoes, I felt a little heartache, especially the most important thing was that both Ez and Lin Zhe belonged to the top of the Emperor's envoys. Especially Brand. If Ez doesn't open up, he really doesn't necessarily stabilize Brand. Whether it's Lin Zhe or Brand, they were all soldiers of the Empire. On their hands, they are stained with a lot of blood of foreign nations, and it is impossible for foreign nations to accept them. Minister Ernest, looking at Lin Zhe with a gloomy old face, said slowly, so there is only one place for them, and that is the Revolutionary Army. Obviously, compared with foreign troubles, Minister Ernest is more worried about the situation of internal troubles. If it is said that the Revolutionary Army was not worth mentioning before Lin Zhe and Brand joined, then after Lin Zhe and Brand joined, the Revolutionary Army, with top-level combat power to keep up with the pace, is destined to have stars conditions, where fire can start a prairie fire. And, according to what Minister Ernest has now learned about, the development speed of the Revolutionary Army is far faster than the development speed under normal circumstances, and there is no obvious hidden danger due to the rapid development speed. It is clear that someone is funding the Revolutionary Army, and this person is likely to be a different race who perceives the opportunity. On the Imperial capital side, please rest assured, Lord Ernest. Lin Zhe looked at the gloomy face and did not speak, but Minister Ornest, who was constantly eating pieces of meat, smiled slightly and said, "Although I usually don't like going out, I like to stay at home. However, I am still very happy to serve the tasks within the scope of the imperial capital." Minister Ernest said these things to himself here, but it was nothing more than a point. That is, I hope that my side will pay attention to it recently. As the captain of the Imperial City Guard team, Lin Zhe still needs to be responsible for some security issues in the Imperial City. In this regard, Lin Zhe naturally agreed. Anyway, how to do it specifically depends on yourself when the time comes. Lin Zhe doesn't need to raise a bar with Minister Ernest. If you have Lin Zhe's words, then I can rest assured. As Lin Zhe's voice fell, Minister Ornest's face instantly showed a bright smile, and he said with a smile, "Next, I will leave it to you, Lin Zhe, with confidence." After that, Minister Ernest didn't say anything, just left happily. Lin Zhe smiled and looked at Minister Ernest's back, which was gradually walking away. He also didn't say anything more. It was the best way to describe Lin Zhe and Minister Ernest, with their good looks. It seemed that Lin Zhe and Minister Ernest seemed to respect each other and talked happily. But whether it is Lin Zhe or Minister Ernest himself, they only know that with the end of this conversation, Lin Zhe and Minister Ernest have completely broken. The Minister of Internal Affairs of Otis was embarrassed to put Lin Zhe's troubles in his heart. Naturally, the purpose is not to say more, and he definitely does not want Lin Zhe, who has a strong combat power, to just do some dealing. It was rare to be treated with sincerity but was rejected by Lin Zhe. Minister Ornest's thoughts need not be said more. Even after Minister Ornest turned his back on him, the momentary gloomy, murderous eyes flashed. Lin Zhe could vaguely perceive one or two. But, Lord Ornest. Lin Zhe looked at Minister Ornest, who had completely disappeared from his line of sight, chuckled lightly, and muttered to himself, "What can you do to me?" P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for valuation, ask for everything. The author of Meng Meng is asking for data online. Chapter 51. Novel Crack brings you this novel. If you are listening to it on another channel with this brand, it means that it was downloaded and uploaded without any effort. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 31. A year ago, when the situation on the Empire's side was not bad, Lin Zhe was not in vain as Minister Ernest. Now that the Empire has entered a state of turmoil, Lin Zhe will not counsel Minister Ornest anymore. For the time being, Az, who has not yet developed the profound meaning of the Emperor, is not Lin Zhe's opponent, and the General Hud, who is known as the strongest in the Empire, will not obey the command of Minister Ornest. Kai Tong in the assassination team should not be the Emperor's envoy, and He Tong is almost the same. Even if Kai Tong and He Tong had both become Emperor's envoys, that was actually the case. The Empire's side is no longer a 1-on-4, but a 1-on-5, not only fighting against the force surrounding alien races, but also dealing with a revolutionary army, the root cause of civil strife. All living forces will devote themselves to the war as much as possible, and it is impossible to play internal friction with Lin Zhe here. Just like what Lin Zhe said just now, Minister Ornest really has nothing to do with Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe and Minister Ornest just parted ways. The next thing will naturally become simpler. Lin Zhe continued to maintain his IQ life. Every day, his home was in line with the headquarters of the Imperial Guard Corps. Minister Ornest knew that Lin Zhe was unreliable, and he had nothing to do with Lin Zhe. Now Lin Zhe is not only a strong individual, but also the captain of the Imperial City Guard. Simply, Minister Ornest no longer cared about Lin Zhe, but concentrated on dealing with foreign nations and the Revolutionary Army. Before, Minister Ernest did not take the turmoil of the Empire seriously at all, nor did he take the foreign races attacking the Empire seriously, nor did he take the grassroots Revolutionary Army seriously. Now, after losing 2 top-level Tegu envoys one after another, Minister Ernest is serious. Assassination units that have never been used in the war have been activated one after another. At this time, Kai Tong is not the Emperor's envoy of Murakami, who will kill the Emperor with a single slash. He is using the words of the minister, Tong Yai, and the wound cut by the Tong Yai character will not heal. It is a weakened version of Tigu that will kill him with one slash. The insight, cultivated through continuous training and trials in the assassination unit, is supported by a wealth of combat experience to formulate action strategies and carefully scrutinize operations. Kaiton shines brightly in the continuous assassination operations. Relying on the outstanding performance of the assassination unit, coupled with the increasingly powerful Ez and General Leva, who was subdued and trained by Ez, Minister Ornest gradually stabilized the situation. Down. To be honest, Lin Zhe really admired Ornest a little bit, and abruptly stabilized the tumultuous empire. If it is said that after crossing the previous Ming dynasty, if there is a minister with a strong hand like Minister Ornest, maybe he can get through the difficulties. But that is to say, the 9,000-year-old Ascension of the Ming dynasty was not bad at all. Under the management of Ascension, the Ming dynasty cannot be said to be infallible, but it is actually not bad. At least there is no danger of collapse. Just like the empire run by the current Minister Ornest. It's a recession, but it's just a recession. Just relying on the current alien nation and the revolutionary army wanting to overthrow the empire is like a dream. In the end, the reason why the Ming dynasty and the empire were changed was really the general trend, and it could not be reversed by one person, or the orders of Ascension and Minister Ornest were not fully implemented. There are just too many factors. For example, although Kaiton has been brilliant in the continuous assassination operations, it has created a lot of advantages for the empire, and many important strongholds of the revolutionary army and foreign nations have been uprooted by Kaiton. But in the same way, Kaiton has also been exposed to a lot of darkness in the empire in the continuous assassination operations. Kaiton also began to be confused and had huge doubts about the meaning of his own existence. If there is no accident, I am afraid that when performing the last assassination mission, the assassination of the betrayer Nijeshitan, it will be similar to the original plot. Finally, under the persuasion of Nijeshitan, he joins the revolutionary army. It's just that Lin Zhe doesn't care much about this kind of thing. It doesn't matter whether the empire is pushed down by the revolutionary army like the original book, or whether the empire swept away all the rebellions with an unstoppable momentum. Lin Zhe now has enough strength to protect himself and lead Leone and Hill to survive in this world safely. Moreover, whether it is Leone or Hill, under the training of Lin Zhe, they have the strength far beyond the original. In terms of skills, Hill has perfectly mastered the first stage of self-control and the second stage of external force training. Leone has also completed the first stage of self-control training and began to contact the second stage of external force training. The current Leone already possesses the combat power of a top emperor. Although Hill did not become an emperor, but after perfectly mastering the first and second stages of skill training, he also possessed more power than ordinary emperors. Once he becomes the emperor of the emperor, Hill will instantly become a top-level emperor of the emperor that is stronger than Leone. Chapter 52. In addition to Hill and Leone, Selu's combat power has also improved tremendously under Lin Zhe's training. That day, Lin Zhe told Selu that he could train with Hill and Leone the next day, but under Hill's persuasion, Selu came back the next afternoon with a blushing face. I am for, in order to better implement justice. That's why I reluctantly accepted your training from Lin Zhe. At that time, Selu looked at Lin Zhe with some embarrassment and said. Lin Zhe just smiled and didn't say much. Teaching 2 is also teaching, and taking 3 is also taking Selu with him. Lin Zhe's impression of Selu is actually okay. The impression of Selu's father, the former vice captain, is actually quite good. In the original book, the sad things that Selu would experience, because Lin Zhe was parachuted into the position of the captain of the Imperial City Guard, Selu did not experience it, and his free views were not distorted. Usually, Selu also finds a reason to cook some soup or make some snacks for Lin Zhe, who is salted fish in the office. Lin Zhe thought it was not bad, just a little bit arrogant. After all, she was still a little girl. Lin Zhe, Lin Zhe. Look, what is this? After a day of practice, Lin Zhe was just as usual, sitting in the office like an old man, ready to drink coffee and read newspapers. Liu, who was holding a small thing in his hand, pushed open the door in a hurry and ran to Lin Zhe. Facing Lin Zhe, he proudly raised the small thing he was holding in his hand, Tegu Warcraft Transformation 100-armed giant. The creature-like dog-type Tegu can get bigger during battle. Just like Tegu Lightning Shibuo and Susanoo, as long as the core is not broken, it can continue to regenerate, which is very difficult to deal with. The awakening technique is the same as Susanoo, which is violent, but the price of a 100-armed giant is half a year of downtime, while Susanoo consumes 1/3 of the user's life force. In the original novel, Majestan made Susanoo go berserk twice, and I am afraid that he will only have 10 years of life left. Oh? Lin Zhe looked at the puppy-like creature that Liu was holding in his hand and was a little surprised, and then said with great interest, Tegu Warcraft Transformation 100-armed giant has become an emperor? That's right. In the future, Liu, will also be the Emperor's envoy. Liu looked at Lin Zhe's slightly surprised expression and said with some smugness, I'm amazing. Awesome. However, Liu, how did you suddenly become the Emperor's envoy? Lin Zhe looked at Liu, who wanted to see her surprised expression like a little girl, and said with a smile, it seems that I will call your sister Leone and sister Hill tonight to celebrate. Liu's relationship with Leone is also pretty good. In other words, whether it is Leone or Hill, they are very easy to get along with. In the original book, it is completely because of the different camps, so the situation between Leone and Hill and Liu is endless from the beginning. What? Don't you know Lin Zhe? Hearing Lin Zhe's question, Liu was a little stunned and said, aren't the entire guard team going to test the compatibility with Tegu today? Many people in the guard team have gone to the test. Is that so? Hearing Liu explain the process of becoming an emperor, Lin Zhe nodded suddenly. If Lin Zhe remembered correctly, in the original work, Liu should have become the emperor's envoy a little later. As a result, I didn't expect that there were still a few years before the main storyline began, and Liu had already become a user of Tegu's Warcraft Change 100-armed giant. Obviously, because of what happened, Minister Ornus needed to supplement the combat power and had to conduct a wider search for the Emperor. Could it be that Kaiton defected? Thinking of this, Lin Zhe was a little thoughtful. Only the user who eventually becomes the user of Tegu's Kill and Killer Murism, Akihiko's defection, will make Minister Ernest feel a little unsteady. After all, there is still a Lin Zhe in the imperial capital, and Minister Ornus is actually more urgent than himself at the same period in the original book. However, if Liu becomes the Emperor's envoy, I'm afraid Ornust's sight is a little frantic, right? Shadow Assassin Chapter 32. Lin Zhe looked at Liu, who had a vaguely intimate atmosphere with him, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. In fact, it is. After learning that Liu, who became the Emperor's envoy, was from Lin Zhe's side, Minister Ernest lost control in his room after a long absence, and smashed everything that could be smashed in his entire room. Damn it. Even if no one becomes the Emperor's envoy. Minister Ernest looked at the messy room in front of him. His eyes, that used to be like ancient wells without any waves, were releasing an unprecedented anger. At this moment, the residence of Minister Ernest was silent. No one dared to make the slightest sound. P.S. Asked for flowers, asked for valuation, asked for comments, tilde, 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 tilde. Chapter 53. After that conversation, Minister Ernest already understood very well what the situation is on Lin Zhe's side. It can be said that if there are conditions, the first thing that Minister Ernest will get rid of is Lin Zhe. It's better now, originally because of the elite of the assassination unit, Kaiton's defection plan to quickly select the Emperor. As a result, the selection of Tegu envoys was selected, and there were indeed people who agreed with Tegu's eyes, but the people who were looked after were not other people, but people who were very close to Lin Zhe. Originally, with Lin Zhe himself, Lin Zhe already had 2 imperial envoys, and now he has added 1 more. The entire 3 Tegu envoys were all in the Tegu garrison. Such a scene, such a lineup, was only possible 1,000 years ago, when the founding emperor was still alive. Just a small imperial guard team can have 3 emperors. This made Minister Ernest very unhappy. Since he became the final victor in that political struggle, Minister Ernest never felt the feeling of being tied down. Now, when facing Lin Zhe, Minister Ernest felt that he was being restrained more than once. No matter what you do, you need to take into account Lin Zhe's feelings, for fear that something is not done properly that will cause Lin Zhe to overturn the table. This kind of feeling really makes Minister Ernest feel bad. However, after Minister Ernest vented almost, he quickly calmed down. Well, it's more comfortable. Facing the broken mirror on the ground, Minister Ernest slightly tidied up his clothes, exhaled slowly, smiled and muttered to himself, "It seems that it is very important to vent properly. Not bad." After speaking, Minister Ernest stopped saying anything, and after the expression on his face returned to the usual calm state, he left his room as if nothing had happened on duty. It was not until Minister Ernest left his mansion that the servants in the mansion breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly started cleaning Minister Ernest's room. If the room is not clean when Minister Ernest comes back, then it will definitely die. From now on, he turned his attention to Lin Zhe's side. Lin Zhe didn't really care about the expression of Minister Ernest when he learned that there was another Tegu envoy on his side, but brought Leone, Hill, and Selu to celebrate the dinner together. Because Leone and the others prefer to eat meals made by Lin Zhe, they usually eat in Lin Zhe's mansion, and Lin Zhe buys and cooks food. Leone and the others were fighting beside him. After eating, it is natural to go for a walk around the inner circle of the imperial capital together to see the night view. As the name suggests, patrolling. As the most prosperous area in the imperial capital, the inner circle of the imperial capital has hardly been affected in any way, and all kinds of beautiful sights are exuding all the time. On the faces of the people in the inner circle of the imperial capital, there are smiles on their faces, and they do not want to be like those in the outer circle of the imperial capital. Their faces reveal indifference and numbness towards the future. Lin Zhe, I am now an imperial envoy. With Xiaobi's help, can I better bring justice to everyone? Selu looked at a peaceful night scene and said a little confused. It was still a little early for Selu to become an emperor's ambassador. After becoming an emperor's ambassador, Selu felt a lot of sense of mission on his shoulders. It was heavy and he couldn't breathe. Yes. I always feel that to become an imperial envoy, I must do something. Hearing Selu's words, Leone glanced at the worried Selu lightly, and without saying anything, he picked up the unfinished wine in his hand and drank it directly. Leone himself didn't know what to say about Selu's simple prayer that didn't contain any impurities. It can only be said that this country, this society, and even this world are too cruel to Selu. This is the case in the original work. The death of his father and the death of his respected master Oka made Selu's heart bear layers upon layers of burdens, and eventually became distorted and paranoid. Hill looked at the scene that seemed to become a little heavy all of a sudden in confusion. In matters other than fighting, Hill's reaction has always been very slow. At this moment, Hill has no way to realize how great the pressure in Selu's heart, who became the Emperor's envoy. Cannot. Lin Zhe glanced at Selu, then he just gave Selu a brain break, and said, I can't even win, you can't. Why? I am now also an Imperial envoy. With Lin Zhe's movements, the slightly heavy atmosphere disappeared in an instant. Selu's face was like an inflated balloon, and Lin Zhe's anger turned into a steamed bun, and said, I can definitely beat you. Forget it today, Lin Zhe, I will challenge you tomorrow. Chapter 54. Oh. Sure enough, will it swell after becoming an emperor? Lin Zhe looked at the puffed-up Selu and laughed lightly. Then tomorrow, will you challenge me alone, or will you challenge me with your little eye? No need to compare. I can defeat you, Lin Zhe, alone. After Selu heard Lin Zhe's words, he waved his hand with confidence. If it weren't for the inherent impression in the original work, Lin Zhe might be able to regard the current Selu as a hot-blooded hero in a hot-blooded anime, and his face will always be so honeyed and confident. It was obvious that Lin Zhe would instantly kill him every time. Leone and Hill were standing by and smiling at the scene in front of them. Almost every day, Selu and Lin Zhe would fight like this. After making a fuss, after walking around the inner circle of the Imperial capital, today's walk is almost over. As the bottom cannon fodder of the Imperial City Guards, Hill and Selu still need to continue patrolling the outer circle of the Imperial City. Lin Zhe and Leone are the leaders of the Imperial City garrison, and they can go home to rest. For Lin Zhe and Leone, it was just a walk, and for Hill and Selu, it was just a patrol. On the way home. It's really gentle. The drunk Leone quietly stuck to Lin Zhe's body and said with a smile, I could have encouraged little Selu, but he directly denied little Selu and took everything on his body. I really don't know who will be so lucky to marry Ozzy in the future. Compared to Selu, an insider, Leone, who has been in the onlooker position, can see a little more thoroughly. When Selu was confused just now, anyone who was a little normal would give encouragement, but it was not necessary to say too much about the result of such encouragement for Selu. I believe in you, Selu, you can do it. It doesn't matter, Selu, you've just become a Tico envoy, you can definitely do it in the future. Words of encouragement or comfort like this will only further increase Selu's inner burden, and because of Selu's encouragement, Selu will most likely not seek comfort from those who encourage him. But Lin Zhe was different, he directly denied Selu's ideal without thinking. From Leone's point of view, Lin Zhe pulled Selu out of his previous heavy psychological environment in an instant, allowing Selu to get rid of the previous psychological pressure in an instant. Just be gentle. I just thought it would be troublesome to encourage Selu. Lin Zhe looked at Leone, who was leaning on him, drunk, just shook his head gently, looked at the sky full of stars, smiled slightly, and said softly, you know, justice is the most troublesome thing. Already. When the ability is insufficient, stand on the sidelines. When the ability is enough, do what you can. This is Lin Zhe's way of life. After getting along with Selu for a year, Lin Zhe feels that Selu is a pretty good girl with a wish for a better future world, pure and pure. Lin Zhe didn't want Selu to become the righteous paranoid in the original book, so he was able to take Selu with him, and Lin Zhe was willing to take Selu with him. Without the strength to fight chickens, he had to rely on Leone's help to survive. If possible, Lin Zhe still hopes to change Selu, a somewhat regrettable girl. In fact, the original Arya, Lin Zhe also gave more than one chance. Facing the pure darkness in Arya's heart, Lin Zhe was shocked more than once. It turns out that there really exists such a person in the world which Lin Zhe has never seen before. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 33. Yes? Leone opened his eyes slightly, looked at Lin Zhe's profile, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and said, however, Zhe, whatever you say, Zhe, I still want to eat braised pork tomorrow. By the way, it would be even better if there were sweet and sour pork ribs. Leone, you are enough. Don't rely on being an enhanced Tegu messenger, you don't need to care about the balanced intake of nutrients and you will be big fish all day long. Lin Zhe looked at Leone, who was clamoring to eat braised pork again, and patted Leone on the head abruptly and said somewhat amusedly, give me some green vegetables anyway. Kai, tilde, 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 tilde. Have you ever seen a lion eat vegetables? Leone gave a disdainful kai. Under the light of the moonlight, Leone's small hand gently supported his flat, white belly as delicate as white jade, pointed to the belt that he was about to wear, and said, I am the Emperor of the King of Beasts and the King of Lions. Servant. Do you know the Lion King? The Lion King is so strong that he can become the king of the lions because the Lion King is never vegetarian. Reason. Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z. Without waiting for Leone to finish speaking, Leone lay on Lin Zhe's body and fell asleep. It was only when Lin Zhe was beside him that Leone could fall asleep so easily. Really? Hold me until I get home and then go to sleep. Looking at Leone lying on his shoulders, Lin Zhe shook his head helplessly, put his arms around Leone and stopped Leone by the waist, and the princess hugged him. Continue walking towards home. Chapter 55. The next thing continues to develop step by step. When Kaiton, who became the Emperor's envoy, was trying to assassinate Nijeshitan, he was successfully persuaded by Nijeshitan and finally chose to defect. The defection of the chief assassin, Kaiton, is undoubtedly a major blow to the Empire. As the situation developed step by step in the direction of getting out of control at this time, even Minister Ornest, who had been sitting firmly in the back, could not sit still and wanted to do something urgently. For example, a large-scale selection of qualified imperial envoys is one of Minister Ernest's plans. Although Selu became the Emperor's envoy, Minister Ornest's plan was completely bankrupt and caused a worse effect, but because Lin Zhe's side did not do much trouble, it was still Minister Ornest's plan, within control. In general, the imperial capital as the base camp of the empire has always been normal. However, with Kaiton's defection, the Empire's control over areas outside the imperial capital plummeted and chaos began to appear. The Revolutionary Army with at least 5 Tico envoys, Nijehitan, Brand, Chiton, Chelsea, and Lubbock, is completely equipped with the ability to do things in the Empire. I am afraid that it will not be long before the night attack will be like in the original book. Built like that. However, the news cannot be all bad news. If it's all bad news, it's impossible for the Empire to stick to the beginning of the original story. In the current Empire, probably they are constantly sewing patches on their body. As soon as this side is repaired, the other side is broken, and the other side is broken, and the other side is broken again. The Empire's repeated defeats internally did not affect the war on the outside. Under the leadership of Ez, the Empire once again showed its edge, suppressing the alien races in the south and the alien races in the west along the way. Relying on the gradually mature control of Tegu, Ez has directly become the devil of the southern and western aliens. Sweeping all the way, one person formed an army, and a pair of white palms were stained with the blood of foreign nations. Whether it is a man or a woman, whether a soldier or not, as long as it is of a different race, Ez will kill him. With the constant battles, Ez's factions have gradually taken shape. The 3 beastmen in the original book joined Ez's camp successively, Leva, Nayu, and Davis. Each of the 3 beastmen is the Emperor's envoy, and the existence of the ceiling level of Ez is naturally unfavorable. In just 1 year's time, the border between the 2 sides is directly pacified. Western and Southern aliens have been completely maimed, and it is estimated that they will not dare to do anything in a short period of time. However, the Revolutionary Army within the Empire also made a lot of achievements, and with the help of foreign nations from all over the world, it has developed rapidly. The turmoil within the Empire has greatly slowed down the speed of Ez to pacify the border. With a kind of momentum that can start a prairie fire, it swept across most of the Empire in an instant, plus Nijehitan, Kaiton, Brand, Lubbock, and Maine and Chelsea who may have joined inches. In this way, the Revolutionary Army grew up under the eyes of Minister Ernest, and became a behemoth that gave Minister Ernest a headache. For a time, a balance was skillfully maintained between the Empire, the Revolutionary Army, and foreign nations. When the 3 parties were at a stalemate, Lin Zhe, the commander-in-chief of the Imperial City Guard Corps, came directly into the line of sight of the 3 parties. In addition to himself, Lin Zhe, who has 3 Imperial envoys, has actually become the key to breaking the game. It can be said that any faction, with Lin Zhe's help, will be able to change the stalemate after being unable to do so, and will be able to directly attack Yuanglong. Well, the premise is that General Bud does not end the game in person. In fact, if it wasn't for the great General Wu to ensure the absolute safety of the little emperor, he would not be able to leave the imperial capital casually, otherwise there would be no revolutionary army at all. As the one focused on suppressing the outside and the other focused on suppressing the inside was simply incomprehensible. It's a pity that Lin Zhe is not interested in such important national affairs, so the revolutionary army has never been able to find a chance to contact Lin Zhe. After all, Lin Zhe is usually an oddity. Every day at 2 o'clock and one line in the inner circle of the imperial capital. This kind of very poor place in the imperial capital is not so easy to get inches. Of course, it is not easy to return, and if you really want to mix, you can still mix inches. In the original book, after the establishment of Yi, more than one stronghold was established in the imperial capital. Because of the existence of Kaiton, Yi Zai has a very high level of understanding of the imperial capital. At the same time, Lin Zhe's strength has been steadily increasing with the increase in template proficiency during this period of stalemate between the three forces, reaching 30%. Lin Zhe is still very satisfied with his current life. Practice every morning, train Leone and the others in the afternoon, and stroll around in the evening if you have time to enjoy a good life. Lin Zhe can live a poor life and enjoy the money. No matter whether he is a fan of money or poverty, it can affect Lin Zhe's state of mind. However, things can't stay that way forever. Chapter 56. Obviously, the Revolutionary Army and the Empire are already in an endless situation. Neither the Empire nor the Revolutionary Army would like to see such a stalemate, which would only consume the Empire's already very bad economy in vain. There are still 4 alien races on the border of the Empire. Compared to the Empire and the Revolutionary Army, the 4 alien races were happy to see the stalemate in front of them. Whether it is the Empire or the Revolutionary Army, they are enemies to foreign nations. The general relationship is like the relationship between the late Ming Dynasty Emperor Chongzhen, Li Ziqing and foreign barbarians. Whether it is the victory of the Revolutionary Army or the suppression of the Revolutionary Army on the side of the Empire, it doesn't matter on the side of the alien race, so the side of the alien race naturally expects the persistence between the Revolutionary Army and the Empire to last as long as possible. After a long period of internal friction, the foreign nation will finally be able to take the final fruits of victory. And foreign nations can see this, and the Revolutionary Army and the Empire can also see this. Whether it is the Revolutionary Army or the Empire, it is necessary for this contest to end in the shortest possible time. The assassin organization Night Attack in the original book was established under such conditions. In order to achieve this condition, the Revolutionary Army in the original book transferred most of its top combat power to night raids and frantically did things on the side of the imperial capital just to break free from the quagmire of the continuous stalemate with the Empire. Even in order to change the status quo, the Revolutionary Army also violated its own superiority, colluded with foreign nations, and made many promises, promising to cede land and compensate, which can be said to be insane. The situation is similar now. Even whether it was the Empire or the Revolutionary Army, they were more or less weakened by the existence of Lin Zhe. The Tegu envoys Leone and Hill, who would have joined the Taoist Revolutionary Army camp, have now become Lin Zhe's people, and Selu, who will become the Empire's fighting force, has also become Lin Zhe's people. It can be said that both sides have to be more urgent, because their combat power is weaker than in the original work. After all, the Revolutionary Army and the Empire were both weakened by Lin Zhe's slash, but not the other side. Therefore, it can be seen from here that Lin Zhe's ordinary life is about to end. Whether it is the Revolutionary Army or the Empire, it is impossible for the current situation to continue. On the day Lin Zhe's template proficiency reached 30%, Yi was established under the order of the Revolutionary Army, went to the Imperial capital, and began to do crazy things on the Imperial capital side. With the goal of becoming a benevolent if unsuccessful, the Revolutionary Army put most of its top combat power into Deo as soon as Yi was established, and Mujahideen was paired with Tegu Electric Flint and Susanoo from the very beginning. The new Tegu envoy, main of the Tegu romance fortress Pumpkin. Once the chief assassin of the Empire, Tegu's one-shot kill Murakami's Tegu envoy Kaiton. Once the Empire killed hundreds of soldiers, the pure combat power is not weaker than Brandeved's. Chelsea, who is also a professional assassin, also joined the night raid at the beginning. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 34. There is also Lubbock, who has always followed Majestan. It can be said that the current night raid lineup is not weaker than the original night raid lineup in the original book at all, and even the more experienced Chelsea, the current night raid is actually more stable. Time is money. With a complete establishment of the night raid, the target was already determined within 2 days of the night raid arriving at the imperial capital. With the purpose of standing on the moral high ground, the target was directly selected to those nobles who were corrupt and bribed and were not good people. Lobby. In the face of the night attack of all the Emperor's envoys, the night attack was nowhere to be found for a while. And one after another, nobles were assassinated, which successfully made the nobles in the imperial capital panic, and also caused a lot of trouble to Lin Zhe. After all, as the commander-in-chief of the imperial city garrison, his duty is to maintain the security of the imperial city. Now that such a situation has occurred in the imperial capital, Lin Zhe must be more or less responsible. Lin Zhe. I didn't expect that such a daring madman would appear here in the imperial capital. Minister Ornest, who arrived at the scene with Lin Zhe, looked at the night attack pattern on the wall of the assassinated noble's house with a smile on his face. He smiled at Lin Zhe and said, "Now the nobles are panicking. So, Lin Zhe, you should be able to arrest and bring these villains who are wanton in the imperial capital as soon as possible." Lord Ornest, don't worry. As long as these people are not emperors, I will definitely be able to arrest them quickly. After hearing Minister Ornest's words, Lin Zhe's face also showed the professional smile of the old onmyoji. Because the night raids have only recently started to commit frequent crimes, and they have not fought against the defense forces of the imperial capital, so Minister Ornest does not know how high the quality of the assassination organization of the night raids is. Of course, Minister Ornest still knew that Kaiton, the chief assassin who defected, would probably be in this organization. However, even if he knew, Lin Zhe didn't care. Again, Minister Ornest has nothing to do with himself right now, he just needs to go along with it on the surface. Chapter 57. If the Emperor is envoy, there should be. There are several corpses here, with a curse of Tegu's one-shot kill, Murism. Minister Ornest looked at the lines on the corpse with a smile on his face. The assassination troop is an organization directly under Minister Ornest, and it is directly under the orders of Minister Ornest, so Minister Ornest still knows something about Kaiton, the chief assassin. It was obvious at a glance that Kaiton, the former chief assassin of the Empire, was among those who shot. Is there an imperial envoy? In this case, it may be a little troublesome. After Lin Zhe heard the words of Minister Ornest, he also smiled and said, "Lord Ornest, you know that the battle between the Emperor and the Emperor must be very cautious." As for the words, Lin Zhe also followed the eyes of Minister Ornest and glanced at the scene. Lin Zhe's eyes narrowed slightly when he looked at the corpses that were cursed and killed within his line of sight. Just being scratched with a single wound is a mortal result, unless it is like his. To be honest, Lin Zhe actually felt that Kaiton was even more dangerous in some respects, because fighting against Kaiton would not allow him to suffer any damage, and Kaiton himself was a very powerful killer. It's okay. In normal times, Lin Zhe, just pay attention. What kind of virtue Lin Zhe is, Minister Ornest has already understood it in the past few years. Although Lin Zhe was disobedient, Minister Ornest was relatively reassured, because Lin Zhe was not only disobedient when facing himself, but also likely would not be too obedient when facing the revolutionary army. Sometimes Minister Ornest also had difficulty understanding Lin Zhe's way of thinking. I don't understand what Lin Zhe wants to do with his arrogance here. Although he and the revolutionary army should not find trouble with Lin Zhe, neither he nor the revolutionary army will definitely settle accounts with Lin Zhe. Thinking of this, Minister Ornest just shook his head in his heart and didn't say anything, feeling a little pity. If possible, Minister Ernest still hoped that Lin Zhe would be loyal to him, otherwise Minister Ernest would not have trusted Lin Zhe back then. Since Lin Zhe did not respond, there was only one result left. Lin Zhe is so incapable of doing things like this. Minister Ernest will definitely ask Lin Zhe to settle the bill after everything is settled. Whether it is venting or killing chickens, it is very necessary. After speaking, Minister Ernest turned around and left. Looking at the back of Minister Ernest turning and leaving, Lin Zhe didn't say anything more. After instructing the members of the Imperial City Guard team to do what they were supposed to do quickly, Lin Zhe was not going to continue to do any unnecessary things. I glanced at the cat not far away, which had been lying on the wall since just now. The cat's body looks very clean, with pure white hair without any mottled hair. At first glance, it feels like a noble cat only raised in aristocratic homes. This kind of cat appears in the noble house and looks normal. Meow, tilde. Seeing Lin Zhe set his eyes on him, the cat just meowed softly, stretched slightly, jumped directly onto Lin Zhe's shoulder and licked Lin Zhe's face with his tongue. He kissed Lin Zhe affectionately, as if this cat was a very ordinary cat. Lin Zhe shook his head helplessly. He didn't bother to say anything, just lifted the cat from his shoulders and without any hesitation, just threw it in the distance and turned to leave. Lin Zhe knew that the cat was Chelsea, who used the Tegu, transformed into ZZGE Foundation. Although Chelsea, who used Tegu, could be regarded as a cat from any angle, Lin Zhe naturally couldn't distinguish a person only from the superficial things like appearance and smell. Whether it's from the timing of appearance or something else, Chelsea is actually very wrong. Coupled with Lin Zhe's understanding of the effects of various emperors in the original work, Lin Zhe naturally easily identified Chelsea's true identity. Lin Zhe didn't want to have anything to do with Chelsea, a night attack killer from the Revolutionary Army. However, Chelsea obviously didn't think so. Did he find me? I shouldn't have noticed that there was no change in either breath or eyes. As a cat, Chelsea stood quietly on the wall, looking at Lin Zhe's back, gradually walking away with some hesitation. The Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial City Guard, Lin Zhe. The breaker of the stalemate between the Revolutionary Army and the Empire, Chelsea had received the task about Lin Zhe and said that if there was a chance, she must try to get to know Lin Zhe. Regarding the intelligence on Lin Zhe's side, the Revolutionary Army has almost collected it. There is not much to collect. If you want to collect information on Lin Zhe, you can easily collect a lot. After all, Lin Zhe's past had nothing to hide. Chapter 58. It's nothing more than the life of struggling to survive in the slums with Leone when he first crossed over. However, due to the very ordinary life trajectories of Lin Zhe and Leone, the Revolutionary Army felt that it was possible to win Lin Zhe to their side and become a game breaker. Lin Zhe and Leone, the two Imperial envoys, grew up in slums since childhood. After becoming the Emperor's envoy, he gained power for a while and he didn't do anything wicked. Lin Zhe was like a salted fish, drinking coffee and reading newspapers in his office all day long. Leone is similar here. As the vice captain of the Imperial City Guard team, he looks like a street gangster, not a real person. Although he is usually a little thief, he is not a villain. The new Emperor's envoy, Selu, is similar here. He has a very good personality. Just describe the darkness of the Empire to Selu, and then take Selu to witness it with his own eyes, then there must be no problem. Therefore, the Revolutionary Army is still very optimistic about Lin Zhe. I feel that there is a high probability of being able to pull Lin Zhe, an important small gang force, into his own camp. Once Lin Zhe is really pulled into his camp, the balance between the Revolutionary Army and the Empire will be completely broken, and the stalemate before will completely disappear. Thinking of this, Chelsea hesitated for a while. Now is indeed an opportunity, just. Seeing Lin Zhe's back that was about to disappear from her line of sight, Chelsea no longer hesitated and hurriedly opened her little legs and quickly caught up with Lin Zhe. What the newspaper says may not be accurate. Appearing without permission to persuade will put yourself in a dangerous situation. However, it is rare to have such a good opportunity to get close to Lin Zhe. I can completely disguise as a kitten that I have always hoped to adopt and observe Lin Zhe up close. It is not too late to consider whether to persuade Lin Zhe after he has thoroughly determined Lin Zhe's character and character. Chelsea began to plan the next series of Action Shadow Assassin Chapter 35 as the Tegu ambassador of Tegu Changeable Gaia Foundation. Chelsea is really confident in her disguise. It was not that she didn't disguise herself as an animal before, and it happened that she had been beside the mission target for a long time to gain the trust of the mission target. And Lin Zhe was obviously a target worthy of Chelsea's long-term lurking. In this way, Chelsea followed Lin Zhe back to Lin Zhe's mansion in the central area of the Imperial capital. Until Lin Zhe returned to her mansion, Chelsea looked at the wall in front of her without any hesitation, jumped directly, crossed the courtyard wall of Lin Zhe's mansion, and came to Lin Zhe's courtyard. However, just after crossing the courtyard wall of Lin Zhe's house, Chelsea's heart was suddenly shocked. Live! Without waiting for Chelsea's reaction, Chelsea was once again led up by Lin Zhe with one hand. Chelsea looked at Lin Zhe in disbelief, then quickly calmed down, pretending to be a very ordinary cat, struggling constantly in Lin Zhe's hands, and then seeking Lin Zhe with pitiful mews and eyes. Bursting. However, Lin Zhe's next sentence completely broke Chelsea's calm. Actually, you really followed me home like this in a grand manner. I remember that your night raids should only kill bad guys, right? Could it be that I've also become the target of your night raids? Lin Zhe looked at Chelsea, who was lifted by one hand and struggled in his own hands, and said with some humor, although I often say that I don't do the right thing in the garrison, but at most I'm not a bad guy. Or Meow. Chelsea looked at Lin Zhe with a confused expression. Although being seen by Lin Zhe instantly made Chelsea panic, but at times like this, the more she needed to calm down. Chelsea began to think about how to get out of Lin Zhe's hands next. The only thing that makes Chelsea more fortunate is that although she is a Tegu envoy on the Revolutionary Army side, because of the speciality of Tegu's Changeable Gaia Foundation, Chelsea's own identity is no problem. There may be the possibility of fishing in troubled waters. If it really doesn't work, you can choose to deceive, and then find an opportunity to escape. However, before Chelsea could continue to think about it, Chelsea found that her body just took off again, and then slammed into the courtyard wall of Lin Zhe's house, with a bang. He was thrown out by Lin Zhe again. After being thrown out twice in a row, Chelsea had already vaguely felt a little pain in her ass. I don't know if it was a coincidence or what. Every time she was thrown out, Chelsea would land on her own buttocks and suffered the most damage. Help me bring a message to your superiors. Lin Zhe opened the door slightly and looked at the kitten, who was still sitting on the ground in a daze. I allow you to carry out a limited self-protection counterattack, but it is limited to this. I'm not interested in what's going on between your Revolutionary Army and the Empire. As long as you don't provoke me, I don't care whether it is the Empire or the Revolutionary Army. Chapter 59. As a member of the Imperial City Guard, his duty is to protect the safety of the Imperial City. Similar to this kind of thing, Lin Zhe couldn't stop Leone and the others, otherwise they would do it. Whether it was Leone, Hill or Selu, they were not the gold that could be protected by Lin Zhe in the cage. Canary. If that's the case, Lin Zhe would just ignore it after killing Arya's family. It is impossible to deliberately threaten Minister Ernest and sneak into the Imperial City Guard to support him. So, as members of the Imperial City Guard, Leone and the others will definitely meet the people over there in the night raid one day. After all, Leone and the others are almost all Tico envoys. Leone himself is still an enhanced Tegu envoy. The night attack group continued to commit crimes over and over again, and it was very difficult not to be caught by Leone. The reason why there were no accidents before was entirely due to Leone's alcoholism. However, if the night raid continued like this, Leone would definitely be caught. Now, since Chelsea has already come to the door, Lin Zhe doesn't mind giving you rata immunization through Chelsea to warn the people on the Revolutionary Army side. Hey! How can there be such a reason? Hearing Lin Zhe's unusually unreasonable remarks, Chelsea couldn't bear it any longer. Anyway, seeing Lin Zhe like this, Chelsea also knew that it was useless to pretend to be herself, so she simply changed back to her original appearance from her cat form. A girl with long pink hair appeared within Lin Zhe's line of sight. The girl has a slender figure, her arms as pure and flawless as snow lotus root pointed at Lin Zhe angrily, and under the moonlight, a pair of round and slender legs were like white jade, exuding a faint luster. Chelsea looked at Lin Zhe and said angrily, "Why? What is a self-defense only counterattack? It probably means that they are chasing and killing you, and you can just think about it." Lin Zhe stroked his chin and said with a serious face, "Don't have murderous intentions towards them. However, then again, probably when you are facing them, you don't have much extra effort to do things other than escape. Leone and the others have already surpassed the strength of the Emperor in the conventional sense. After Lin Zhe's special training, the strengths of Leone, Hill and Selu had already undergone tremendous changes. Perfect control of yourself, you can also use external force to let yourself break out of the skills beyond the limit, and then match the all-round physical fitness enhancement of God's King of Beasts and Lion King. To be honest, Lin Zhe really felt that in a head-to-head battle, few people could win against the current Leone. Even Lin Zhe would have struggled a bit if he didn't use the power of the magic sword. Hill's sight is even more terrifying. Not only has he perfectly completed the special training in the first stage of controlling himself and the second stage, but he has also further learned some auxiliary secrets and explosive secrets taught by Lin Zhe. It can be said that one skill uses the secret explosion technique in a short period of time. I am afraid that even Eds may not be able to win. Forget it. No way. Makamoto's move to stop time is too cheating. Even if Lin Zhe knew this move in advance, he would have to pay a high price to prevent it, let alone Leone and the others. Selu's sight is also okay. He has completed the first stage of special training and is now in the second stage of special training. With the addition of the biological type Tegu 100-armed giant, it is equivalent to the combat power of 2 Tegu envoys. In the night attack, the only ones who can fight Leone head-on are probably the gate Ren, who is extremely close to the ceiling in the original work, and the dull Tegu Susanoo, who has entered a state of rampage. Things like Chelsea and Lubbock are simply not enough to watch, and they will be solved in minutes. If it wasn't for Kaiton's slaying with one slash, Murism would be a little clueless, and Lin Zhe wouldn't have given Chelsea a vaccination. Not always. When the time comes, if something really happens, don't cry. Chelsea looked at Lin Zhe's confident appearance, and made a face at Lin Zhe. However, before Chelsea could continue to say anything, Chelsea's expression instantly stiffened, and cold sweat began to appear on her forehead. I saw that Lin Zhe, who had a normal expression at first, became extremely terrifying in an instant after Chelsea's voice fell and the murderous intent that had been hidden by Lin Zhe broke out. Lin Zhe's killing intent was like a stormy sea, while Chelsea was like a small boat in the stormy sea. In the face of terrifying killing intent, it is possible to completely sink into the endless stormy waves at any time. This kind of killing intent, I'm afraid even Kaiton is far behind. Feeling the terrifying killing intent sweeping from Lin Zhe's body, Chelsea instinctively swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The next second, the killing intent of the stormy waves, like the tide that ebbs after a high tide, begins to recede quickly as if nothing had happened. That's about it. Okay, it's getting late, let's go back and spread the word. After speaking, Lin Zhe ignored Chelsea and closed the door again. Chapter 60. Lin Zhe didn't expect his warning to have much effect. Lin Zhe believed that once Leone and the others really got in the way of the Revolutionary Army in the night attack, no matter how much he warned, it would be useless. As a former Imperial General, Nijestam has a brilliant record and a bright future. Kai-Tong is the chief assassin of the assassination unit, and her younger sister He-Tong is still in the assassination unit of the Empire. If they were afraid of death, then Nijestan and Kai-Tong would not choose to betray the Empire. It's just that Lin Zhe only needs a momentary hesitation between the Revolutionary Army and Yi crossing at the critical moment. With the power that Lin Zhe now symbolizes, the Revolutionary Army will definitely consider Lin Zhe before those warnings. Is this the Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial City Guard, Lin Zhe's strength? In this case, a lot of things will be difficult to do. After experiencing Lin Zhe's strength a little bit and realizing how terrifying Lin Zhe's strength is, Chelsea looked at the tightly closed door in her sight and was silent for a while. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 36. However, there was no use in Chelsea continuing to stay here. Since there is no way to lurk beside Lin Zhe, he can only go back and return to his life. I should have gone back a long time ago. I am afraid that the companions over there in the night attack have already begun to be a little anxious. Oh, that Commander-in-Chief Lin Zhe really said that. Night raid on headquarters. The former Imperial General, now the leader of the night raid, Nijahidin sat on the main seat of the conference hall, a little thoughtful. Is the killing intent that burst out in an instant even stronger than Kai-Tong's side? I hope this Lin Zhe will not be the second as, otherwise it will be really troublesome. Chelsea is a veteran killer of the Revolutionary Army. She has extremely strong professionalism, and there is definitely no exaggeration. That is to say, the captain of the Imperial City Guard, Lin Zhe's strength, is probably beyond theirs. Imagine. It's excellent. It would be nice if it were our comrade. On the other side, a plain head, that is, the former Imperial soldier, slaughtered Bran with a sigh and said, "Is it possible for the captain to recognize the darkness of the Empire and join us?" I remember, this captain seems to have never done anything bad. If you haven't done anything bad, if you work hard, it should still be possible. Hey, Lubbock, are you right, Tilda? If possible, Brand doesn't want to have a conflict with Lin Zhe. However, Brand, who used to be a soldier of the Empire, is also very clear about one thing, that is, as a soldier of the Empire, many things are beyond his control, and it is almost the same if he wants to come to the Imperial Guard. The duty of the garrison is to escort, patrol, and ensure the safety of the Imperial capital. Obviously, the night raid here is obviously opposed to the Imperial Guards, and they will definitely fight in the end. Brand, you talk as you speak. Cream-haired and old-fashioned, Lubbock patted Brand's hand on his thigh and said with a tingling scalp, "I'll stress it out to you at the end, my sexual orientation is normal. I think it should be impossible." The Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial City Guard is not interested in either our side or the Empire's side. After Chelsea heard Brand's words, she ignored the matter between Lubbock and Brand. After the official establishment of the night raid as the only male other than Brand in the night raid, Lubbock was not less harassed by Brand. Chelsea glanced at everyone present and said with a serious face, "I think it's better not to expect to be able to pull the captain of the Imperial Guard Corps to our side. Now, what we should pay attention to is, what should we do in the face of those Emperor's envoys in the Imperial Guard team? One is an enhanced Emperor and the other is a biological Emperor. I'm afraid it's not so easy to deal with." Just as Lin Zhe had guessed. Regardless of whether Lin Zhe's warning is effective or not, what Lin Zhe symbolizes will definitely make Yi Crossing seriously consider it. For example, Chelsea, who has experienced Lin Zhe's powerful killing intent, is very cautious. Deal with this issue. At this time, if I want to say who is the most calm, it must be Kai-Tong, who has been sitting in his seat honestly since the beginning of Yi Raid's memories, concentrating on eating his own snacks. Whether it was when he was in the Empire before or when he was attacking here at night now, Kai-Tong always obeyed orders. Therefore, Kai-Tong didn't particularly care about how to deal with people like Lin Zhe. Okay, there is no way to deal with it. If you really want to encounter it, you don't need to estimate what to keep. Nijestan slowly took a mouthful of the lady's cigarette and spit it out. For a while, the meeting room became a little smoky, and Majestan said lightly, "It's all Emperor's envoys. Once you keep your hands, what will happen, I don't need to say more. Usually, try to walk around the guards as much as possible." Chapter 61. Majestan put an end to what happened on Lin Zhe's side. Although it was a pity that he couldn't bring Lin Zhe, the captain of the Imperial City Guard, into his own camp, but fortunately the captain of Lin Zhe and Minister Ernest didn't catch a cold either. Based on Majestan's understanding of Minister Ernest may have long been impatient with Lin Zhe, a disobedient guy. Now Lin Zhe is completely powerful and Minister Ernest has to endure it. That's it. Thinking about it this way, the Revolutionary Army only needs to be a third party and watch the show quietly. Only. If I can't draw Lin Zhe over. A worried look flashed across Majestan's face. The situation between the Revolutionary Army and the Empire definitely cannot continue to be stalemate like this. Lin Zhe's side was the first attraction that was valued by the Revolutionary Army. As long as Lin Zhe, the Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial City Guard Corps, can be successfully drawn into the Revolutionary Army's camp, then the Revolutionary Army will be able to successfully break the deadlock with the Empire. However, it is impossible for the Revolutionary Army to put all their eggs in one basket. Therefore, the Revolutionary Army still has Plan B. If Lin Zhe does not plan to join the Revolutionary Army, then the Revolutionary Army can only carry out Plan B and cooperate with foreign nations. In fact, whenever there is a slight possibility the Revolutionary Army does not want to cooperate with foreign nations. This was no different from the traitors before Lin Zhe crossed over. If the Revolutionary Army wanted to get further help from other nations to break the stalemate with the Empire, it needed to be forced to give up a lot of interests and even land. About these things, Majestan didn't tell everyone in the night attack, and it was impossible to tell. After all, why did the people in the night raid gather together? As the leader of everything, Majestan really couldn't be more clear. Once the people of the Night Raid really know that the Revolutionary Army is preparing to cooperate with foreign nations to break the deadlock with the Empire and even to cede territory for this purpose, then the meaning of the Night Raid will be completely lost. Therefore, at this moment, no matter how worried Majestan is, she can only keep these things in her heart, smiling and watching the night attack crowd. If you can. I really hope that everyone can live to the end. Majestan thought sincerely. Winter has come again. There is a vast expanse of whiteness between the sky and the earth, and snowflakes are slowly falling from the sky. The whole world seems to have become pure at this time. However, this is purely on the surface. And even just this superficial purity will require a huge price. Every winter, a group of poor people who are already very difficult will leave this world completely. Time goes by pretty fast. After the winter this time, it's probably the time when the main storyline of the original novel begins, right? Lin Zhe sat in his office, watching the snowflakes slowly falling from the somewhat drowsy sky outside the window. While taking a leisurely sip of coffee in his hand, he began to calculate the time from the main storyline of the original novel. This winter is the fourth winter that Lin Zhe has experienced since he became the captain of the Imperial City Guard. Lin Zhe's proficiency has reached 35% step by step. Although there is no feeling of rapid progress, Lin Zhe's strength has been steadily increasing. By now, I am afraid that the only two generals who can compete with Lin Zhe are Estes and Bud. Estes was able to fight against Lin Zhe because the big move was a real pervert, while Bud was unknown. Lin Zhe didn't know much about Bud, so he definitely couldn't use his full strength when fighting Bud, and he had to stay free. Force. As for the other Chiton or brand, it's really not enough for Lin Zhe to fight now. Of course, Lin Zhe can have such confidence. Most of the confidence is because of the magic knife. If it is not the magic knife, Lin Zhe is probably difficult to deal with the top emperor of Keda. Once the top emperor's envoy uses the awakening technique, his strength will change dramatically. If Lin Zhe doesn't use the magic knife and 1,000 blades, it is really difficult to deal with it. If you are not careful, you may capsize in the gutter. When Lin Zhe unlocks the template proficiency of Shadow Assassin 7 to 100%, he will probably not be able to use the magic knife and 1,000 blades, and he will be able to crush the average top emperor. Just relative to the weather. The more troublesome thing is probably the son of that guy Ernest. Lin Zhe glanced at the information spread on his desktop. Information on the Wild Hounds, a secret police force that Sheila had recently established, Minister Ernest's son. Because of the establishment of E-Raid and Lin Zhe's inaction, E-Raid has been stirring up trouble on the Imperial capital side, and is busy suppressing the order and has just started to go to the northern border to suppress the alien races in the north. Even if everything goes well according to the progress in the original work, it will take a long time. 1 or 2 months will definitely be needed, and the Imperial capital will definitely not be able to continue doing things like Night Raid's Infinite Anim, opening template Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 37. Lin Zhe was unreliable, as was busy with foreign wars, and Minister Ernest could only let his son play. Chapter 62. Sheila, as the son of Minister Ernest, had a very good living condition since he was a child. His own talent is also very good. He graduated from Yuanquan Temple with very good grades and traveled all over the world, learning hundreds of martial arts, taking the essence and removing the dross, and integrating the advantages of hundreds of martial arts into one. This is a little exaggerated, but the meaning is almost the same. Of course, Sheila couldn't just learn martial arts. In fact, compared to learning martial arts, Sheila likes doing things she likes more. For example, adultery and robbery. Sheila is not a martial arts idiot, and practicing martial arts is just one of Sheila's hobbies. While traveling around the world, Sheila met famous criminals and masters from all over the world, and also collected many tegu scattered outside the empire that had been lost for many years. Because of the double pressure brought by the forced sting and the night attack on Minister Ernest, the establishment of the Wild Hound was earlier than in the original book. After all, Minister Ernest is not Lin Zhe. After reading the original book, I know that Ez will be able to pacify the alien ethnic group in the north that would have taken at least a year to pacify in about a month or 2. In the eyes of Minister Ernest, there may be no way to count on Ez in a short period of time. In addition to his son, Sheila has recently returned and brought many good friends. Therefore, the establishment of Wild Hound has become very logical. Next, the Wild Hound led by Sheila will replace the Hunter, created by Ez in the original book, and will directly carry out a series of activities against the night attack. The snow was getting denser and the wind was blowing harder. In a short while, even Lin Zhe could not see the scene outside the window vaguely, and all he could see was just a chaotic light. This winter, compared to previous years, is even worse. If the winter that Lin Zhe had just crossed over had been as violent as it is now, I am afraid that Lin Zhe would not have survived at all. Even if Leone took him with him, the final result would be the same. Bang bang bang. Before Lin Zhe could continue to sigh, the door of Lin Zhe's office was knocked on rarely. Normally, except for Oka, who would knock on the door respectfully, Leone, Hill and Selu would just push the door open and come in without knocking at all. Please come inches. Lin Zhe glanced in the direction of the door and said lightly, the door is not locked. As Lin Zhe's voice fell, the door of the office was slowly pushed open. Standing at the door were 3 young men, Tasmi, Seiyu, and Iaz, who were wrapped tightly. Looking at the 3 people standing at the door, Lin Zhe's eyes narrowed slightly. Lin Zhe was a little surprised. The protagonist of the original novel appeared in his sight much earlier than he thought, but considering the series of butterfly effects brought about by his crossing, he was relieved. Because of the changes brought about by Lin Zhe, all parts of the empire except the imperial capital were even more sad than in the original book. It's not surprising that Tasmi, the protagonist of the original novel, and his first 2 friends, Seiyu and Iaz, will come to the imperial capital early. After all, Lin Zhe was still thinking about the Wild Hound, which was founded by Sheila in advance. Matter. Hello. My name is Tasmi. Looking at Lin Zhe, sitting behind the desk, Tasmi hurriedly, about 90 degrees to the flustered team. Lin Zhe gave a big salute and said, "This is my companion, Shayu Yai." Yes. It was a big sister named Leone who gave us a letter of recommendation and asked us to come find you. As he said that, Tasmi hurriedly pulled out a letter of recommendation from his pocket that seemed very casual at first glance. It was with this letter of recommendation that Tasmi, his partner Shayu and Ias were able to come to the door of Lin Zhe's office, otherwise they would have been stopped long ago. Lin Zhe is not something that anyone can see. The energy, symbolized by the captain of the Imperial Guard Corps, can be big or small, and someone like Lin Zhe can be compared to Minister Ornest, and in the eyes of others, he is a behemoth that is no weaker than Minister Ornest. In the original book, Oka can only become the licking dog of Minister Ornest. Leonard's letter of recommendation. Looking at the letter of recommendation that Tasmi handed over, Lin Zhe raised his eyebrows slightly, took it over and said, "I'll take a look." Lin Zhe remembered that there was such a place in Leone in the original book. On the condition that he can introduce a very superior job or position, he tricked Tasmi, who had just arrived in the Imperial capital, to invite him to a good meal. Looking at the contents of the recommendation letter, Lin Zhe had a general understanding of what happened. The overall process is similar to the beginning of the original. At most, it was originally just Flickering Tasmi and turned into Flickering Tasmi and his companions. It's just that compared with the original book, it is more honest, and he threw the pot directly on Lin Zhe's head and actually introduced Tasmi and the others to Lin Zhe's side. Chapter 63. So, what do you think we can do? Looking at Lin Zhe, who was in a state of contemplation, Tasmi introduced himself with anticipation. "My companions and I both have the strength to fight against the first-level dangerous species, so I should be able to be a team leader." Dangerous species is a unique name in the world of Crimson Eyes, which is similar in meaning to the symbol of monsters. There are only 3 levels of dangerous species, revealed in the original book, namely Super Dangerous Species, and the first level Dangerous Species that Tasmi killed at the beginning of the original animation. Being able to fight against the first level Dangerous Species, Tasmi and his companion Shayo and Ias are indeed excellent. After all, Tasmi and the others are only 14 years old now. Don't talk about fighting with a first-level dangerous species. There are not many team leaders who can fight against the second-level dangerous species. Lin Zhe looked at the 3 Tasmi who were looking at him with a look of anticipation and said with a smile, "In terms of strength, it must be enough. If what you said is true, I am afraid that there is no team leader who is stronger than you. Already, the members of the Imperial City Guard are relatively average in strength. Except for Lin Zhe's core faction, most of the other members are crooked melons and cracked dates. The Vice Captain Oka might not even be able to beat Tasmi, so Tasmi and the others want to be team captains. Their strength is indeed enough. Of course, this doesn't mean that the people in the Imperial City Guard are really bad. It can only be said that Tasmi's talents are indeed very good, far exceeding ordinary people." "So, what do you mean?" Lin Zhe's voice just fell. The girl next to Tasmi, Shayu, said excitedly, "Can we become the team captain?" Compared with the original book, Tasmi, Shayu and Ias came to the Imperial capital a lot earlier than the original, precisely because the situation in their village was not optimistic. So if possible, Tasmi and the others really want to successfully find a job with a good income, then upgrade and raise their salary and subsidize their own village. No. Even if you have Leone's recommendation letter, you still need to start from the most basic positions. Lin Zhe directly rejected Shayu's request, and looking at Shayu's obviously depressed expression, he said with some humor, "Although the economy has not been very good in recent years, the treatment of the Imperial City Guard has always been very good. Even the lowest level guards can have a good salary. The monthly salary of the members of the grassroots security team is 30 silver coins. They are equipped with special dormitories and free meals are included. 30 silver coins, for a relatively low-level person, can really be said to be a very generous reward. You must know that Lin Zhe's daily living needs were only 10 copper coins. Even now, the economic depression has soared, and his daily living needs are only 20 copper coins and 6 silver coins per month. The salary of 30 silver coins is definitely a huge amount for Tasmi and the others, and they don't need to spend extra money to find a place to live, and they don't need to spend money to eat every day. As for Tasmi's bag full of money in the original book, Lin Zhe suspects that 90% of it is copper coins. In fact, as Lin Zhe introduced the treatment of ordinary members of the Imperial Guard Force, Tasmi, Shayu, and Arya's eyes all lit up. A month's salary can actually have 30 silver coins. Tasmi looked at Lin Zhe with an unbelievable expression on his face and said, "And 3 meals and lodging are included. I thought that the monthly salary of the squad leader could have 10 silver coins, which would be very good. Is this the Imperial capital?" The 3 of Tasmi, who didn't know the market conditions in the Imperial capital at all, simply felt that in order to achieve the purpose of helping their village, they needed to be at least the level of a team leader to be able to have enough economic ability to help. In the end, I didn't expect that the monthly salary of just the most basic guard team members is as high as 30 silver coins, which is terrifying. So, what's your decision on your side? Lin Zhe smiled and looked at Tasmi and the others. Lin Zhe is still very optimistic about Tasmi and the others. Since they have all been delivered to him, there is no reason for Lin Zhe not to accept it. With Tasmi and theirs in a maximum of 1 year, Lin Zhe was able to bring their combat power to the level of the General Tegu in their training ground. In the face of Lin Zhe's inquiry, there is no need to say more about the next thing. The monthly salary of 30 silver coins and the package of board and lodging completely fascinated Tasmi and the others. After all, the reason they wanted to become squad leaders was because they were worried that the salary of the General Guard would not allow them to fund their village shadow assassin VII. Chapter 38. Now that the salary of the General Guard team members is so generous, naturally there is no need for any hesitation, just agree to it directly. Awesome. Tasmi, in this case, we will be able to collect a lot of money for the village next month. After confirming that she could join the Imperial City Guard, Shayu hugged Tasmi and eased beside her. The combined monthly salary of the 3 of them is nearly 1 gold coin, which can fully support their village through this winter. The plot has changed. Lin Zhe smiled and looked at the scene in front of him, sighing slightly in his heart. Chapter 64. In this way, the trio of Tasmi were deceived by Leone as they did in the original book, and then joined the Imperial City Guards under Leone's recommendation. With the addition of Tasmi, Shayu and Arya's, Lin Zhe's living habits have changed. Lin Zhe maintained his previous routine for a long time every day. He practiced in the morning and drank tea in the afternoon. If he was in a good mood, Lin Zhe might have brought Leone, Hill and Selu over for special training. Now Leone, Hill, and Selu have been trained by Lin Zhe. Basically, what they need in the future is to review the past and learn new things over the years. It depends on everyone's perception. Tasmi and the others were divided into Selu's team by Lin Zhe. Because Selu became the Emperor's envoy, Lin Zhe had raised Selu's rank to a squad leader. It is worth mentioning that when Selu first became the Emperor's envoy, he scared the Vice Captain Oka quite a bit. For fear that he would be treated by Lin Zhe to the father of Selu before, he would just slap him to the end. During that time, he came over to please Lin Zhe when he had nothing to do, which made Lin Zhe feel inexplicably cute. Today's Oka, because Lin Zhe and Leone have always been pressing on his head, so he has no chance to do wicked things. Oka couldn't see through Lin Zhe's thoughts, but Oka could still see a little of Leone's thoughts. Oka knew that Leone could not allow himself to do too much things, so in the past few years, Oka has at most accepted bribes to give people a little convenience, and there will be no more. Therefore, after the establishment of the night raid, Oka's side did not become the target of the night raid to be assassinated. Oka may be hated by people because of corruption and bribes, but it has not reached the level of hatred. On the other hand, after Sheila's Wildhound was established, it also played against Yi's eye a few times this winter. Relying on Sheila's own space-type Tegu Shangri-La, he also managed to let Yi's eye eat some small meals. Deficit. If it weren't for the fact that Brett's combat power was abnormal, maybe the night attack had already been reduced. At the same time, because of the particularity of the members of the Wildhound will not only conflict with the Night Raiders, but also conflict with the Imperial City Guards on Lin Zhe's side. Leone and Hill are fine. He is crooked himself. As the deputy captain of the Imperial City Guard, he occasionally works part-time to rob the rich and help the poor, rob other people's wealth and help himself of poverty. The other is naturally dumb and reacts very quickly to things like fights, but always takes a bit slower to respond to other things. As a force capable of wrestling with Minister Ornest, the members of the Wildhound tried their best to ensure some very basic restraint, as much as possible, not to do serious things when the Imperial Guards were there, including Sheila. In the original book, the reason why Sheila spoke rudely to the Hunter members was entirely because Estes was out, and she knew that Estes was no longer, so she dared to jump around arrogantly. If Estes was there, Sheila wouldn't even dare to let go of her fart. The same is true for the Imperial City Guard. Lin Zhe, who was able to suppress Estes in an instant, has always been in the Imperial City. Sheila has not swelled to the point where she thinks she can provoke Lin Zhe. Therefore, after the establishment of the Wildhound, at least when the Imperial City Guard is present, the Wildhound is more restrained. It's just that this kind of restraint is only relative, and some things that Selu can't see happen often. Lin Zhe. Is that Wildhound really the so-called special police force? On the street in the inner circle of the Imperial capital, Selu walked beside Lin Zhe, facing Lin Zhe's face full of indignation, frantically complaining, venting his dissatisfaction with the police force headed by Sheila during this time. Tasmi, Sheyu, and Ayaz, who were Selu's more optimistic little followers, followed behind. In response to Selu's crazy complaints, Tasmi and the others also showed indignant expressions on their faces. In the eyes of those in the Wildhound, what was already very restrained behavior, in the eyes of Selu and Tasmi, it was already a very excessive behavior. However, every time, because the Wildhound is an independent special police force, Selu, the captain of the Imperial City Guard, has nothing to do with a group of Wildhounds. If you want to remove the Wildhound, even if it is Lin Zhe, there is no reason to do so. The Wildhound is a special police force directly under Minister Ornest. That is to say, the impression that Lin Zhe left on Minister Ornest was too shocking. Otherwise, the Wildhound might not be able to take care of Selu, and it is not impossible for Selu to rob the civilian girl directly. Unfortunately, they are indeed special police units. Looking at the somewhat indignant Selu, Lin Zhe said with a smile, "It belongs directly to Minister Ornest, and in many things, he can directly bypass our garrison." After all, the fundamental willingness of Wildhound was that Lin Zhe was too salty and disobedient. Chancellor Ernest cannot repeat the same mistakes. Chapter 65. In the eyes of Minister Ernest, it would take Estes 1 to 2 years to subdue the last northern alien who was not subdued. In the past 2 years, the Wildhound, led by his son Sheila, fought against Night Raiders. Not to mention the complete victory over the night attack and the delay of the night attack, the overall situation is basically set. As for those who were killed by the Wildhounds for wrongdoing, in the opinion of Minister Ernest, they were completely insignificant. With Sheila, how many Wildhounds are there? How many people can you kill? Even if each of the Wildhounds can kill 10 people a day, it will only be more than 10,000 people a year, and the Wildhounds also have a lot of things to do. It is impossible to focus all their energy on doing evil. Not every member of the Wildhounds likes killing people, so to say that the Wildhounds kill 1,000 people a year is a very exaggerated figure. On the other hand, the Imperial capital kills and injure at least 5 or even 6 figures every winter. Compared with this data, the people Sheila killed were insignificant at all. Why is this? Lin Zhe, let me tell you, you haven't seen those Wildhounds with your own eyes. After hearing Lin Zhe's explanation, Selu's mouth pouted and said, "There is no normal person inside." Originally, Selu wanted to let Lin Zhe, who only knew about salted fish all day, do it, but he didn't expect that the backer behind this special police force would be so big. Of course there won't be any normal people. After all, the son of that guy Ornest is not a normal person. That's what it's called, gather people by similarities and divide them into groups. Lin Zhe looked at Selu, who was a little depressed, and laughed lightly. In fact, it's not just the case of the wild hounds. Isn't it true that Selu's site is gathering people in groups? If it was the Selu in the original book who couldn't tolerate a little bit of sin, I'm afraid that I would have passed away. Now, Selu would be much more rational. After all, the sins that were only exposed within Selu's line of sight were barely within Selu's tolerance. But, can we really control them? Salvation Tasmi, who had been following Selu, couldn't help but ask, "It's obviously a special police force, but what they did is really..." Tasmi, who was only 14 years old, and his friends, Leone, had no way of understanding that this world was not a black and white world. In addition to white and black, the color that really dominates is actually gray. Before Tasmi could finish speaking, he saw that on the other side of the street, the wild hounds led by Sheila were slowly walking towards the direction of Lin Zhe and others. After seeing the wild hound coming, Tasmi hurriedly covered his mouth. There was at least one thing Tasmi understood, and that was that wild hound people wouldn't mess with them if they didn't. These guys are making trouble again in the name of patrolling. Selu also noticed the wild hound on the other side of the street, with dissatisfaction written on his face. The wild hound is similar to the Imperial Guard, and they will patrol every day, but Selu and the others patrol to maintain the basic law and order of the Imperial capital, and the wild hound is different. The wild hounds patrol here to satisfy their own selfish desires. For example, Sheila is patrolling during the day to find some targets that meet her requirements. After some pretty good-looking girls are spotted by Sheila, Sheila will come to the door one night later. Sheila is the Emperor's envoy of the space-type Emperor Shangri-La. As long as she has been to places, she can leave spatial coordinates for teleportation, but each movement will consume different physical strength depending on the distance. Moving continuously within a short period of time will increase the stamina exponentially. The approximate method is similar to Cassidon's ultimate move in League of Legends. It is used continuously for a short time, and each time it is used, the mana consumption needs to be doubled on the original basis. It's just that there will be no unlimited increase, so in the original book, Sheila can be used continuously for a short time after taking drugs. Now every corner of the Imperial capital is estimated to have been left with its own spatial coordinates by Sheila, which is convenient for committing crimes. Of course, relying on the spatial coordinates, Sheila does occasionally do business. For example, during this period of time, the Wild Hound and Ye-Raid fought twice, and it was Sheila who entangled the Night Raider through her Imperial equipment. Shadow Assassin Chapter 39 successfully exposed most of the people in the night attack to expose their appearance and made them onto the most wanted list. On the other hand, during this period of time, Selu had actually been working hard to collect evidence on the Wild Hound's side, but every time he failed because of Sheila's perfect alibi. People in Wild Hound are generally more restrained. After all, they are outsiders. The Imperial capital also has Lin Zhe and Wu, the two ceiling fighting powers. Only Sheila, a local, is unscrupulous, because Space Tegu and his father are Minister Ornest. Every few days, girls are tortured to death. Selu has been investigating this for a long time, but because there is no evidence, Selu has not shown any signs of it. He also told Leone and Hill about this. Leone is also a bit savage about this matter and has been investigating this matter with Selu all the time. Because Hill is naturally dumb, he can only provide combat assistance after discovering the enemy. Because Lin Zhe is a salted fish, his attitude has always been don't bother me if you don't have anything, don't bother me if you have something, so Selu didn't tell Lin Zhe about this. On the shelf testimonials. Because the leaflet will not be issued now, it will be issued at the end of the last free chapter. First of all, let's talk about the slow rhythm. The reason for the slow rhythm is the type of this book. The author is probably the kind of everyday person, so compared with a kind of novel that tends to fight and pretend, the rhythm must be slow. Then there is the issue of the outbreak. Well, it is too late on the 27th, so let's postpone it until the 28th and try to have a small outbreak. There will be chapters 5, 10. The author is now 4, and the time is indeed a little tight, but subscribe if it is I, the author, can still have liver. Try the 28th chapter and 10 chapters. By the way, the author pushes several old books of his own, and the author is updating it every day. Infinite Anim, opening template Jigwa Unai, 600,000 words, fat and oily, can be slaughtered completely. Infinite Anim, opening template Lava Behemoth, almost 300,000 words, is considered a little fat, and can be slaughtered. Infinite Anim, opening Flowing Water Shattering Rock Fist, 240,000 words, the number of words is a little less, but the red eye is over, you can start the slaughter. If the specific release time is about 3 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow, I beg the watchers to subscribe. Chapter 66. If there is no accident, Selu and Leone probably won't find any evidence. After all, teleportation is really too buggy, and the degree of bug is really not weaker than Ed's big move Makahatmo that can pause time. And since Lin Zhe noticed Sheila also saw the people on Lin Zhe's side. Although Sheila already knew the general strength of Lin Zhe through her father, Minister Ornest, Sheila would usually restrain a little when facing people from Lin Zhe. However, this does not mean that Sheila will be a tortoise when she meets Lin Zhe. Just like in the original book, Zai Laming knew that Ez was terrifying and still dared to do something to Ez, using the Space Emperor Shangri-La's ultimate move to perform ultra-long distance on Ez. Said. Therefore, when Sheila saw Lin Zhe, she showed a warm smile on her face and walked directly towards Lin Zhe. Isn't this Captain Lin Zhe? I'm the leader of the Special Police Force Wild Hounds, Sheila. Sheila smiled and stretched out her left hand to Lin Zhe with a warm smile on her face and said, I have always heard from my father about Captain Lin Zhe. Today is the first time I have seen Captain Lin Zhe with my own eyes. As she said that, Sheila put her eyes behind Lin Zhe, Selu and Seiyu. Whether it's Selu or Seiyu, they belong to the kind of very beautiful beauties. Moreover, whether it is the special temperament of Selu or Seiyu, that kind of pure and pure temperament that can be seen at first glance, makes Sheila particularly ticklish. In particular, I want to view Seiyu and Selu, and enjoy the wailing of Seiyu and Selu. Since returning to the Imperial capital to create a special police force, Wild Hound, and dealing with Selu, Sheila has been envious of Selu and Seiyu for a long time. If it wasn't for Selu himself being an Imperial envoy, Lin Zhe's deterrent power would be strong enough. Sheila had long been looking for an opportunity to do it. In the face of Sheila's aggressive gaze, Selu and Seiyu both frowned subconsciously, and the expressions on the faces of Tasmi and Ayaz on the side became a little wary. After Selu's training for this period of time, Tasmi and the others have been able to vaguely perceive some malice. It can't be said to be malicious, it can only be said that the leader of the Wild Hound in front of him has some bad intentions. Is Sheila? Lin Zhe looked at Sheila, who didn't hide her thoughts at all. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she also had a warm smile on her face, and said, It's been a long time since I looked up. I heard that the Wild Hound caught the night attack that had been coming and going without a trace during this period of time, and fought with it. I admire it very much. We can't do it here. We have never been able to keep up with the footsteps of the night attack. In the future, the security of the Imperial capital will still depend on Wild Hounds. When it comes to talking nonsense, Lin Zhe is really nothing. Looking at Lin Zhe, the Wild Hounds led by Sheila were actually just like that. They fought E-raid twice, and neither side suffered casualties. One of the Tico rules. Once one of the two Emperor's envoys has the intention to kill the other, only one of the two Emperor's envoys will survive. To be honest, this thing is a bit metaphysical and cannot be trusted completely, but it does say so in the original book. Judging from the final results of the two fights between the Wild Hound and the Night Raid, it should be that neither the Wild Hound nor the Night Raid had any killing intent towards the other. The night attack is easy to understand. After completing the task, retreat in time. It is the way of the assassin to escape thousands of miles without a single strike. For a target other than the Wild Hound, a night attack is definitely impossible to kill. And the Wild Hound is better to understand. Which of the Wild Hounds is not a criminal who is alone? Compared with completing the task, the people in the Wild Hound are more concerned about keeping themselves safe. Unless the night attack is really killing, otherwise the members of the Wild Hound will probably not be killing. Lin Zhe is also a full-time emperor, and the members of the Wild Hound are not that stupid, so they have to fight Lin Zhe to death. Even on Sheila's side, it's the same. Otherwise, in two fights, Sheila really wants to do something, and she can definitely make a little movement. Night Raid and Wild Hound will definitely have attrition. In this way, Lin Zhe, the captain of the Imperial City Guard, and Sheila, the leader of the Wild Hound, began to chat on the street, talking a lot of nonsense that was not nutritious. Selu and Tasmi looked at Lin Zhe with speechless expressions. The time spent with Lin Zhe has also continued. Selu and Tasmi also know that Lin Zhe is an old onmyoji, and they often tell people to talk to people and talk to ghosts. However, even so, every time he saw Lin Zhe chatting with people, Selu would be a little speechless. Then again, Selu's self-control ability and reason are much better than the original, and he has been with Lin Zhe for a long time and has learned a little about the characteristics of Lin Zhe's onmyoji. By the way, Captain Lin Zhe, I have a small suggestion. My two team members are very interested in Captain Lin Zhe. After the simple exchange just now, although it was all nonsense, with no nutrition, Sheila could probably see that Lin Zhe was a little more gregarious than SJKS, so Sheila pointed to her two Wild Hound members, not far away, and said with a smile, they like Captain Lin Zhe a little bit. I wonder if Captain Lin Zhe wants to take them home to play? Lin Zhe followed Sheila's fingers and looked at the two girls who were also very beautiful, not far away. They were also the only two women in Sheila's Wild Hounds, Tatya and Cosmia. Tatya and Cosmia both smiled and waved at Lin Zhe. These two are characters in the manga and did not appear in the anime. However, before Lin Zhe crossed over, he not only watched the anime, but also read the manga and knew a little about the two girls. Tatya is an alchemist, whose body has undergone numerous transformations. Although she looks like a delicate and cute little loli, she is actually quite old. It's probably not a problem to want to be Selu's grandmother. Cosmia is a little more normal. She is a pure female pervert. Her usual hobby is to be with the men she likes. Because her appearance is really youthful and beautiful, she rarely misses it. Probably had a preliminary identification of Lin Zhe's character. Chapter 67. Interesting. Lin Zhe took his eyes away from Tatya and Cosmia, looked at Sheila and said with a smile, it's a very good suggestion, but I think I need to give something here. Haha, it's no big deal. I also like Commander Lin Zhe's subordinates. After Sheila heard Lin Zhe's words, she left twice, put her eyes on Selu and Shayu again, and said with a chuckle, I have been in love with Miss Selu and Miss Shayu for a long time. Naturally, Sheila couldn't be so kind to give Lin Zhe her two team members, so that Lin Zhe would have a comfortable love affair. Tatya and Cosmia looked very good. The reason why I say this is entirely because Sheila is really itchy. For Sheila, the two pure and innocent girls, Selu and Shayu, are really the best. Sheila really wanted to abuse them well. As Sheila's voice fell, Selu and Shayu's expressions instantly became ugly and angry, looking at Sheila with anger, and Tasmi and Iyas even wanted to pull out their swords. If it wasn't for Lin Zhe's presence at the scene, it was not their turn to speak. It is estimated that the fight has already started. Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 40. Lin Zhe looked at Selu, who was provoked by Sheila in just a few words, like a prickly kitten, with some amusement, put his hand on Selu's little head and rubbed gently, comforting Selu. I'm so sorry. It seems that my two lovely subordinates are not interested in Mr. Sheila. After comforting Selu, Lin Zhe turned his attention to Sheila again and said with a smile, "It seems that Mr. Sheila's suggestion may not be implemented." After speaking, Lin Zhe ignored Sheila. He directly passed the wild hounds led by Sheila and continued to walk along the original route with Selu, Seiyu, and Tasmi. It was enough to say a few words without nourishment. There was no need to keep saying it. That's really a pity. Sheila looked at Selu, who was grinning at herself under Lin Zhe's palm. There was no special expression on her face. She smiled and said, "But since Miss Selu and Miss Seiyu are unwilling, forget it. There are really many girls in the Commander-in-Chief Lin Zhe who can make people fall in love. Whether it's Miss Selu, Miss Seiyu, Miss Gill and Miss Leone, I like them very much." Sheila did not expect Lin Zhe to agree to his exchange request. The reason why I chatted with Lin Zhe for a while was to take advantage of the rare opportunity to meet Lin Zhe to learn about Lin Zhe's character. After all, he often mentioned it from his father, Minister Ernest. Of course, if Lin Zhe really agreed, then everything would be fine. However, as the last sentence fell, the smile on Lin Zhe's face disappeared instantly. It's interesting, it keeps provoking me like this. Lin Zhe turned around and looked at Sheila, who had an undiminished smile on her face. Her eyes narrowed a little, and she said lightly, "Is it yours or your father's?" Lin Zhe hates trouble, but Lin Zhe also knows the truth. The more you hate trouble, the more you cannot avoid trouble. Since Sheila is going to face her face-to-face and provoke herself, then things can end so easily. Captain Lin Zhe, is this angry? Did I say something wrong? Sheila looked at Lin Zhe, whose expression suddenly became a little cold, with a somewhat exaggerated smile on his face, and some exaggerated words. "If there is, then I will apologize to you, Captain Lin Zhe." Although Sheila was more afraid of ceiling powerhouses like Lin Zhe and Ed's. However, it is worth mentioning that this does not mean that Sheila will be afraid of Lin Zhe. If there is no need, Sheila will naturally not offend Lin Zhe meaninglessly, but Sheila is not a normal person, not to mention, Sheila is the Emperor of the Space-type Emperor Shangri-La. It can be said that from the beginning, Sheila considered herself invincible. Therefore, Sheila has limited fear of Lin Zhe, as and the three ceiling-level powerhouses, especially for Lin Zhe. She has never seen Lin Zhe's powerful Sheila with her own eyes. It is not special. Afraid of Lin Zhe. In the final analysis, from Sheila's point of view, the reason why Lin Zhe was able to crush Ez in an instant was because Ez was not an Imperial envoy at that time. What makes you so confident? Is it your father, Minister Ernest, or are these all the friends of the Emperor's envoy besides you? Or what about your space-type Emperor, Shangri-La? Lin Zhe looked at Sheila, who had an exaggerated smile, and said softly, "Or, do you think I won't do anything to you?" Following Lin Zhe's repeated inquiries, seeing Lin Zhe's gaze looking down at him from a height, the smile on Sheila's face disappeared. "Of course, all of them. My father, but Minister Ernest, every partner by my side is an emperor." Sheila looked at Lin Zhe, her hands suddenly spread out, and said, "And I am the Emperor's envoy of the space-type Emperor Shangri-La." "Captain Lin Zhe, you said, why did you do something to me?" However, it seems that Captain Lin Zhe is very concerned about that little Leone. How is this possible? Before Sheila could finish speaking, Sheila's pupil shrank suddenly. In between, Lin Zhe, who was originally at least 10 meters away from him, actually came to him just in an instant. Without any hesitation, Sheila directly activated her Tegu Shangri-La and instantly moved to another location. However, when Sheila moved to the next position instantly, Sheila felt an unprecedented sharp pain in her abdomen. Sheila was directly punched by Lin Zhe and slammed to the ground. Boom! Accompanied by a loud roar. The fairly hard ground collapsed in an instant, and with Sheila as the center point, there were dense cracks like spider webs all around. Ah! You guy. It was not until after all this was over that Sheila reacted and let out a series of screams. Lin Zhe ignored Sheila's screams and directly stomped off Sheila's arm that was struggling to stand up. Accompanied by Lin Zhe's movements, Sheila let out an even more tragic scream in the midst of the sound of bone shattering that made people feel scalp numb. Chapter 68. The severe pain took over almost all of Sheila's thoughts. It may be because he has lived a very superior life since he was a child, and when he was practicing martial arts, he had a detached talent and had never met an opponent, so his upper limit of pain tolerance was extremely low. The consequence of this is that Sheila has no way to devote her energy to using her Space Emperor. Good intentions. Lin Zhe looked at Sheila, who was rolling on the ground in pain, screaming at his feet, and said indifferently, "But, in the face of absolute strength, are these things of yours really useful?" As Lin Zhe's voice fell, the magic knife on Lin Zhe's body came out. In an instant, it was divided into thousands of flickering fragments, surrounded by Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe turned his head slightly, looked at the wild hounds, not far away who seemed to want to do something, and said lightly, "After thinking about it, then get your hands on it." There are not many people in the wild hound who are strong in frontal combat. It can be said that as long as Lin Zhe is willing, Lin Zhe can instantly kill everyone in the wild hound with a magic knife and 1,000 blades. Little brother is really amazing. Datya isn't going to do anything. After the old witch Datya heard Lin Zhe's words, she took 2 steps back with a smile and said with a smile, "This girl is not good at fighting and killing." Lin Zhe's strength has only been showing due diligence from the short moment just now. In just a short time, Lin Zhe came to Sheila with after images that people couldn't react to. And after Sheila used the Space Emperor, she once again rushed in front of Sheila in a very short time. It wasn't until Lin Zhe punched Sheila to the ground that everyone in the Wild Hounds responded. The people in the Wild Hound are not people who don't know how high the sky is. Naturally, through the tip of the iceberg shown by Lin Zhe, it can be analyzed that it is absolutely impossible for him to be Lin Zhe's opponent. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that this is the imperial capital and Sheila is the son of Minister Ornest, it is not convenient for them to move at all, and they don't need Lin Zhe's warning. They will go as far as they want. It's the same for Cosmia's side. Actually, Cosmia likes little brother a little bit. Old pervert. Cosmia looked at Lin Zhe and said with a smile, "Can Cosmia be a guest at my brother's house at night? Do something that my brother likes to do." Cosmia's eyes almost lit up when she looked at Lin Zhe. The characteristics of Lin Zhe's lot in this short period of time deeply attracted Cosmia. Now Cosmia is really very restless and wants to do something with Lin Zhe that men and women should do. The other Wild Hound members didn't say much. They all followed Datya and took 2 steps back to show that they would not do it without authorization. After seeing the Wild Hound's decision, Lin Zhe didn't say anything and refocused on Sheila, who was gradually recovering from the pain. Feeling the shadow cast by Lin Zhe and Lin Zhe's gaze, Sheila, who had just come over, was a shiver that should have been, and her mind that had been blinded by resentment was instantly awake. Lin Zhe's method just made Sheila's heart tremble, and she said in fear, "Captain Lin Zhe, there is no direct conflict between us. I admit that what I said just now is wrong. I apologize to you, Captain Lin Zhe. I'm just a cheap mouth. I didn't think of offending Captain Lin Zhe. You just don't have a chance." Looking at Sheila, who was begging for her forgiveness like a dog at his feet, Lin Zhe just chuckled and said, "Now, I suspect that you have something to do with the girls who have been tortured and killed recently. Just go with me to the Imperial City Guard Corps and take a seat." As Lin Zhe spoke, he bent down slightly and took out a sign with a Tai-Kai pattern from Sheila's arms. "This is the Space-type Emperor Shangri-La. Lin Zhe has been greedy for a long time. I haven't found any suitable reason to take it. Now that Sheila is provoking herself again and again, then Lin Zhe will naturally not mind that little thing she wants." Shadow Assassin Chapter 41. The next thing naturally became very simple. Faced with Lin Zhe's movements, the people on the Wild Hound side naturally didn't dare to make any extra moves. She could only helplessly watch as Sheila, who was like a muddy pool, was held up by Tasmian Ayaz and walked towards the headquarters of the Imperial City Guard. "Lin Zhe, is there really no problem?" I tracked Sheila for a long time, but I haven't collected any evidence of Sheila. Selu walked to Lin Zhe's side and looked at the backs of Tasmanians who were carrying Sheila towards the Imperial Guard headquarters, and said with some concern, although I also think that Sheila dared, but there is no evidence. I'm afraid, in the end, I have to release Sheila. If possible, Selu would have long wanted to arrest Sheila. In addition to the lack of evidence, Selu is almost certain that Sheila is the culprit in the incident of the girls who were tortured and killed. Of course you can have evidence of Sheila. After Lin Zhe heard Selu's words, he smiled slightly, waved the space-type Emperor Shangri-La he was holding, and said, "Do you know what this thing is?" The space-type Tegu Shangri-La, the function, is also very simple and easy to understand, that is, teleportation. So, you want to collect evidence in front of a person who can move instantly, which is undoubtedly a nonsense. After finishing speaking, Lin Qiannuheo stuck the Space Emperor tool in his hand and put it in his pocket. As soon as the Space Emperor is in hand, he will try to use his will to tame him when he returns at night. Once he succeeds, Lin Zhe's combat power will increase exponentially. Just think about it. If an assassin gains the ability to teleport, how perverted it is. It can be said that once Lin Zhe really succeeds and becomes the Emperor's envoy of Space Emperor Shangri-La, then Lin Zhe's combat power will completely surpass Ez's. Even if Esders uses the ultimate move Makahatmo to pause the time, Lin Zhe can instantly move to a distance before Esders pauses, and he can just wait for the pause to end. Ez's ultimate move doesn't last long, and when Ez uses his ultimate move, he will also get a lot of suppression, and the speed will not be too fast. Chapter 69. Space Emperor. Is there even such an Imperial tool? When Selu heard Lin Zhe's explanation, a surprised expression appeared on his face. If that's the case, then it's no wonder that he and Leone have never been able to get evidence of Sheila's crime. Although there are relevant introductions about the various Tegu that have appeared in the Empire, it is very obvious that whether it is Selu, Leone or Hill, they are not people who can read books. So, when collecting evidence of Sheila's crime, Selu didn't think about teleportation. Don't we have all the Tegu data in the database of our garrison? Lin Zhe looked at Selu's surprised expression and patted Selu's head a little funny and said with a chuckle, "So, I usually have to read more books." Got it. I'll go and learn about all the Tegu information tomorrow. After hearing Lin Zhe's words, Selu stuck out his little tongue and made a cute expression to Lin Zhe. But soon, Selu's expression became worried again. Selu looked at Lin Zhe and said worriedly, "But, Lin Zhe, is there really no problem? Anyway, Sheila is the son of Minister Ernest, so let's arrest him like this." It's different from the original book, which is only dedicated to upholding the gradually distorted justice in his heart. Now Selu has learned to judge the situation. Selu is very clear. Today Lin Zhe directly captures the son of Minister Ernest, the leader of the Wild Hound, Sheila, what the consequences will be. Undoubtedly, this symbolized the official tearing of the face between the Imperial City Guard and Minister Ernest. The problem, there must be some problems. Lin Zhe knew what Selu was worried about, and Selu was indeed worried and asked the wrong question. Lin Zhe said with a smile, "Like Selu, you said, no matter what, Sheila is the son of Minister Ernest, it must be hard for us to deal with it." It's just, Selu, that's just not easy to handle. Since Lin Zhe dared to pull a hand against Zai, then Lin Zhe was naturally ready to tear his face off with Minister Ernest. Originally, Lin Zhe was not going to tear up his face with Minister Ernest so early. After all, within the scope of the Imperial capital, Minister Ernest was more powerful. Anez is in the same camp as Minister Ernest. Really torn my face, there is indeed a lot of trouble, but this is just trouble. Just like what Lin Zhe said before, Lin Zhe hates troublesome things, but this doesn't mean that Lin Zhe is afraid of these troublesome things. Sheila provoked herself again and again. If Lin Zhe really didn't hear anything, then the timid Lin Zhe would have to face all kinds of troubles. So far, the reason why Lin Zhe has been able to live a leisurely life is mostly due to his achievements in instantly suppressing Ez, who had not yet become an emperor. If Minister Ernest feels that he is showing his timidity, Minister Ernest will definitely make small moves. It's just not easy to handle. Sellu's expression was a little stunned, and suddenly he didn't respond, and said, "What do you mean?" "It's the most obvious meaning. Now, I say that he Sheila is the murderer who killed those innocent girls, then he Sheila is." Looking at the gradually darkening sky, a smile appeared on Lin Zhe's face. Since his face has already been torn apart, Lin Zhe naturally doesn't mind tearing his face more thoroughly. Sellu looked at Lin Zhe with some vague understanding. However, there is one thing that Sellu understood, that is, the captain of his own salted fish finally got to do something serious and bring the sinful incarnation of Sheila to justice. Although it sounds a bit unreasonable. Thinking of this, the expression on Sellu's face also became a little happy. The son of Minister Ernest, the leader of the Wild Hounds, the incident of Sheila being arrested by the Imperial City Guard is naturally impossible to simply end like this. In fact, all this is just the beginning. Almost before Lin Zhe put Sheila in the prison of the Imperial City Guard, Minister Ernest and Lin Zhe had already received the news. For a while, the faces of Minister Ernest and Lin Zhe showed two completely different extreme expressions. Minister Ernest naturally needs to say more. His son was actually arrested by Lin Zhe, which undoubtedly sent a bad signal. Lin Zhe was ready to tear his face. At such a critical time, tearing his face with Lin Zhe was something that Minister Ernest would not want to see anyway. And the Night Raid side was naturally cheering for Lin Zhe's behavior. Since Lin Zhe, the commander-in-chief of the Imperial City Guard team, can't stand the evil deeds of the minister's son, perhaps he only needs to let Lin Zhe and Ernest fight a little. After Lin Zhe and Ernest were almost fighting each other, there is a high probability that Lin Zhe, a powerful helper, will be drawn into the Revolutionary Army. After all, Lin Zhe's record is obvious to all. Although it is few, it is shocking enough every time. Back then, Lin Zhe was an existence that could instantly suppress the great General Ernst, who was known as the strongest. Even now that Ernst has become the Emperor's envoy, the gap between the two should not be too huge, let alone let Lin Zhe suppress Ernst once again. There is definitely no problem in fighting with Ernst in a normal battle. After pulling Lin Zhe into the Revolutionary Army, in terms of the top-level combat power, the combat power between the Revolutionary Army and the Empire will not be so disparate. So far, it is recognized that the top combat powers, Lin Zhe and Budka, are all in the camp on the Empire's side. Of course, Chancellor Ernest would not fail to see this problem. The moment he received the news, he let go of everything he was doing and rushed to the headquarters of the Imperial Guard Corps to visit Lin Zhe. This is the first private meeting between Lin Zhe and Minister Ernest since the last time the yin and yang violated it. Chapter 70. The end result, of course, broke up unhappily. Since Lin Zhe has already planned to tear his face, naturally he will not let Sheila go back like this. Moreover, Lin Zhe had already sentenced Sheila to death in her heart when Sheila set her eyes on the people around her, especially Leone. The reason why Sheila was taken to the headquarters of the Imperial City Guard and then killed was because I needed a suitable reason. At present, Lin Zhe is not planning to move the place, so it is most suitable to let Sheila be guilty deserved. Leone stood beside Lin Zhe, looking at Minister Ernest, who had a peaceful smile on his face from beginning to end, and then left. His brows were deeply wrinkled, and he said softly, "Zhe, is there really no problem?" Shadow, Assassin VII Chapter 42. Rejecting Minister Ernest, I am afraid that the next thing is really a complete tearing of the face. As the vice captain of the Imperial City Guard, Leone did not shy away from the conversation between Minister Ernest and Lin Zhe, so he naturally had a panoramic view of the conversation between Lin Zhe and Minister Ernest just now. The scene has always been very harmonious. Even if the problem that Minister Ernest faced was that his son was likely to be killed by Lin Zhe, Minister Ernest's expression did not fluctuate in any way, and he was always very neutral and peaceful. It cannot be said that Minister Ernest does not love his son. However, compared with his son, Minister Ernest understands more clearly and knows when he should do things. To a certain extent, Ernest achieves absolute rationality. Don't worry. Tearing your face is not the same as turning your face. After Lin Zhe heard Leone's words, he smiled lightly and said, if Ernest is going to turn his face, then he won't come to visit me. Even if I kill his son, he still acts as if nothing happened and greets me with a smile. The purpose of Minister Ernest's coming today is not to save his son, nor to persuade Lin Zhe, nor is it possible to give in to Lin Zhe. The reason why Minister Ernest came back is just to confirm Lin Zhe's side, an attitude. Lin Zhe was just about to tear his face, or just flipped the table over and turned his face. If it is determined that Lin Zhe is going to directly flip the table and turn his face, then Minister Ernest will no longer have any tolerance for Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe, even at the expense of calling heads back from the order. Kai, tilde. If I didn't know who that Sheila was, you really look like a bad person now. Leone let out a kai and leaned in front of Lin Zhe, slightly raised her pink lips, and said with a smile to Lin Zhe, I heard Selu tell me. After the minister's son said something to tease me and Hill, Ozzy got angry all of a sudden. So, is Ozzy angry because I was molested, or is Hill angry at being molested? I'm really curious to make our salted fish captain take so much trouble, tilde. Under the moonlight, Leone's clear and bright eyes stared at Lin Zhe blinking. Under Leone's smile, a pair of willow eyebrows slightly curved up, the long eyelashes trembled slightly under the night wind, and the fair and flawless skin glowed like a jade under the moonlight. A rose-like pink lip almost pressed against Lin Zhe's face, and the breath slowly exhaled from Leone's delicate nose gently supported Lin Zhe's cheek. Leone is 23 years old this year. I said, what if it was Hill? Lin Zhe looked at Leone's delicate and pretty face that didn't require makeup, and smiled slightly and said, then someone, is he going to eat a whole vat of vinegar here? Kai. Am I that stingy? Leone still said with a smile, if it's Hill, I don't mind. I share my favorite age with her, and then let me and Hill serve age well, tilde. How about it? Age, are you happy? If Ozzy is a little bit more greedy, I can also add Selu and say you to it. Seeing that Lin Zhe didn't answer his question directly, Leone wanted to hug Lin Zhe relentlessly. 0. Flower 0. Snapped. Lin Zhe directly rewarded Leone with a brainstorm that was neither light nor heavy. All right. Don't give me eye here all day. Lin Zhe looked at Leone, who was covering his forehead, and looked at him pitifully, and said with some humor, when I really raise a knife and mount a horse, you will be the first to be cowardly. As Leone grew older, he did not stop teasing Lin Zhe. Even, not only did not stop, but as time passed, it became more and more excessive, and there were faint signs of direct use. However, when Lin Zhe was really about to do something, Leone was like a frightened little white rabbit, scurrying away like a frightened little white rabbit. Therefore, after coming here so many times, Lin Zhe completely didn't want to pay attention to Leone, who looked like a female satyr, but was actually a little white rabbit, even more than a little white rabbit. Who is hilarious. I won't be the first to be cowardly. Leone curled his lips slightly after hearing Lin Zhe's words. Oh? Yes? Lin Zhe looked at Leone, who was giving him the closest again. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he walked towards Leone step by step, while Leone also had a don't care expression waiting Lin Zhe approached. In this way, Lin Zhe's face almost pressed against Leone's face. Just like Leone's provocative pose to Lin Zhe just now. Looking at Lin Zhe, who was almost sticking to his own face, and was still approaching, feeling the breath slowly exhaling from Lin Zhe's nose, Leone's face began to slowly turn rosy, and his heart began to jump faster. But this time, Leone unexpectedly didn't run away. Instead, he closed his eyes directly, showing a look of refusal and welcome. However, Leone closed his eyes and waited for a long time, but he didn't wait for Lin Zhe's next move. Feeling a little strange, Leone secretly opened a gap in his eyes, and what caught his eye was Lin Zhe's half-smile expression. Slap, tilde. Lin Zhe once again gave Leone a head-scratcher. 7. Chapter 71. It hurts. Age, you bastard. Leone covered his forehead, looking at Lin Zhe's half-smile expression. His face instantly turned into a steamed bun. At this time, how could Leone still not know that he was molested by Lin Zhe just now? Obviously I had some expectations just now. Ha 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 ha. Why are you angry? Can I still tease you occasionally? Looking at Leone, who was showing his teeth and claws at him, Lin Zhe just laughed twice and said, Leone just now was really cute. I was almost moved. I don't care if I'm a little excited. Anyway, I gave you the chance just now, but you didn't grasp it yourself. After Leone heard Lin Zhe's words, he snorted softly. Without waiting for Lin Zhe to continue to say anything, he just turned around and walked towards his room. By the way, he waved at Lin Zhe and said, I'm a little sleepy, so I'll go back to sleep first. Age, you are alone here, regretting why you didn't kiss me just now. After speaking, Leone closed the door and suddenly became quiet. However, if Lin Zhe was the cause, he could hear that Leone's heartbeat not only did not stabilize, but instead became more rapid. Just now, Lin Zhe suddenly gave Leone such a show, which really made Leone, who looked like a female pervert but was actually a little white rabbit, bump into a little deer and make her heart beat faster. Lin Zhe glanced at Leone, who had already closed the door, with some amusement. He didn't say anything. He brewed a cup of coffee and took the coffee to the study and sat down. Every night when there is nothing to do, Lin Zhe likes to sit in the study, drink coffee and read books. Lin Zhe liked the feeling of quietness in the dead of night and the world being peaceful and peaceful. Only. Next, I'm afraid it won't be so quiet. Looking at the quiet night scene outside the study window, Lin Zhe's eyes narrowed slightly. The night slowly deepened. In fact, it was just as Lin Zhe expected. Lin Zhe's arrest of Sheila, the leader of the Wild Hound, was just the beginning. Because of Lin Zhe's series of actions, the forces of all parties became eager to move, whether it was a foreign nation, the Revolutionary Army, or the Empire. They could vaguely feel it. Perhaps with Lin Zhe's actions, the original three-way stalemate will be broken. Under the intervention of Lin Zhe, the process of the trial of Sheila went very smoothly. Even if Sheila didn't leave any evidence at all, she was abruptly put on the hat by Lin Zhe's shadow assassin VII. Chapter 43. He became a criminal who raped, looted, tortured and murdered countless women of good families, and was almost the embodiment of sin. After the trial was over, Sheila was greeted by the rejection of the commoners in the imperial capital. The fiery civilians, who had been suppressed by the cruel society for a long time, vented their anger as much as possible toward Sheila, the big man they never even dared to think about. Sheila accepted the scenes before her with a numb expression that she had never dared to think about. Sheila never thought that one day, as the son of a minister, she would be treated like this, and even her father, Minister Ernest, sat in the position of the judge, watching with a flat expression. To be honest, Sheila rarely saw her father, and Minister Ernest would not have a smile on his face. Every time the smile on the face of his father, Minister Ernest, disappeared, then Sheila knew that her father, Minister Ernest, was really angry. Because he was so angry that he couldn't control his emotions, Minister Ernest had to cover it up with an indifferent expression. Lord Ernest. Lin Zhe looked at Minister Ernest, who had been looking at Sheila, being judged and spurned from the beginning to the end, and said with a smile, You don't have to sit here. I can feel your feelings more or less, Lord Ernest. It's just that the law is intolerant. I also act according to the rules and regulations. Please don't mind, Lord Ernest. The specific time for Sheila's execution will be today, in a month's time. At that time, I will let you, Lord Ernest, see Sheila's last zero. This is the reason why Lin Zhe took so much trouble to kill Sheila. Lin Zhe could kill Sheila directly, but the consequence of that was that Lin Zhe had to face all kinds of troubles. Now, Lin Zhe killed Sheila within the scope of the rules. Sheila killed Sheila because of her own evil deeds, so Lin Zhe had no choice. Because Lin Zhe has determined all the results, even Minister Ornest, who has vaguely had a hand to cover the sky in the Empire, can't take Lin Zhe for a while. There is no way. Since this is unsatisfactory, I can only work hard and give birth to a better one. After Minister Ornest heard Lin Zhe's words, his face was filled with a dull expression. In Sheila's words, the anger in the heart of the current Minister Ornest may have reached a limit, and there is no way to even smile. He can only use an indifferent expression to control his emotions. However, there is something on the side of the Empire on Sheila. I hope that Captain Lin Zhe will return this thing to the Empire. Looking at Lin Zhe's overly young face, Minister Ornest narrowed his eyes slightly and said lightly, "Space-type Emperor Tool, Dimensional Array Shangri-La." Lin Zhe was determined to kill Sheila, and Minister Ornest did not expect to be able to rescue Sheila. However, the Emperor Tool on Sheila still needs to be taken back. This is why, at this time, Minister Ornest will appear here. A space-type Emperor Tool, the Dimensional Square Shangri-La is a strategically important Emperor Tool, and its importance is even higher than most of the Emperor Tools. Only this Imperial Tool can never be lost. With a space-type Tegu, the Dimensional Square Shangri-La, then it is possible to easily reverse a war. It can be said that if it weren't for the fact that the night attack was too tight, Minister Ornest could have asked Sheila to cooperate with Ez, and in a very short period of time, all the wars on the Order would be settled in an instant. Chapter 72. Is this what Mr. Ornest said? Since it is something of the Empire, it really should be returned to the Empire. After Lin Zhe heard the words of Minister Ornest, he smiled and took out the Space Emperor Tool, Dimensional Square Shangri-La, which he had found from Sheila. However, without waiting for Minister Ornest to reach out, Lin Zhe took the Shangri-La back again and said with a smile, "But I seem to be a person who meets the requirements of this Emperor. I think the Empire should not mind letting me become a user of the Tegu Dimensional Square Shangri-La." As the voice fell, a lavender light circle appeared under Lin Zhe's feet. This is a sign of the launch of the space-type Tegu Dimensional Array Shangri-La, which proves that Lin Zhe has indeed become the Emperor's envoy of the space-type Tegu Dimensional Array Shangri-La. Last night, Lin Zhe, like Ez, forcibly tamed the Space Emperor with a strong will. On the other side, Minister Ornest 06 looked at the scene in front of him, and his pupil shrank slightly. Minister Ornest really didn't expect that Lin Zhe would actually be favored by Shangri-La. I really didn't expect it. Captain Lin Zhe couldn't help but get the fancy of the magic sword and thousands of blades, and even Shangri-La also took a fancy to Captain Lin Zhe. Minister Ornest did not doubt anything else. From the time when the Empire was just created 1,000 years ago, and the 48 pieces of Tegu just came out, until now, there is almost no existence that can forcibly suppress the will of an emperor like Ez. Minister Ornest could only ask himself the bad luck. Whoever the goddamn space Tegu likes is not good, but he likes Lin Zhe, the guy he hates the most. In this case, Minister Ornest would have no proper reason to return to Space Tegu Shangri-La. Since Shangri-La has taken a fancy to Captain Lin Zhe, then this old man won't bother me anymore. Minister Ornest slowly got up and walked in the direction of the court left. The indifferent expression on his face gradually disappeared, and the calm smile appeared again, saying, "It's just that Mr. Lin Zhe the captain still needs to be careful." In history, all the emperors who could use two emperors at the same time died very early. Millennium Empire. In the history of 1,000 years, it is not that there has been an emperor who can use two, or even two pieces of God's equipment at the same time, but one piece of the emperor's thing is a great burden on the human body itself. Once two or more Tegu are used at the same time, it will cause irreversible damage to the human body. Historically, the emperor who used two pieces of Tegu at the same time would die due to the collapse of his body within a few years. You don't have to worry about this, Lord Ornest. Maybe I am the most special person in those 1,000 years. Lin Zhe looked at Minister Ernest Speck gradually walking away and said with a smile, I should live quite a long time. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, Minister Ernest Speck paused for a while and finally glanced at his son Sheila on the judgment platform. He didn't say anything, as if in Lin Zhe's eyes. Lin Zhe, is there really no problem in controlling two imperial tools at the same time? I read the relevant information yesterday, and it was introduced. Each piece of TU has very high requirements on the body, and the load on the body is huge. If you control two pieces of TU at the same time, will it be unbearable? Liu, who had been standing beside Lin Zhe, saw Minister Ernest walking away and quickly approached with a worried look and said with some worry, is there really no problem with your body? I said, Sailor. Since you have read the relevant information of TU, haven't you found a problem? Lin Zhe looked at Liu, who had a worried expression on his face, and said with some amusing, there are really so-called information about the so-called Emperor's magic knife and 1,000 blades in the data that records each piece of Emperor's tool in the database. The effect of the magic sword is indeed very powerful, but unfortunately it is not the Emperor. For me, the use of 1,000 blades does not cause any physical burden. As he spoke, Lin Zhe patted Liu on the head. At the beginning, the reason why Lin Zhe said that he was the Emperor of the Demon Sword and 1,000 Blades was because he wanted to use the name of the Emperor to make things convenient. After all, in the Empire, the name of the Emperor can be said to have quite shocking. However, in the eyes of a caring person, it will be very clear that Lin Zhe is not a magic knife and 1,000 blades at all. For example, when Lin Zhe met Minister Ernest for the first time, Minister Ernest Zhe knew that Lin Zhe was not an Emperor's envoy through his own Emperor who could temporarily seal the Emperor. It's just because of Lin Zhe's powerful fighting power, he didn't reveal it. Isn't the magic knife 1,000 blades an imperial tool? But why do I think that the magic sword is stronger than many emperors? Liu was stunned when he heard Lin Zhe's answer. Because the terrifying effects displayed by the Demon Sword 1,000 Blades completely surpassed the concept of general weapons. Even if Liu went to see the introduction of each TU last night, he did not doubt that the Demon Sword 1,000 Blades was not a TU thing. After all, if a weapon with such a powerful effect is not TU, what else could it be? Magic Sword 1,000 Blades is just not an imperial tool. I didn't say that the magic sword is weaker than the Emperor. Lin Zhe looked at Liu and smiled slightly. If the Demon Sword 1,000 Blades is only about attacking and killing ability, I am afraid that no other Emperor can match it. Even the so-called Supreme Emperor, the god of protecting the country, the Supreme Throne, is only strong in the attack range. If you really want to talk about the strength of the attack, it is definitely not comparable to the magic sword. Perhaps in the original work, Hilsiser-shaped TU Myriad Divide can be as sharp as the magic knife 1,000 Blades. The next thing will naturally become simpler. Sheila was officially sentenced to death by Lin Zhe and executed at noon a month later. With Lin Zhe's official execution rule, the situation in the imperial capital became more and more complicated. Like the quiet moment before the storm, everyone is watching. Chapter 73 Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 44 P.S. Zhang tweet. Reshoots Dimensional Journey from a friend of P.Y. Trading. You can go and see it for the readers of the book shortage. Since some things have already been done, there is no reason to do them normally. For example, since Lin Zhe wanted to kill the son of Minister Ernest, it was naturally impossible for him to continue living his life as if nothing had happened after killing the son of Minister Ernest. In the past, the reason why Lin Zhe and Minister Ernest could get along so happily was entirely because there was no direct conflict or contradiction between Lin Zhe and Minister Ernest. But it's different now. Lin Zhe could almost be said to have killed the son of Minister Ernest. Although now, Minister Ernest's son is not dead, but Minister Ernest can't save his son from Lin Zhe's hands. Therefore, now Lin Zhe is almost no different from killing the son of Minister Ernest. Overall, the death of Sheila, the son of Minister Ernest, is really just the beginning. since even Sheila, the minister's son, was going to be killed. Of course, Lin Zhe couldn't give Minister Ernest a chance to breathe, and directly seized the opportunity to die. Originally, Lin Zhe didn't want to make trouble like this. If you really want to blame, then you can only blame the minister's son for courting death himself. In the next month, in addition to practicing every morning, Lin Zhe brought the Imperial City Guards to various camps against Minister Ernest. Just on the Wild Hound side, Lin Zhe found a reason to arrest two people. The first person Lin Zhe found an opportunity to arrest was Yan Xin in the Wild Hound, who dominated the islands of the Southern Islands. He has a very cruel personality and likes to play with women like Sheila. The girls who were tortured to death before, except Sheila, have a lot of credit for Yan Xin. Therefore, after Sheila was formally tried and sentenced to death, Yan Xin was the second Wild Hound to carry in Lin Zhe's hands. It would not have been loaded so quickly, mainly because Yan Xin was ready to escape. After being intercepted by Lin Zhe, he fought fiercely and was killed instantly by Lin Zhe. Yan Xin's Tigyu is a scimitar-shaped Tigyu moonlight dance, which can emit a vacuum blade. The special attribute is that the higher the integrity of the moon, the stronger the strength of the user will be. This increase will peak at the full moon. It's just a pity that the completeness of the moon that night when Yan Xin was about to slip away was not high, and Lin Zhe almost instantly killed him without holding up two moves in front of Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe didn't even use his own Space Emperor tool, he just used the 3 fragments of the magic knife Thousand Blades. In terms of skills, the skills of slashing the world with a crimson eye are really much worse than the Shadow Assassin Kai. In the face of Lin Zhe, as long as the gap is not too big, it is almost always a one-sided result. In addition to Yan Xin, there is the clown Shemp of the Wild Hound. This clown likes children very much, with an abnormally distorted and perverted personality, calling the children angels and not wanting the children to grow into dirty adults, so he will kill all the children. The Tigyu used is a fast-throwing mess, the Tigyu of the wall, and the fighting strength is quite average. Compared with Yan Xin's side, the clown Shemp's performance is much more honest. He has always been doing his part honestly, knowing that Lin Zhe is fighting with Minister Ernest, for fear that he will be punished. Affected pond fish. However, this kind of thing, just being honest, is useless. Lin Zhe directly found a reason to kill Shemp, who was going to be an honest man. Because Shemp had committed crimes in the Imperial capital, he once tortured and killed all the students of Lan, a member of the Hunter unit in the original book. Although there is no direct evidence, this kind of thing is easy to collect when the results are known in advance, so Minister Ernest really has no temper at all for Lin Zhe's successive actions. After all, Lin Zhe did not overstep anything and all acted within the scope allowed by the rules. Tatya and Cosmia also have another Izo, because they are not abnormal in character and they are not the same as Sheila, so there is no big problem. Lin Zhe will not be able to deal with it for a while. Relief bookstore? It should be here. A relatively remote part of the inner circle of the Imperial capital. Lin Zhe casually carried a bag containing Yan Xin and Shangpu's Emperor's furniture. Looking at the name of the bookstore in front of him, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he muttered to himself, "It should be here." In the original book, Lovick opened a bookstore for rent in the Imperial capital. The name of the rented bookstore is called Jiayu Bookstore. It usually does a small business and secretly provides a temporary place to stay for everyone in the night raid. After he finished speaking, Lin Zhe didn't say anything else, he just stretched out his hand and pushed open the door of understanding Mushu. Then, what caught Lin Zhe's line of sight was Lovick's hair, an extremely conspicuous green color sitting at the counter. "Welcome." Looking at Lin Zhe, who came in with a bag, Lovick's pupil shrank suddenly. He quickly regained his calm, stood up and said with a smile, "I don't know what books the guests want. If you want the latest issue of the book, it may not arrive until tomorrow." "Oh? Will the latest installment of the Healing Natural Dementia series come out tomorrow?" Lin Zhe was a little stunned after hearing Lovick's words, and then said with some interest, "Phil really likes to read the series of books that treat natural dullness. Although reading it for so many years has no effect on Bill's natural dullness, since a new series of books is coming out, then, Cayenne Nu Geo, Lin Zhe will not mind to bring Bill a copy back to China. Certainly. If there are no surprises, 103 Ways to Treat Natural Stupidity will arrive tomorrow. Lovick looked at Lin Zhe and said with a smile, "If the guest needs it, you can leave a deposit of a silver coin and the address. I will have it delivered to your door after the goods arrive tomorrow." Lovick's professionalism still has some. Although I was very surprised that Lin Zhe, the famous captain of the Imperial City Guards, recently came to his remote bookstore, Lovick still didn't show any clues. However, before Lovick could continue to say something, Lovick was immediately speechless. I saw that Lin Zhe threw the bag in his hand directly in front of Lovick, and Yanzin and Shemp's two Emperor tools leaked out of the bag. Chapter 74. This is. Looking at the two Tegu still in front of him by Lin Zhe, Lovick's pupil shrank again. Under the leadership of Sheila, the Wild Hound had fought fiercely with Yi-Raid a few times, so Lovick naturally couldn't help but not know the Tegu members of the Wild Hound. It's just that Lovick immediately felt that it was not good for him to show shocked emotion, and quickly replaced the shocked emotion with a frightened emotion so that it would not be so abrupt. "Guest, what do you mean?" "My small shop is really just a small business." A frightened expression appeared on Lovick's face, and he said, "If the guest wants money, there is it in the cabinet. There are about 40 silver coins." It can be said that Lovick's acting skills are very good, showing all the emotions that ordinary people should have when they suddenly encounter this situation. Scimitar-shaped Tegu moonlight dance, ball-shaped Tegu quickly throws a mess. I think you, who have dealt with wild hounds a lot, shouldn't be ignorant. Lin Zhe looked at Lovick, who was acting so fast in front of him, and said with a smile, "Since I came directly to the door, there is no need to hide many things. How is it, is your revolutionary army interested in these two pieces of Tegu?" After the pirate Yangtze and Clown Shem in Wild Hounds were dealt with, the pirate Yangtze and Clown Shem naturally fell into Lin Zhe's hands. Although these two guys are just average, or they are not able to exert the performance of the Emperor as much as possible, but for Lin Zhe it is still somewhat useful. For example, right now, Lin Zhe was going to make a deal with the Revolutionary Army for these two unused pieces of Imperial furniture. Guest, when you say so, it seems to be the same. Since the famous Captain Lin Zhe has already come to visit, there is really no need to play stupid. After Lovick heard Lin Zhe's words, the frightened expression on his face disappeared instantly. A professional smile appeared on his face, and he made an inviting gesture to Lin Zhe, saying, "Leader Lin Zhe, please." Although the location here is relatively remote, and it was a place with few people that was deliberately selected at the beginning, it is still in good spirits. Let's chat in the secret room inside. Anxiety Bookstore exists as a stronghold. Since Lin Zhe, the commander-in-chief of the Imperial City Guard team, was able to come to his door, no matter what Lin Zhe's attitude towards Yi-Raid and the Revolutionary Army was, this stronghold was used for the last time. After Lin Zhe leaves, Lovick will give up this hard-to-build stronghold. Lin Zhe nodded and said nothing more. After waiting for Lovick to close the door and hang up the closed sect, he followed Lovick to the secret room. Usually this place is regarded as the place where we settled in the night raid. If the situation is not right, maybe the night raid members who are on the mission will rest here for 2 more days. Therefore, some entertainment facilities and food are more abundant here. While walking, Lovick smiled and introduced Lin Zhe about the various facilities in the secret room. Secret bases are secret bases because they are secret and no one knows about them. Since Lin Zhe has come to the door, it is not a secret stronghold, so Lovick doesn't mind becoming Lin Zhe's temporary tour guide at this time to introduce the situation here. Of course, there are not too many places that can be introduced. It is just a small secret room for temporary stay, and my MG is a 5-bedroom room equivalent to more than 200 square meters. Just walk around and you can get a sense of everything. Okay, I'm not interested in your night raids and the Revolutionary Army behind you. Shadow, Assassin Chapter 45. Lin Zhe sat on the sofa and threw the tegu in the bag onto the table in front of the sofa. The precious ones in the past are not good. Once they can be used, they can become the Emperor's imperial tools. They don't get any attention from Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe interrupted Lovik, who was going to talk to him at length, and said, "This time, when you come to the door, it's a deal. 2 pieces of Tico exchanged for 1 piece of your Revolutionary Army, scissor-shaped Tico, both ends of all things, ecstasy." Lin Zhe looked at Lovik, who was sitting across from him seriously. The purpose of Lin Zhe's visit this time is very simple, that is, to use 2 pieces of tegu seized from the wild hound to replace the tegu that fits ill, the scissor-shaped tegu, the 2 ends of all things, and the ecstasy. The premise that everything is cut off is that everything in the world can be cut off. Although Lin Zhe felt that it should be an exaggeration, he could not deny the sharpness of the separation of all things. With Hill's current strength, once it is paired with a scissor-type emperor that may not be as sharp as a magic knife, his strength will be able to get a qualitative leap in an instant. He immediately jumped to become a top-level emperor who is stronger than Leone today. Captain Lin Zhe seems to know our Revolutionary Army very well. Looking at Lin Zhe, who was about to break the scissors-shaped emperor's whole thing with his mouth, Lovik's eyes narrowed slightly, and the smile on his face did not change, and said, 2 pieces of emperor's equipment exchanged for 1 emperor's equipment will definitely not suffer. It's just that I'm very light on this kind of thing, and this kind of thing still needs to be reported to the top. Lovik is just one of the members of the night raid. Naturally, it is impossible for Lovik to decide on strategic equipment like tegu. Even if Lovik thinks that it is very profitable to replace 2 tegu with a wounded tegu that has not yet matched, he still needs a lot of money. Layer report. First, go back to Night Raid and report to his leader, Majestan, and then Majestan will discuss with the real senior leaders in the Revolutionary Army who can make decisions. Well, you can decide this for yourself. Lin Zhe didn't expect to be able to directly change to the equipment he wanted at the Jiu bookstore, so he put away the 2 pieces of Imperial equipment on the table and said with a smile, "If you want to change it at that time, just send someone to contact you directly. Me." After finishing speaking, Lin Zhe ignored Lovik and directly activated the Space Emperor Shangri-La and instantly returned to his home from the secret room of the Jiu bookstore. I have to say that the Space Emperor tool is really convenient, saving Lin Zhe a lot of trouble and time. Chapter 75. This guy just disappeared out of thin air? Seeing Lin Zhe disappearing in front of him in an instant, Lovik's pupil shrank, and he became suspicious. According to the information he had before, Lin Zhe's Emperor tool was a weapon called a magic knife and 1,000 blades, but Lin Zhe just now obviously using another tegu. Could it be that piece of Imperial furniture, the Dimension Square, Shangri-La? Standing in the bookstore, Lovik began to think about it in his mind. After a while, he thought of the 1 piece of Taijin recorded in the Taijin materials that he had read, the Dimension Square, and the only one. Only a piece of Emperor View can do what Lin Zhe just now did and disappear in an instant. Thinking of this, Lovik's brows could not help frowning tightly, and he murmured, "If that's the case, I'm afraid it will be troublesome." The other side. Did you fall asleep on the sofa again? In the living room, Leone, with blonde hair and perfect curves, leaned on the sofa and fell asleep. The golden light came in from the bright window in the evening, making the girl's fair skin look crystal clear. As soon as Lin Zhe returned home, he saw Leone sleeping on the sofa, and when he saw the wine bottle scattered on the ground, Lin Yan shook his head slightly and immediately hugged Leone. "Age, are you back?" Being picked up by Lin Zhe, Leone narrowed his eyes slightly, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, sticking to Lin Zhe's body like a kitten, his hands tightly around Lin Zhe's neck, and said, "I'm hungry and want to eat braised pork, but Ozzy will refuse, right?" Leo was cockroach, as if Lin Zhe would not let go if he didn't agree. With a little tiger teeth she showed from time to time, the girl's cunning and willfulness were integrated into one. I really can't do anything about you, but I have to promise me in the future that I can't drink too much wine. Lin Zhe hugged Leone and returned to her room. Seeing Leone's blushing face and slightly bewildered eyes, he could only nod his head. There is nothing to do about the willful Leone, Lin Sting, and said, otherwise, no matter how much you act like a spoiled Leone in the future, there will be no braised pork to eat. I know that Z is the most. Z. Just after putting Leone on the bed, Leone's voice became quieter and quieter and finally turned into a shallow cry, fell asleep, and once again let Lin Zhe know what is meant by sleeping on the bed in seconds. After making the bed for Leone, Lin Zhe slowly walked out of the room. When Lin Zhe was very young, he was also carried to the bed by Leone in this way, but now the roles of the two have been switched. In these years, Lin Zhe and Leone have not been too thrilling. Gentle and sympathetic. Time flies, and 2 days pass quickly. In the past 2 days, Lin Zhe was still sitting in the office of the garrison as usual, and in his spare time, he trained Leone, Hill, and C, who had just joined Lin Zhe's training team. The Imperial capital also became quiet, and Minister Ornest seemed to have completely given up the idea of revenge for Lin Zhe. No movement at all these days. However, Lin Zhe would not believe that Minister Ornest could swallow this breath. Therefore, although Lin Zhe didn't care much, he did not completely relax his vigilance. Dogs that bite people don't like to bark, and this principle is completely applicable to people. With a bang, the door of Lin Zhe's office was pushed open. Lin Zhe didn't have to look up to know that it must be one of Sulfur or Leone. Lin Zhe. The war in the north has ended, and Lord Ez has repulsed the alien races in the north. Sulfur came in from the outside in surprise. There is no doubt that it is a very happy thing for Ez to be able to quell the aggression of the alien race in the north so quickly, and for Sulfur, who has always had justice in his heart. So immediately, she ran over to share with Lin Zhe. Seeing that Lin Zhe didn't respond, Sulfur thought that Lin Zhe didn't hear it, and repeated it again, but his tone was a lot more serious. The war in the north is over, what do you bastards do? Not listening. Understood, this matter has long been placed on my desk as information. Glancing at Seisu, Lin Zhe put down the newspaper, took out a copy of the neat documents on his desk, and threw it on the table. In fact, even if there is no information, Lin Zhe has long known that Ez's expedition will not take too long, but it is much faster than Lin Zhe's own expectations. Looking at the document in front of him, Sulfur became a little indignant, picked up the document, and turned over the document with a puffed face. 0. Flower 0. Boom. Lin Zhe, you bastard, I want to challenge you. There was a sharp pain in the head, and Sulfur knew that he had been hit by Lin Zhe's brain again. The Hun's face that had been bulging turned into a look of anger, and his white hands pressed against Lin Zhe's desk, leaning forward. And Lin Zhe was only a finger away, kicking Lin Zhe as if I was very angry. At this time, Sayer, don't you go to patrol soon. If you neglect your duty like this, your salary will be deducted. The distance between the two was too close. Lin Zhe could almost feel Seisu's breathing. Looking at Seisu's appearance, Lin Zhe couldn't help thinking of teasing Seisu, and his head suddenly stretched forward. Seeing it is about to be next to Sulfur. Bastard. I went to patrol and ignored you. Sulfur was taken aback by Lin Zhe's action. Like a frightened deer, he jumped away instantly, his face flushed red. He fled to the door and said in a panic, one day I will be better than you. Strong, Sulfur will do it. Seeing Sulfur running out of the office in a panic, Lin Zhe shook his head slightly and lay down on a comfortable chair to take a nap. 2 pieces of imperial furniture for 1. Could this be a trap? It's a trap that Lin Zhe deliberately lured us out. In a dimly lit basement, Majestan sat behind an old wooden table with piles of slightly messy documents on the wooden table. She turned her alchemy mechanical arm, her one eye flickering with suspicion. Eyes. Whether it's a trap or not, you can't even decide this matter, even Majestan. Lubbock leaned one foot on the wall in the room, put his hands behind his head, sighed slightly, and walked to Majestan's desk. Having an obsessive-compulsive disorder, he sorted out the documents on the desk and said, "So it's better to report it to the headquarters as soon as possible and let the people in the headquarters have a headache. Also, my bookstore has been exposed. I'm afraid I won't be able to appear in the Imperial Capitol at will." Majestan pulled out a lady's cigarette from the cigarette case. Lubbock picked up a match from the table and lit her with a cha sound. Majestan took a deep breath of the cigarette and leaned against it. From the large chair, thick white smoke was exhaled. 7. Chapter 76. After thinking for a while, Majestan turned her head to look at Brand, who was exercising upside down in the room. Brand went to inform Kaiton the bookstore's stronghold was exposed. "I will go back to the headquarters next time. Before I come back, everyone should stay at the base with peace of mind and don't go out rashly. One more thing I almost forgot. Lin Zhe mastered the Tegu-dimensional square, Shangri-La." After sorting out the messy documents on the desktop, Lubbock remembered another very important thing. When Lin Zhe left, when he suddenly disappeared, the light circle that appeared under his feet completely matched the characteristics of the Tegu-dimensional square. If the dimensional square and the magic knife are combined together. With a lady's cigarette in her hand, Majestan was slightly absent-minded. Lubbock's information made her fear of Lin Zhe to a higher level. As a former Imperial general, now the boss of the Night Raid, how could she be unfamiliar with a space-type Tegu-dimension square which can instantly move the target to the predetermined marked position and can also send people to a different space where they can never return? Countless. Originally, Lin Zhe was already difficult enough when he possessed 1,000 blades, but now adding a teleportation space-type Imperial tool, it is simply even more powerful. Thinking of this, Najana Jehitan, who was surrounded by smoke, had a complicated expression on her face. Shadow Assassin Chapter 46. The time is slowly approaching dusk. The cloudy weather, when the sun sets in the west, forms a charming red sky. "Lord Lin Zhe, I'll clean up your room for you. I have been taken care of by the adults for a short time, and I, Tasmi and Ias, are very grateful to you." After a knock on the door, Sayu walked in from the outside with a cleaning tool. The girl's long straight black hair fell to her shoulders, and the white cross hairband was dotted between the dark hair without too much decoration, giving a simple and pure feeling. The delicate facial features on the fair face are more agile because of the sweet smile. The black clothes are embellished with white lace. In contrast, the exposed neck, arms, and ankles all give people a white and shiny feeling. Seeing Lin Zhe nodded, Shayu started cleaning Lin Zhe's room. Originally, this kind of cleaning only needed to be done once in the past, but after Shayu took over, it changed to once in the morning and evening. Usually at this time Lin Zhe was early. As soon as I got home from get off work, Lin Zhe was still a little surprised to Shayu. Glancing out the window, the sun had already wiped the edge of the mountain, and the dazzling light during the day had long since turned into soft light. Lin Zhe spent more time in the office today because he took a nap. He turned back to respond to Shayu, and Lin Zhe said with satisfaction, "You're doing well. Starting tomorrow, you can go to the 15 to be the team leader. Also, I'll leave my office to you in the future, but you don't need to clean it twice, you can clean it once a day." During this period of time, since the trio of Zazami came to the garrison, they were assigned to different places to start with ordinary members, while Shayu was in charge of tidying up Lin Zhe's office. Because Lin Zhe often went back early, he basically never saw Shayu. Every time Lin Zhe was there, Shayu's work had already been done. The neat documents on Lin Zhe's desk, as well as the spotless floor, were much cleaner than before, all of which were organized by Xiaoyu. Therefore, although Lin Zhe has not met with Xiaoyu, he is quite satisfied with Xiaoyu's seriousness. For subordinates who are willing to work hard, Lin Zhe will naturally not be stingy in promotion. Thank you, Lord Lin Zhe. For Lin Zhe's sudden appointment decision, Xiaoyu couldn't react for a while. For her who always wanted to earn more money to solve the village's predicament, being able to become the team leader means that her salary can be greatly increased. Okay, that's it. For the girl's gratitude, Lin Zhe smiled faintly and then left the office. Lin Zhe didn't take special care of Xiaoyu, but gave her what she deserved because of her hard work. On the streets of Imperial City, pedestrians became sparse as the sun slowly went down. Lin Zhe walked home slowly on the street. Although using the dimensional grid was convenient, it also made Lin Zhe's life lose some fun. Little sting, wait a minute. With Dimension Square, I haven't gotten off work with you Xiaozi for several days. Hill, who had already changed into a consom, chased after Lin Zhe. Just after the patrol, Hill came to look for Lin Zhe, while Leone went to drink and walked to Lin Zhe's side. Wee held up his glasses and said, I heard Leone say that today I can eat food made by Xiaozi himself. Leone secretly went to drink again. Lin Zhe saw that Leone didn't get together with Hill, so naturally he knew what Leone was going to do, but Lin Zhe didn't want to ask anymore, but quickly changed the topic. There is nothing today. Did something special happen? It's been quite quiet these days, and it's hard to see even the little thief. Walking side by side with Lin Zhe, Hill answered Lin Zhe's question a little depressedly. For Hill, simple patrolling is indeed a bit boring. Besides reading books every day, fighting is also one of Hill's favorite pastimes. Huh? That carriage looks familiar. The two were walking and talking at a very slow pace. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the temperature in the air was just right, and the bell of the carriage rang. On the carriage. Yo, it's really a coincidence that I can meet you Lin Zhe here. The carriage stopped beside Lin Zhe, and Minister Ornest stuck his head out of the carriage. Because he was too fat, it looked like it was stuck on the window. After saying hello, he continued. Recently, the security in the Imperial capital is much better than before, thanks to Captain Lin Zhe. I cremated Sheila today, and the flames were very strong. Minister Ornest spoke calmly. The expression on his face seemed to be talking about an outsider. Thank you for the compliment. The flames are so strong, the ashes must be very white. Lin Zhe looked at Ernest flatly. Although Ernest's tone did not contain the slightest emotion, the corners of his twitching mouth could not hide his restless heart at the moment. Yes. It's quite white, so I'll say goodbye. It's getting dark. Captain Lin Zhe pays attention to safety. Ornest's face darkened and he shrank his head back. Although he could no longer see his expression after entering the carriage, Lin Zhe could hear the tone of Ornest's words from the carriage. He has endured to the extreme. Chapter 77. On the carriage, with a sound of bang, a hole was punched in the luxurious and sturdy carriage in an instant, but the groom who was driving the carriage did not dare to stop. He could feel Ernest's anger behind him even through the thick carriage. It was an impotent rage. On the street, Lin Zhe and Hill were still walking slowly. Meeting Minister Ornest was just a small episode, and Lin Zhe didn't care too much. However, even Lin Zhe couldn't help but admire Ornest's ability to endure until now. The sun in the sky did not last long, and soon disappeared completely into the distance. Time turned, it was night. The lights in the room have been lit, and the warm, colored style decoration looks extra warm under the dim yellow light. Xiaozi, do you want me to help you? Hill sat on the sofa honestly, holding the 100-second method of treating natural sluggishness that she had read several times in her hand. Looking at Lin Zhe, who was busy in the kitchen, she was eager to try and stood up and pointed at him. The kitchen said, I'll just serve the dishes for you. I'll do it myself, Hill, just wait and eat. He was cooking in the kitchen. Hearing Hill's words, Lin Zhe refused without any hesitation. He didn't want all the dishes he had just made to be dumped on the ground. But Hill really wants to. Leone, you go back. You. Sitting on the sofa and hearing Lin Zhe's answer in the kitchen, Hill hesitated. Just when she was about to try to persuade Lin Zhe again, she saw Leone sneaking in through the crack of the door, and before she could say hello, she was covered by Leone, who ran over quickly. SHH. Leone gestured to Hill not to speak, and then hid a few bottles of wine behind the sofa. But just after hiding the wine, Leone was stunned. One hand pulled his blonde hair behind him. An embarrassed smile appeared on Leone's face. He looked at Lin Zhe, who was holding the vegetables, and looked at her, feeling a little helpless. He smiled and said, "Asia's cooking today is so delicious, you can smell it from a distance. Don't hide those bottles of wine behind the sofa, take them out and drink them." I knew that Zhe was the best for me. Leone was overjoyed when he heard Lin Zhe's words, took out the wine from the back of the sofa and put it on the table, showing a very happy smile, holding Lin Zhe's hand, his eyes narrowed with a smile. "Okay, I'll keep these wines for you. PFFT. Ha 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 ha." When Lin Zhe saw the wine that Leone had brought out, he immediately put it away, while Hill looked at Leone's frozen expression and couldn't help laughing. Soon the dinner for the three of them ended in laughter and laughter. In the end, Lin Zhe was still unable to resist Leone's coquettish behavior, and finally returned the wine that Leone brought back to her. Needless to say, it didn't take long for Leone to get drunk again. Seeing Lin Zhe coming out of the room and packing the wine bottle in the room, Hill lowered his voice and asked softly, "Is Leone asleep?" Leone seems to have a special obsession with drinking. However, Hill knew the reason why Leone did this. It was because Leone wanted Lin Zhe to hold her. This was only because Hill overheard Leone's sleep talk. However, Hill did not reveal a little secret of Leone. Leone has his own little secret, and she naturally has it too. "Well, you should rest early too, you have to train in the morning." Lin Zhe and Hill were cleaning up a messy house together. Lin Zhe took them with him for training every day. When swinging his sword, he took a few people to train with him, which has become one of Lin Zhe's daily routines. The night slowly deepened. After exchanging good night with Hill, Lin Zhe went back to his room. Lin Zhe's room was not very big, and it was extremely simple. Apart from a bed and a table, there was nothing else. As the captain of the garrison, if anyone saw Lin Zhe's room, sure to be surprised. It's not that Lin Zhe has no money or something, but that Lin Zhe functions just like such a simple arrangement. Silent night the next day. After the morning training, Lin Zhe returned to his office as usual, and then went on to read the newspaper and wait for get off work. Live. A white kitten opened the window where Lin Zhe's office was, and stuck its furry head inches. With big watery eyes, it looked at Lin Zhe, who was sitting behind the desk in the room, looking at the documents Shadow Assassin VII Chapter 47. Seeing that Lin Zhe didn't care about him, the white cat seemed a little unwilling. It jumped from the ground to Lin Zhe's desk, rubbed the back of Lin Zhe's hand, and swept its tail lightly on the newspaper in Lin Zhe's hand. "It's just a little smaller. Your scent is still unmasked." Lin Zhe put the newspaper on the table, hugged the kitten in both hands, looked at the kitten's puzzled look with deep eyes, and said flatly, "It must have come to an end. Although I don't know why Chelsea likes to be a cat so much, although the cat that Chelsea changed into is more in line with a cat's characteristics than the last time, Lin Zhe still noticed it instantly." Throwing it casually, the kitten jumped to the ground, and Chelsea appeared in front of Lin Zhe. From Chelsea's expression, it was obvious that she was not very happy after being seen through so quickly by Lin Zhe. Chelsea's originally slightly cold face turned slightly red, with a hint of anger unique to a young girl. "We agreed to your conditions, but we have to choose the trading location." Chelsea angrily put a candy in her mouth. This time she wanted to be something else. However, according to the reverse thinking, she chose to become a kitten again. She thought she could make fun of Lin Zhe, but what she didn't expect was that she was exposed at once. I don't care about the location as long as there is no problem with the things. The night attack was as cautious as Lin Zhe expected, but compared to the nervousness of the night attack, Lin Zhe was much more casual, put the newspaper on the table and then said, "If there is nothing to do, go and tell it. Remember to close my windows as well." "Got it. I won't be recognized by you next time, old bureaucrat." Looking at Lin Zhe, who continued to read the newspaper again, Chelsea paused, and after looking at Lin Zhe again, she put away the candy and turned back into a kitten. Although Chelsea is also a Tegu ambassador, but because Gaia Foundation has no offensive ability, many times when Chelsea performs tasks, it takes a lot of risks, and it is not as easy as she has shown. Eating candy is just to hide her nervousness. Chapter 78. For Lin Zhe, especially Lin Zhe who has mastered the dimensional grid, everyone in the night attack is very jealous. "Chelsea, that Lin Zhe didn't embarrass you, did he?" Leaping down from the guard's fence, Chelsea came to a 3-story building near the guard. A girl with pale pink hair, tied into double ponytails, with bow hair accessories, features a fusion of imperial and exotic features, red pupils, a girl in a pale pink dress, holding a gun-shaped weapon and looking with concern Chelsea, who transformed from a kitten back to her real form. "Things are going well, we can go back and report the news. This is your first mission, Maine, right? Don't be too nervous, just relax." Chelsea simply talked to Maine about the situation. Chelsea was a little dissatisfied with letting a newcomer come out with him. After all, this time he was facing Lin Zhe with a dimensional grid, not just 1,000 blades of Lin Zhe. Although they just let Maine watch from a distance, but facing a master like Lin Zhe, Chelsea is not sure that they can save Maine when they are in danger. But after thinking about it for a while, Chelsea's dissatisfaction disappeared again. Because the alien races on the northern border of the Empire were pacified by as many of the arrangements of the Revolutionary Army were being adjusted, and several important personnel of the Night Raid were transferred out to complete some secret missions. Naturally, it fell on her head. Everyone seems to be very afraid of the one named Lin Zhe. Maine followed Chelsea to the outside. She had already packed the Tegu romance fort in a box. Since being sent to the Night Raid by the cadres of the Revolutionary Army, what Maine heard most was Lin Zhe's name. Without waiting for Chelsea to answer, Maine continued to ask, "I looked through the scope, but I didn't find anything special about him. In the future, you will gradually know. In general, if you can avoid him without provoking him, that's." Chelsea led Maine around in the narrow alley, always in circles. This is to get rid of potential stalkers. "It's been a long time since I came here. I heard that you have been recognized by the Dimensional Square." As leaned down, a pair of slender and fair hands naturally pressed on the newspaper that Lin Zhe put down and said with anticipation, "Can you play with me again? Let me feel your strength again." Light blue hair hangs down from Esdis's beautiful face, and red lips like bright rose petals as Esdis speaks, one-to-one, extremely seductive. Lin Zhe looked at Esdis in front of him with a headache. Before Esdis came back, Lin Zhe had a hunch that Esdis would come back to him sooner or later. However, Lin Zhe did not expect it to be so fast. As in the original book, Esdis is an extremely belligerent person, especially in the fight against the strong. She is even more eager. The foreign people in the north, who hated so much, lost interest. Not long after returning from the north, Esdis ran to Lin Zhe. After obtaining the essence of the devil, Esdis' strength has long been incomparable, and it has become a lot stronger. Therefore, Esdis has a very strong obsession with Lin Zhe, who once defeated him, that is to fight Lin Zhe again. "It's up to you, let's have a fight sometime." Lin Zhe did not reject Esdis' request, but agreed, not because Lin Zhe wanted to fight Esdis, but based on Lin Zhe's understanding of Esdis, no matter what. Whether Lin Zhe agrees or not, Esdis, who has always been stubborn, will come to him. "Then wait for me to deal with all the people who attacked at night." When fighting with you, you always have to deal with all these annoying things, so that you can fight more happily. Ed straightened up slightly, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, and said apologetically, I received the Emperor's will, so I have to make you wait a little longer. The reason why Ed came back so quickly this time is because on the one hand, the alien races in the north have been suppressed by her, and the other reason is the will of the little Emperor. Although Ed knew that the will of the little Emperor was probably the result of Ernest's involvement in it, but Ed didn't care. The north has been completely stabilized, and it doesn't make much sense for her to stay in the north. Without enemies, Ed was very boring. The appearance of the night raid on the imperial capital has greatly increased Ed's interest. In addition, there is a strong man like Lin Zhe. It is naturally more interesting to return to the imperial capital than to stay at the northern border. Ed didn't stay too long. After making an agreement with Lin Zhe, she left. Compared with the original work, Ed's casual attitude towards the night attack is different. Because of Lin Zhe, Ed is obviously much more serious and purposeful than the original. It seems that the peaceful life is coming to an end. Sitting in the chair, Lin Zhe looked at the back of Esder's leaving in a hurry and fell into contemplation. Lin Zhe got a lot of useful information from Esder's words just now. The Emperor's edict, Lin Zhe didn't have to think about it. He knew that it was the result of Minister Ornest's instigation behind his back. After Lin Zhe nearly annihilated the Wild Hound, Minister Ornest suddenly lost a lot of trump cards. Originally powerful, he is now as clear as a loner. The power around him was given a little time by Lin Zhe. Because of the appearance of the night attack, Minister Ernest was listed as the main target of assassination. You don't need to think about Lin Zhe to know that Minister Ernest knows, asked the little Emperor to recall Ez. It is to let Ez solve the night attack and protect himself. On the other hand, Minister Ernest fully knew what Lin Zhe and Ez had fought, so his other purpose was probably to make Ez conflict or fight with him. I want to use Ez to kill or seriously injure myself. This is not Lin Zhe's own blind thinking. The first time Lin Zhe saw Ez was because of Minister Ornest, who guided him and said that he was introducing Lin Zhe to Ez. In fact, he wanted to use Ez to test himself, but it was Lin Zhe who won at that time. If it was another person, he would probably have died in Ez's hands. But for the current Lin Zhe, although Ez has the essence of the devil, Lin Zhe is also fully confident that he can defeat Ez. Chapter 79. Is it snowing again? Lying on the chair, Lin Zhe glanced outside and saw a snowflake falling from the sky. There had been snow before, but it didn't last long, and the weather turned clear in a few days. Every time it snows in the imperial capital, it is a slaughter of human beings by nature. In Lin Zhe's memory, when winter arrives, the most common sight is that corpses are pulled out of the city by carts. Tuck, tuck, tuck. A knock on the door interrupted Lin Zhe's memories and contemplation. After Lin Zhe signaled for the other party to come in, Yu, who was familiar with cross-white hair accessories with long black hair, walked in with a blanket. It's snowing, Lord Lin Zhe. Put on a blanket first, and I'll get you a charcoal basin. Your coffee is cold too. I'll go get you a hot one. Yu put the blanket on the table in front of Lin Zhe, holding Lin Zhe's cup of coffee with her white hands, feeling the cold coffee and frowning slightly. She said to herself, this time every winter, many people will starve to death in the village. But with the money we sent back this year, the lives of the villagers will surely improve a lot. Looking at Yu's gentle and skilled movements and the extremely thin clothes, Lin Zhe took out a small box from his closet, took out a gold coin, and explained to 900, go and buy me a suit that is suitable for winter. The clothes are about the same size as yours. In addition, you don't have to be an adult in the future, just call me an adult, just call me Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe knew about how Yu sent money back, especially Yu, who sent almost all of her salary back to her hometown. Apart from a few pieces of clothes, Lin Zhe had never seen any other clothes worn by Yu. Lord Lin Zhe is preparing a present for Captain Hill. I'm afraid that the clothes I choose will not be suitable. Looking at the gold coins that Lin Zhe handed over, Xiaoyu hesitated for a while, wondering if she should accept the task, but before she could finish, Lin Zhe interrupted her and said lightly, "Just buy it back, definitely would be appropriate." Lin Zhe didn't directly challenge at Shadow Assassin Chapter 48. Xiaoyu obviously misunderstood her meaning. Lin Zhe has always taken great care of her subordinates. What's more, after busying himself in his office all day, Xiaoyu's serious attitude has been recognized by Lin Zhe. Clothes worth a gold coin are not too expensive. Originally, Lin Zhe wanted to tell Xiaoyu directly that the gold coin was to buy her clothes, but after thinking a little, Lin Zhe gave up and explained. Based on Xiaoyu's usual practice, Lin Zhe can be sure that if he told her that, in all likelihood, Xiaoyu would not buy clothes for herself, but would choose to send all the money back. It's still Lin Zhe that it's warm here, and there is actually a red-hot charcoal basin. Not long after Xiaoyu left, Say Sulfur pulled Zayuka in from outside, looked at Lin Zhe, who was drinking hot coffee and wearing a thick blanket, standing on the edge of the charcoal basin, looking outside, and said, "Ace General Da formed an organization called the Hunters. She invited me to join and let me ask Lin Zhe what you mean." The snow outside the window has not been falling for a long time, but looking out from the window, it can already be seen that the window is completely white, and the whole world is completely covered by ice and snow. Although the windows were closed tightly, from the tremors of the windows, one could hear that the wind outside was very violent. "If you want to go, I won't stop you. After all, the garrison has an obligation to support us in the system." Lin Zhe took a sip of coffee, kicked away Zayuka, who ran to his side, straightened his body slightly, and said solemnly, "But the gang of people who attacked at night are not easy to deal with. See, are you ready to sacrifice?" Kai. It's not as heavy as he said, but you can absolutely refuse. See. Why take the risk? Leone pushed the door directly in, took Lin Zhe's coffee and covered his hands, looked at Sisu by the brazier, and said somewhat puzzled, "Although those guys only dare to be active during the day, it is indeed a bit difficult to talk about." Leone's concerns are perfectly fine. Wouldn't it be nice to patrol the streets every day? Following closely behind Leone, Hill also walked in from outside. As three people who often train together, as they get along slowly, the three of them have become like sisters to each other. Leone often takes the two out for a drink. Seeing the three of them ignoring him and discussing on their own, Lin Zhe shook his head slightly. Unlike in the original book, Leone and Hill had completely turned into salted fish because of Lin Zhe's influence. So when Leone and Hill heard about what Hunter Celine was going to join, they immediately objected. "I'll think about it again. After all, I really want to change the world." Although Leone and Hill opposed it in turn, Say Sulfur understood that both of them were for her own good, so Say Sulfur put a smile on his face and picked up Zayuka, who was kicked away by Lin Zhe, from the ground. With a sting, he said, "If there is danger, she will not be too persistent. Leone, Hill, and you won't worry about it." Regarding Say Sulfur's decision, Lin Zhe did not interfere too much. After all, Say Sulfur is not a child anymore. She has been in the garrison for so long, although she usually seems impulsive, but compared to when she just came, she is more demanding. Much calmer. Moreover, it is impossible for Lin Zhe to look at her by her side all the time. First, Lin Zhe has no such obligation, and secondly, judging from Say Sulfur's stubborn character, he can't stop her at all. Time flies, and it snows for 3 days. The entire imperial capital was completely covered by thick snow, and the waist-deep snow crushed a large number of houses. The imperial capital, which was originally surging with dark tides, was temporarily calmed down because of the heavy snow that was rarely seen in decades, but it was not that nothing happened in the past 3 days. After Ed set up the Hunter, several strongholds of the Revolutionary Army were destroyed. Ed arrested a lot of people. During the period, the two teams also fought in the imperial capital. However, in the end, no substantive results were achieved. The two sides suffered casualties, but they were not injured. It's really prudent to choose such a remote place. But no matter how remote it is, it doesn't have any effect on me. Lin Zhe was still carrying the bag he had shown Lubbock, standing beside Arun, looking at the white environment, and sighing in his heart. Chapter 80. The reason why he came to this remote place was because Lin Zhe was invited by Yi to exchange for the Emperor. The deal had been settled long before the snow fell, but it was delayed because the location of the night attack had never been set. My name is Nijeshitan. I'm sure Captain Lin Zhe is no stranger to me. This is what you want from the Emperor. I'm curious about one thing. Isn't Captain Lin Zhe afraid that we are here to shoot you? Accompanied by the sound of crunching, stepping on the snow, Nijeshitan slowly walked to Lin Zhe's side with a huge scissor-shaped weapon and finally stood about 10 meters away from Lin Zhe, curious. Asked, you know, this place is far enough away from the Emperor. Looking at the defensive posture that Nijeshitan Ruowu took, the corners of Lin Zhe's mouth were slightly upturned. Nijeshitan didn't even dare to approach him within 10 meters, and there was a faint threat to her in her words. Obviously, for this transaction, attacking everyone at night, even Nijeshitan, was out of a high degree tense state. In fact, when Lin Zhe appeared here, he had already noticed that there were several Kai hidden in the dark, and Nijeshitan was just one of them. As for the other hidden people, Lin Zhe didn't care who it was. It's just an exchange of imperial tools. General Nijeshitan has made the whole night raid surrounding me. It's too much of a fuss. Lin Zhe slowly took out the TU in the bag and showed them one by one. With a deep gaze, he looked at Nijeshitan on the opposite side and said lightly, if I want to do something. Even if the entire revolutionary army is surrounded here, no one can stop me. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, Nijeshitan's pupil shrank suddenly, and she was a little surprised, even subconsciously grasping everything in her hand. Before Lin Zhe came, they had discussed many times whether to continue with this transaction. After all, after Asd came back, Night Raid was always in a situation where Asd was chased by him. Although so far there has been no downsizing. But Lin Zhe, as the commander-in-chief of the garrison on the Empire's side, made such a deal with him, it was really hard to believe that he could be completely unguarded. Therefore, in order to prevent this transaction from being deliberately made by the Empire, all Yi members participated in this transaction. Not only did Brent disappear on standby, but Lubbock had also arranged the barrier of the broken silk. Besides, Maine was also aiming towards this side, from a tall tree in the distance. Kaiton had already hidden behind a big tree not far away in advance. All of these arrangements were made by Nijeshitan herself, and she never told anyone, but Lin Zhe could confidently conclude that everyone in the night attack was surrounded by them. If Lin Zhe was just deliberately trying, that would be fine. But if Lin Zhe is relying on perception, if he perceives it, then Lin Zhe's perception is too perverted. After repeated investigation and confirmation by Nijeshitan, Lin Zhe did come alone this time, which showed that Lin Zhe either had great confidence in his own strength, or because Lin Zhe was too arrogant. But Nijeshitan quickly ruled out the possibility of Lin Zhe being arrogant. As the owner of Thousand Blades and Dimensional Grid, Lin Zhe is indeed qualified to be confident in any extreme environment. So Nijeshitan put away the thought that she wanted to be detrimental to Lin Zhe. Captain Lin Zhe's strength is truly unnerving. So I had to make some small preparations to make the transaction smoother. I hope Captain Lin Zhe won't take offense. Nijeshitan raised her alchemy arm and snapped her fingers in midair with a pop. Then she put everything in her hand on the ground and explained, this deal is done, and then I will invite Captain Lin Zhe. Put the exchange items down, and we each take the exchanged Tico. So be it. Lin Zhe nodded slightly, looking at Nijeshitan looking at him like a beast, and couldn't help but feel a little funny. The transaction that was originally extremely simple was made extremely cumbersome by Yi. Just from this complicated procedure, Lin Zhe was enough to feel that Li Raid had now reached a very high level of fear of himself. But it makes sense to think about it. 0. Flower 0. After all, in the current situation, Lin Zhe, who has always been the most salty fish, has become an independent force independent of several forces because of his strength, and has become a separate force by himself. It would be best if Lin Zhe went on to salt fish like this. If Lin Zhe joined one of the two sides, the other hostile force would definitely fall into a huge crisis. This was also the reason why the Revolutionary Army never dared to provoke Lin Zhe. Although Lin Zhe did not join the Revolutionary Army, he hardly ever had any major conflict of interest with the Revolutionary Army. At a time when the current struggle between the Revolutionary Army and the Empire tends to be in a dynamic balance, Lin Zhe has become the key to breaking the balance. Therefore, the Revolutionary Army has always been looking for opportunities to win over Lin Zhe, so how could they dare to confront Lin Zhe in this transaction? Stim shot. 00. From their intelligence data, it can be seen that Lin Zhe is not only powerful and unparalleled, but also has several emperors under his command. Although the Emperor was important, the result of offending Lin Zhe was something they couldn't bear. Therefore, in this transaction, although all members of the Night Raiders were present, it was only for self-protection, not for Lin Zhe. In the dense forest wrapped in heavy snow, with Mujahid and snap of fingers, the Night Raiders who were originally in the dark slowly walked out. The first to appear was the nose of the plane, Brand, who had just been not far from Majestum. It was followed by a cold red pupil holding Amamura with a single blow, and then Chelsea, who turned into a squirrel, and Maine also came from a distance with a romantic fort. As for Lubbock, he came over with a hook in his hand. The name of the hook was very simple, the 103 Ways to Treat Natural Stupidity. The decaying empire will one day fall to the ground. A powerful person like Lord Lin Zhe, why not join us to change this empire? Shadow, Assassin VII Chapter 49. Majestan handed the 2 TU pieces in her hands to Lubbock, who was behind him, and handed Lin Zhe the hook he'd brought to Lin Zhe from Lubbock's hand. Seeing that Lin Zhe was unmoved, he sighed softly, and Majestan said sincerely, "The door to the Night Raid will always be open for Captain Lin Zhe, and I hope to see the day when Captain Lin Zhe returns from his lost way." Kai. Chapter 81. The people in the Night Raid stood behind Majestan, and it was the first time for many of the Night Raiders to see Lin Zhe. Although Lin Zhe has a good reputation, many major forces in the entire empire are listed as dangerous people, but because Lin Zhe is very low-key, the people who attacked at night are not only Maine and Chelsea, but also Lubbock and Lin Zhe. Beyond contact. Others have only seen Lin Zhe's portrait. At this moment, there is a chance to really get in touch with Lin Zhe at close range. Naturally, they will not miss this opportunity, especially Jai Old Brand. With a faint smile. Beside Brand, Lubbock saw Brand's smile, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and one foot stomped on Brand's. The most relaxed of the crowd should be Maine and Chelsea. Both of them had been in contact with Lin Zhe before and knew that Lin Zhe was a very easygoing person, so they were not greatly affected by Lin Zhe's fame, but simply stood in place. In front of Maine and Chelsea, Kai Tong held the one-hit kill, Moryu, and stared at Lin Zhe's neck. In her eyes, there were only the dead and the teammates. Kai Tong, who came out of the Imperial Assassination Unit, the ace killer of the Imperial capital, could naturally feel the strong murderous aura hidden in Lin Zhe's seemingly thin body. This is a special breath that can only be perceived among top killers. Every movement of Lin Zhe fell in Kai Tong's eyes, and it became different from other people's eyes. Even if Lin Zhe took a hook, Kai Tong's eyes implied a top assassin's observation of the environment. Grasp the timing. This is not Kai Tong's illusion. Because Lin Zhe is affected by the Shadow Assassin 7 template, his every move will make adjustments to the changes in the environment that are most suitable for assassins to attack. Coupled with a 30% template development level, it is natural to inherit the pure killing intent that Shadow Assassin Kai has accumulated. If the Revolutionary Army becomes the master of this country, can you guarantee not to become a second empire? Lin Zhe held everything in two and carefully looked at this scissor-shaped emperor tool, which is called nothing, and his tone was full of doubts. When everyone in the night raid heard Lin Zhe's words, they all froze in place, and the originally quiet and tense situation became strangely quiet. To Lin Zhe, everyone who attacked that night showed great patience. He began to think about the intention of Lin Zhe's words. Lin Zhe just listened to Majeston's words as a joke. In fact, the current empire is very similar to the Ming dynasty in China. The Revolutionary Army is somewhat similar to the original Ukraine army. Not only did it fail to establish a new dynasty, it also caused a large number of people to die in civil strife. Countless lands were abandoned, and in the end they were completely destroyed by the army from the north. After reading the original book, and having lived in the imperial capital for so many years, how could Lin Zhe, who knows all the forces well, not know that the Revolutionary Army seems to be for civilians? But the Dragon Slayer boy will eventually become a dragon. Such a thing is completely predictable. Even if the Revolutionary Army came to power, it would just be taking the old road of the Empire again. And from the description of the original work, the Revolutionary Army finally colluded with foreign nationalities in the north in order to win. It is impossible for foreign nationals to help in vain, and no country will do anything that has no interests. Therefore, things like ceding land will be the easiest decision for the Revolutionary Army, who has just taken control of the empire. After all, a country has just undergone a change of dynasties. The most scarce thing is materials, and the cheapest is land. From this point of view, if the Revolutionary Army achieves the final victory, not only will the decayed empire not be reborn, but the empire's territory will be greatly reduced. In addition, the wolf of the alien race will also grow further in the war, and the new empire will face a more powerful alien race, as well as a bad domestic environment, because of the war just ended. The asymmetry of national strength, the next step, is the result of the new empire being targeted again by foreign nations and several other empires around it. Then the war will continue. And because of the decline of the empire, it will cost a lot more to win again. The war will be more tragic. Therefore, the replacement of the empire by the Revolutionary Army will not make the empire better, but will lead to the complete decline of the country and the nation, and finally become a plaything of a foreign nation. Among them, civilians will have a harder time, and more people will die. Can the Revolutionary Army really bring prosperity and stability to this country? Something about collusion with foreign nations must soon become a reality. Looking at Majeston, who was stunned by his words, Lin Zhe stood still slightly. The corner of his mouth was slightly raised, and then said, "Even Majeston, you yourself are not sure whether this country will become better yet. Why bother to persuade me?" "Not much to say. I am very satisfied with this transaction, and I hope you can live longer." "Did you just leave?" Looking at Lin Zhe, who disappeared as the gossip picture appeared in front of her, Majeston fell into deep thought. She was powerless to refute Lin Zhe's words, because what Lin Zhe said was the truth. To refute the facts is to quibble. As a former general of the Empire and now a high-level Revolutionary Army, she is no longer clear about the current situation of the Revolutionary Army. However, Lin Zhe's words also made Majeston think of a question that she had never thought about before, or that she had never dared to think about it. Can the Revolutionary Army really bring prosperity and stability to the country? This sentence made Majeston's determination to destroy the empire smothered in a haze. We really have cooperation with foreign nations? Chelsea looked at Majeston in disbelief. Not only her, but all the members of the night raid turned their attention to Majeston. Chelsea's indifferent face was slightly wrinkled. In the foreign war that just ended, the alien races caused the deaths of countless civilians on the frontiers of the empire. No matter what, cooperating with the enemy, cooperating with those who have killed countless predecessors and martyrs, is a very difficult thing for everyone to accept. We are only in contact with foreign nations and have no cooperation. Everyone retreat. Gather here. It is too dangerous under the current situation. Majestan didn't tell the truth. She subconsciously began to divert the topic. Although the Revolutionary Army did not cooperate with foreign nationalities for the time being, but as a high-level Revolutionary Army, Majestan knew that the high-level executives had a strong desire to cooperate with foreign nationalities. Of Chapter 82. The current situation is very difficult for the Revolutionary Army. Night Raid, as the elite of the Revolutionary Army, has the strongest collection of combat power. Together, one person is enough to change a world of war. It can be said that the Night Raid is half of the Revolutionary Army, or even more than that. If the night attack gets out of control, the Revolutionary Army basically has little hope. As the leader of the Night Raid and a high-level executive of the Revolutionary Army, Majestan must ensure the overall stability of the Night Raid, so even if she knows some of the wishes of the high-level, Majestan can always maintain a high degree of loyalty in order to maintain the organization of the Night Raid. She also had to hide something. That guy Lin Zhe is really a headache. Seeing everyone leave in doubt, Majestan couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Majestan knew that this time she seemed to have exchanged one Emperor's tool for two and gained huge benefits from Lin Zhe's lobby. But all this is just an appearance. The essence is that Lin Zhe is the biggest winner of this transaction. Lin Zhe didn't seem to do anything this time. He just came to exchange for a trip to the Emperor, and he didn't even have any extreme behavior throughout the whole process. However, Lin Zhe's few words were all heart-wrenching words, which not only made Majestan retreat, but also successfully planted a seed of doubt in the hearts of Yi Zai on everyone. It made everyone who had a firm belief in the night attack and the Revolutionary Army have doubts in their hearts. As a former general of the Empire, Majestan, who controlled hundreds of thousands of troops, how could she not know the importance of faith to a team? Lin Zhe's words directly made the team full of fighting spirit that she finally built up, making it hesitant to move forward. At this time, Majestan even hoped that Lin Zhe would take action against them just now, which would be better than the current situation. Anyway, the biggest enemies at the moment are Estes and Ernest. I believe Majestan can lead us to the final victory. In the snow, Majestan was leaning against a big tree. Lubbock saw Majestan take out a cigarette, and he skillfully lit it for Majestan. In the past, he had always spoken frivolously, solemnly. The broken wire in Lubbock's hand was lengthened and shortened by him, which completely exposed the unease in the green-haired boy Lubbock's heart at the moment. I hope so. Taking a deep breath, she turned the mechanical alchemy arm. White smoke lingering around Majestan's body, and even her expression became a little blurry. Snowflakes slowly fell from the sky again, adding a touch of pressure to the trees in the woods that were already bent by the heavy snow. With a crisp pop, a big tree in front of Lubbock and Majestan was broken by the heavy snow. Ziozi, is this for me? Hill took the Emperor tool that Lin Zhe gave her, and everything was broken ecstasy. The eyes that looked at Lin Zhe were almost dripping with tenderness. Compared with the Emperor tool in his hand, Hill was more concerned about Lin Zhe. Actually always remembered her. Lin Zhe also took her to choose the Emperor, but all of them failed, which made Hill even give up the plan to become the Emperor. After all, it is very difficult to be recognized by the Emperor. Otherwise, the Emperor would not be so rare. However, Lin Zhe found her a suitable Emperor for her without saying a word, which moved Hill to the point of crying. I'm going to pour you a cup of hot tea, Ziozi. Hill finally ran away in a panic. She couldn't control her emotions, so she had to make an excuse to pour tea for Lin Zhe and hurried to the kitchen. Oh, Arya really pleases girls. Is this Imperial tool exchanged from Yi Zai? Shadow, Assassin VII Chapter 50. Leone jumped up, hugged Lin Zhe's neck with both hands, pressed against Lin Zhe's back from behind Lin Zhe, and hung himself on Lin Zhe's body. Looking at Hill, who ran into the kitchen, her tone was full of sourness. It seems that no one wants my sister, and Z in our family doesn't know how to care about my sister. Poor Lion King, I don't even have money to drink now. Hearing Leone's jealous words, Lin Zhe showed a wry smile. Recently, because he wanted Leone to drink less wine, Lin Zhe deducted some of Leone's wine bill, so Lin Zhe knew that Leone was actually disguised. Is asking him for his drink money back. Does Leone want the drink money? Kai. That was my money. If you don't pay me back, Ozzy, I won't come down today. After being exposed by Lin Zhe, Leone began to cheat, hugging Lin Zhe's neck tightly, with an aura of saying nothing if he didn't give money. He pouted and said, Ozzy, you have changed. Now, Sister Leone, who doesn't love you anymore. Feeling the warmth coming from the girl's body, Lin Zhe watched Leone hug his fair arm tightly, and was finally defeated by Leone's scoundrel, stretched out 5 fingers, and said beyond doubt, 5 silver coins, no more. Little Sting, you will be spoiled by Leone. Hill slowly came out of the kitchen with a cup of hot tea. His slightly red eyes and slightly hoarse voice were enough to reveal the fact that Hill secretly cried just now. I went out and will be back in a while. Hill, you are obviously jealous of me. Taking the silver coin handed over by Lin Zhe, Leone got off Lin Zhe's back and squeezed a threatening fist of 900 towards Hill, and said in a fierce, if Hill does this, I will do it again. Tell Ozzy your little secret. Ozzy, I'm a little tired today, so I'm going to sleep first. Hearing Leone's words, Hill's white cheeks, covered with purple hair, suddenly turned red, and his overwhelmed hands subconsciously supported his glasses, and after explaining to Lin Zhe, he fled into his room in a panic. Inside the room, outside the window, the heavy snow was still falling, and it seemed to be endless. Lin Zhe looked at the bright sky outside. How could he not know that Hill was making excuses, and that Lin Zhe did not explore Hill's secrets? Prepare. Although Hill was a little stunned, he was a very gentle person. Many times, when Lin Zhe came back, the two of them didn't speak. Hill would also quietly stay by Lin Zhe's side and accompany him. He never seemed to be bored with such boringness. General Esders seems to be a little troubled today. Are you worried about the night attack? Dr. Fashion and Eton followed behind Esdes, walking on the street where the imperial capital had just been cleaned up. Seeing Esdes frowning slightly, Fashion couldn't help asking, wait until the snow is completely gone. Stop, and our pursuit is bound to progress faster. Eton, have you ever given men clothes? Chapter 83. Without answering the Fashion question, Ed stretched out his fair and slender hand. A hexagonal diamond-shaped snowflake slowly spun in Ed's hand under the light that penetrated the clouds. Standing on the side of the street, Ed looked at the accompanying Eton with a rare serious expression on his face. What? Maybe I'm going to disappoint the adults. Eton has never given a man a gift. Ed's question was a bit strange. Eton couldn't turn his head for a while, stunned for a moment. After thinking, a sly smile appeared on Eton's face and looked to the side of the Fashion, and then said, but I think a fashion doctor who likes men should have the answer. If General Esders wants to send gifts, I think I can help the General pick one or two. Without any embarrassment, Fashion picked up his long black hair, looked at it naturally, rubbed his chin, and said in a confident tone, I'm actually more talented than picking clothes and gifts. Human transformation is much stronger. Then go and choose 100 pieces of clothes, just refer to Lin Zhe's size. When the selection is made, Eton will run to send it to Lin Zhe. Estee's tone was soft. She gently flicked the snowflakes away from her hand, and then walked forward. In the snow, Esder's light blue hair was like azure ocean waves, floating as Esders walked. Her whole person, from a high altitude, looks like a blue ice crystal flower blooming in this white world, bringing a touch of surprise to the barren earth. Lord Esdes seems to be a little different. Is this the taste of love? It wasn't until Esdes back disappeared in the white snow that Eton and Fashion came back to their senses, and they sighed aloud. The time between the two of them and Eds was not short, even in the I heard the name Eds long ago. In the impression of the outside world, Eds has always been a violent, powerful, and cold and arrogant queen, but today she shows a gentle side. The sudden change of Eds made it difficult for the two to adapt for a while. But since Eds has already handed over this matter to the two of them, then the two of them naturally have to do it well. Speaking of which, I haven't seen that guy yet. Heaton and Fashion walked into a custom-made clothes store and looked at the well-made clothes in the store. Heaton couldn't help but look forward to meeting Lin Zhe. He had been listening to Lin Zhe's rumors all the time. This time he could directly to see, of course, is a very interesting thing. Is the evidence collected like this? It's still collecting, it's almost there. Minister Ornest sat on the chair and slowly swallowed a piece of raw meat. In the brazier in the room, the pine wood made a beeping sound under the flames. Under the light of the fire, Ernest's greasy face was slightly hideous. After eating the meat on the plate, Ornest raised his head slightly and said in a low voice, "It's not enough, let's continue collecting. If there is progress under the subordinate, I will report to the adults again." Wearing a corset, a bell was tied to his jet-black hair, and there was a very conspicuous scar at the corner of his eye. The figure of Suzuka quickly disappeared from the room where Ornest was. Minister Ornest slowly stood up from the chair. His heavy body stepped on the wooden floor, making a creaking sound, and he walked to the edge of the window, looking at the heavy snow outside the window. He murmured, "A lot of people must die this winter. It's time to deliver wonderful things to His Majesty again." Hearing the sound of a clock in the room, Ernest looked away from the outside. Royal Palace. Located in the core area of the imperial capital, the tallest buildings in the entire imperial capital are concentrated in this area. At this moment, the original colorful tiles on the palace buildings were completely covered by snow. Because of the terrain and the concentration of a large number of towering buildings, the palace complexes covered by heavy snow looked like they were from a distance. Like a huge snow mountain. Sure enough, with Ornest her potion, I feel a lot of energy. With the help of Minister Ornest, the little emperor injected a tube of amber-colored liquid. After the injection, the little emperor's sluggish appearance was instantly replaced by full of energy. Holding the injection tube in his hand, the little emperor's eyes flashed with enthusiasm. This powerful feeling made him very obsessed. As the effect of the potion continued to play, the little emperor narrowed his eyes slightly and said excitedly, "Give me another shot, I feel like I'm in the clouds." Such a wonderful thing, Ernest, you should have taken it out earlier. No matter how good things are, you must stop in moderation. This time I brought this tube, and next time I will bring more to His Majesty. Ornest looked in front of him, his eyes blurred, the little emperor, with a greedy look. His fat face was full of smiles, and he said with a smile, "There seems to be no progress with General Esdras recently. Although she is powerful, she is not familiar with the situation in the imperial capital." "Then I'll give her the next order, let you be the commander-in-chief, Ernest." Without more potions, the little emperor yawned, a little disappointed, and looked very uninterested in the affairs of the imperial capital. In just a few words, the right to command the hunter, which was established to deal with the night raid and the revolutionary army, was originally under the command of Esdras, and handed over to Ernest. A day later. The snow in the sky has gradually reduced, and the original snow curtain has become a random appearance. Crack. Drink. A snowflake falling from the sky was cut in half in a flash of knife light. After the knife light disappeared, the two halves of the snowflake were pieced together again. Nuos could see the sharpness of the knife light, and then slipped from the original trajectory. The snowflake finally fell to the ground, completely shattered and enlightened. Lin Zhe tightly held the magic knife Thousand Blades in his hand, waving it constantly in the air. The posture of every move is extremely beautiful, and on Lin Zhe's exposed arm, the streamlined muscles full of power bulge. It didn't take long. In this extremely low-temperature environment, Lin Zhe's body rose up with a curl of heat. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the daily task. 1000 slashes. Reward 0.01% proficiency. Your character template Shadow Assassin Kai has been unlocked to percent. Call. Hearing the sound of the system prompt, Lin Zhe stopped and continued to slash. With a continuous improvement of template proficiency, Lin Zhe could feel his attack. It became more and more solid, and the strength began to slowly shrink and condense to a line superior. Chapter 84. If the previous Lin Zhe's template proficiency has not reached 30%, the power of the attack will spill out, with a stimulation of the attack. Then after Lin Zhe's proficiency exceeds 30%, the loss of this energy and leaks started to decrease. In other words, it is also very powerful. Before attacking the enemy, it will lose part of it due to some reasons, such as air resistance and weapon weight. When the speed breaks the speed of sound, something like the sound barrier is created. End of chapter. Thank you for listening to this novel, and please subscribe so that we continue to grow on the channel.